Like, I don't understand. So you're saying that you should not build road. I found Jolum. I didn't respond to the person because I told them I don't even have time, because people who are victim of this crime, I'm sure many of them are listening to me. Many of them are seeing my tweets. Many of them who have been in my DM complaining bitterly the experience in Anambra State. They are hearing this and they are saying it. So it will be very, very bad of me to keep quiet, because now I lose. So watching Emelo, if I question eating on, and I am saying this because it's not going to be the one off. Let's do it a series of it. Let's continuously have people engage, talk about these things. Let's talk about it. Kamaleba yebido where kwaba uku wanyi uku bar. Dalon.
All right, Uche, thank you so much. The issue with this tempona, local insecurity. A lot of people are too quick to politicize it, to make it. Oh, it's because you don't like.
Hello, watching them.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm speaking. I'm not a man. And even not even neighbor. And when I even neighbor.
Hello,
Watching
watching
them, I
them.
can
I
hear
had
you.
it.
I can hear you.
Okay, Uche, I think you
Okay.
are the one having issue with your network. But I could hear you, Uche. Maybe you can go down and come up. So dịka ife nọ na-ekwu mgbe ọbụla anyị kwuru okwu ife gbasara insecurity, ndị be anyị na politicize ya. They see it as, oh, because you don't like this governor. But I don't think no nwere onye Igbo bụ onye Igbo really that will come out and not appreciate any good work, especially standard work going on na Igbo. For instance, ịbịa n'Imo State, onye ọbụla maara how Hope Uzodimma emerged. But every now and then we talk about how he's actually building roads, standard quality road, Nemo State. Accolade Lulia. I am a Jiro because, okay, you are not my preferred, especially for me. I'm not speaking for anybody. Now, brought my preferred candidate. Always if you na your own state will not acknowledge that as Ndibo, then something is wrong with me. Otu anno, probably people following me. Mba was not my candidate. But in Kobun on them, I appreciate him. One on them and I draw up to par. I criticize him. And I'm right to criticize anybody. Provided we have right to criticize you. We won't just be following you because you are the favorite. No. You will go to Pitobi. You may cannot draw more, we criticize you. So, but issue of security, especially in Anambra State, Anambra State but the worst. Anambra State appears to be the worst right now in the whole of entire Southeast. Because today, now, you can't go anywhere in Anambra State. You cannot. Even Anambra State can attest to this. And whether you can't go anywhere, you can't come out. But then go to school. Then I got Louisville, then I got Fia. Anambra State, Kete Benina da Chaco. Ijanabia State, and the man that got for their business. A whole Anambra State. But then I on a timeline just last week, another Isibo, Oduibo. When I nazo Isibo, ebunu security. What is Isibo without security? But like I said, I not exactly kind of anywhere because that's not really something that should be bothering us. Or Isibo, Oduibo, Upuibo. That's not really what we are interested in. If I knew what we are, open or degenaka, if I'm going to Anambra State, and we're higher chance than I get boogie. Or degenaka. Ụmụaka malụ na ọ dị gị n'aka enwe higher chance na a ga-ebu. And the worst bụ na onye na-achị anyị amara mma mmasị maybe not from this conversation or not the clueless or not the weak or not he actually knows what he's doing, because maybe anyone on political undertone to this thing that we don't understand. Maybe name well reason you have to leave this thing to get so bad, then you can now come out and then turn it around. Maybe somehow. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Even when we see things from different perspectives, right? Politically. Then before you can connect about the dots on why something is happening. But this one, what are you Soludo will never believe na Soludo but a professor of economics. Onya understand about monetary and fiscal policies. So even our physical policies, a lot of things in place that could affect the economy. Onya be a professor. And that's not just a trader. Onya be a professor of economics. So we're expecting, as we speak, Anambra State Ghana that upper echelon economically. We're not there. Anambra State are not there, self. If we get a second, you'll be a target. What is the issue? Is Soludo playing with us? Or is he just weak, clueless, or scared? I told him I go Mike because eba in eba version A and version B of this conversation. So I get move Lydia. Lydia go aga governor Gasia ka because ndona Mike actually because I get when because I couldn't really capture case where bagota na Mike. But I think Lydia Gasia over Sabi then Mazi aga. Lydia, are you here? Good
Yes, I
morning.
am.
Gani
Ekele m unu nwanne m. Ihe mwute na ihe na-eme na be anyị na n'Igbo niile, a whole lot na-aga on. And Nigeria nọ all over the world. Ọ bụrụ onye ahụ metụbeghị ya direct, o nwetụgo onye o metụtara. Mụnwa directly o metụgo m. Ala m Nigeria last 2 years. In fact, abịa bụrụ ha m. Asị ndị be anyị mụ ihe achọghị m ịkpọwa afa because ama m ndị nọ ebe a na-ege ntị. Ndị unknown a ịghọtara. So abịafa bụrụ m. And adịkwa m ime nwa 6 months oge ahụ. Ebulu fa m gbawa ebe asọnwụ mother valley ha. Ịmanụ mee m akaja egwu tụwa m. Ọwụrụ ya ma m ihe m si m mere ọwụ na ha kpọrọ afọ ego. So ama m ihe m gabigara the trauma nke ị ga-amana ike imagine the trauma m gabigara n'ụzọ nwa 6 months nwa anwụọ m n'afọ. Thank God apụtala m na ndụ mana that trauma ka nọ m n'ime. Ife na-eme na be anyị onwe na Anambra ma n'Imo steeti ma m some part ọwụghị ya Anambra niile ọwụkwa n'Imo steeti na o nwere some parts na-agabigakwa n'ihe a no egwu nọ n'obodo and ala Igbo anyị some part of ala Igbo anyị aṅụgo ọbara. Aga m asịkwanụ na Soludo amara ihe ọ ga-eme mgbe ụfọdụ nwoke ahụ mmadụ ka ọ wụkwa isi na-ejukwa ya ka o si eju anyị nye nwakwana gba mbọ mụ am not a politician mụ a medical doctor. So nyanwa na onwe ya nwere ike na-agbalịkwanụ otu oshi mana ịmara na ama m ndị na-sponsor ndị a ama m ndị na-sponsor fa the more na-ahapụ fa the more na-akazi njọ na-adị worst. Akwa na ụbọchị last week ka ọwụ ele ụbọchị ka m nụrụ asị enwere masaka na Ihiala ndị lara burial ndị a na ụmụazị a ga-agba ihe agbara gbagbusie ndị agbagburu. O nwere ndị lọtaranụ for that funeral. O nwekwa ndị na-alọtabe for a long time ibigo ha filo na obodo adịtụgo mma ha sị ka ha laruo no matter the security ndị a inwe ike iji ihe dịrịgote gị n'aka inwegoro ụmụ ihe a na-ebu n'aka. Ama m ka ndị a si eme ife a ha na-eme. So ọ dị too much ama m na ka ndị gọọmenti ka ga-eshinye n'aka people anwụgo people nwụrụ na-akaligo ọwụ ndị na-eburu ndị mmadụ gaa nara ego ọwụ ndị na-eburu ndị ga-eburu gaa agbagbu asị a na-azọ ihe a na-azọ achọghị m ịkpọwa okwu afọ ebe a nwere ike ghọtakwa ihe m na-ekwu mụ awụ direct victim ka m wee agaala m ebe ahụ asọ ebe ahụ ndị ahụ dọ garuo n'isi mmiri jiri anya m abụọ fụ ndị a nwaanyị ka m wụ awụ m politician ka m ji eri ego gọọmenti anọtụbe m na mana afụfụ ntara ebe ahụ ọ ka na-erute nwarịrị till tomorrow 26th of this month last year ka ihe ahụ mere m this month anyị nọ n'ime ya 26th ga-eme ya 1 year ihe a mere m luzuru nwa 6 months because of the trauma of ihe m gabigara. So onwe ebe dị safe onye na-anụ ụlọ chụrụ ume n'aka ịma nke ị ga-aja m n'ụzọ ị narụ ị ga-anahụ na kpuchie anya gị lahụ na obi dị gị mma si larụrụ ụlọ onye ọbụla nọrọ n'egwu onye ọbụla nọrọ n'ụjọ because ịmara ebe ndị a si abịa ịmara bụ gọvanọ Imo steeti nyanwakwanụ nọkwanụ na-agbakwa mbọ nke ya na-ewetakwa security a na-achịta na ndị akpọrọ ndị ebubo agụ ndị mụ a na-achịta ka ndị asị ụmụnne anyị fụrọkwa m ha ụmụnne anyị because ị ga-akpọ n'onwe gị ụmụnne anyị na-egbu nwanne gị si na-azọ ihe ọwa ha si ha na-azọ a na-akpọ ha ụmụnne anyị ụmụ Chukwu ma ma amụ ife ihe na-enye these people the moral no matter the effort ndị na-achị anyị a gọvanọs anyị a na-eput kwanụ ọ na-akpụ that is it na-agbajisi ha aka ọ na-agbajizi ha aka amamụ ka ọwụ ama in fact amamụ ọnwụ na ọnwụrụ ndị nọ ebe a na-ege n'anyị ntị na-ege sonye aka amanụ m ihe ọwụ ha na-achọ n'ihe ọwụ enyere ha ihe ọwụ aka udo were dị ka ha ghara ịgbagbusi ndị a na-agbagbuzi bikos mụnwa akelere m Chukwunna na m pụtara na-ekwu ihe anụ m ya asa amụrụ m nwa onye karịa ịma ebe eburu m gaburu m gbadawa ebe ọwasị Border Valley mee m akaja because afụgo m vidio o nwere oge m fụrụ vidio nwaanyị Igbo kwa ofu ndị a gbagburu bere ya ọtụ private part ya I'm sorry to say bere ya ndị ebere egwu na-atụ m nọ ihe ụta ka m ga-esi gaa na nwa m ọgwụ mbụ n'afọ ka ha ga mana thank God oge ha kpọrọ m ga elecha ihe ha lere agbachara afa n'isi m ka ha mara na awụ m onye politician ha afụkwa na onwe nke mbụ nwere release ya m mpụta mana that trauma ka nọ m n'ime tinye tomorrow m na-ekwu okwu so ya ka m na-ayọ na maazị m Soludo ka ọwụ any part of East anyị ka onye ma ihe ọ ga-eme ka udo were dị ka ala Igbo anyị dị mma ka ndị mmadụ na-alata n'ụlọ onwe egwu na-atụzi ndị mmadụ ọkụkwa ka ọ ha m n'ọnụ ụmụnne m demena.
Lydia, thank you for coming out openly because I can only imagine what you are going through. Bob mentioned the issue of kidnapping and insecurity because also Sonia, I'm not gonna miss you a call for you to know what this thing feels like. Okay, moto gabe by moto keta, monibu moto you drive down to your village freely. Above naturally jena, madapo shirogi. Umaka baragaka. You need to stay with people that go through this thing for you to understand what it feels like. The reason we need to be speaking against this thing and government needs to do something about it. And they are invisible because in fact, after God or government, if after God or government, and the government open us again and they omekome non-state actors are calligraphy man and they are is that they are using them, those non-state actors, for their political gain, or is just something that and where something naga behind. And there's something naga behind. Because open up for us to be calling out victims to come and confess here and state, and we won't go here. I am Anna here. Because the truth, Buna, the more we talk about these things, the government here hears it. Amara mo Soludo no sianya. Because I know he's here. Open under here, he's an informant. They will be here to tell him, well, this is what they are talking about today. Not Twitter, they've been talking about you for the past couple of days since you made that statement. Then what is it doing? I will now start talking about come and invest in Anambra. Anambra. Then I can never encourage you to do it. Because what if you were the it's more like you just saw if your lessons go actually you for Diego, or maybe you are doing something personal for yourself, then that's fine. But in terms of coming back now to invest something, Anambra State a place I would encourage you, I will ever talk about until they were an improvement in the Basalo security of Anambra State. We can't say then we get anything. The governor is not even making a bold statement that Anambra State is not for you. Instead, what he's saying is that, oh, now, Nifaji Abem Ganafa and Abieba and Anne Butego, Ejo Budundos, a kidnap and there's another 50,000. What does that mean? What do in a check banketa and order in Anambra State, maybe what place you want to come and bring your money to? No. Opening a guy into because maybe some people followed me for issue of investment I talk about. Anambra State abroad the place now. Open your private stuff, that's fine. Go ahead and do your private. But open if basali investment. Open Anambra State. Makaron waka balagaka. Manya boy you achieve investment to manki elinio manki another friends analogia. Imagine somebody ebulu, somebody natano. I don't want to manure full detail. somebody na that of our idemili bata na kwesi ikwozu na this January, this week here now. He blew the boy about aqua papia. If I na request, the boy akaji na 500 million. 500 million. Kerebo ge sibutia. Makanano na the boy, see where bata. No be alekwa papia. So papa no na mortuary. Nwana na aka ndento. Ndị uwe ojii ma government nwere idea. How did we get or Soludo or Ojana to actually make a step? Let's move the mic. Over Sabi, Abone Gasa Kamazi Ezokega. Over Sabi travel. Over Sabi travels, yes. Are you here?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, my people. I'm just happy to be here this morning to talk about insecurity in Anambra State because, to be honestly, not yesterday, yeah, because now I met there directly in Eguchi, I met yeah, as in okay, no, so I think 19 but share in common interest, although I feel there are some people that are also related to the governor or they are close to the governor and they hatch up. And it doesn't mean that people will not speak up. And to be honest, Ometotamo in so many ways. I lived in Oka before I was forced out of Oka because of insecurity. I'm from the Ihiala side, which is one of the local government that is still seriously under the bondage of insecurity. And the last space governor met, I was there. I think Uche was there as well. I was so ashamed when the governor was like saying like he was having full details of ENL and Iyala and how he knows that these people have actually cut off a road and so many things. I'm like, so you mean when a governor ma about these things? Why then? But I don't know anything on me. Yes, he's building routes, but then, as like so many of you have already said, now as an economist, there are some basic things that you should provide for you to even attract the so-called investors you want them to come to Anambra State. Insecurity is primary, and won't be anything like won't be anything. Yeah, no, but that's now launch insecurity outfit in January. Why did you have to wait for a long time before a season launch a political a security outfit? It's so laughable, and I'm just using my voice, and I believe every other person here that has the interests of Anambra State at heart is also using their voice to speak to the governor and appeal. No way because sometimes when we hear so make this you start connecting some dots. Ejubasi is like Nemwezi. Maybe our governor is connected to the federal, is connected to the vice president who is connected to part of insecurity in the north. So probably they want to replicate what happened in Borno State, in Anambra State, to cause confusion in the state for whatever political reasons they have. This is a theory. I'm not trying to conclude that's the issue. Maybe the governor is also using part of Egonin and realize from this kidnapping thing because to an extent you start believing that maybe he's complicit in it. I'm sorry to say these things, but he's giving us no choice to conclude some of these things. To the extent now, the other time, a court clash happened in Nibo, just right in front of the governor's house. And since then, Obo know somebody they were proactive, or Bukuzi know somebody they reactive. By now, something must have been done about insecurity in at least Oka. Something must have been done about insecurity in the local government, Ihiala. Before governor came into state, he came into power, insecurity was like top notch, like to the extent that during his campaign, some policemen were killed. So many cases of attacks, even in Ihiala, like he also said, a governor's convoy was also attacked in the Ihiala campaign. Ihiala was only place Emero election on the day Emero election. Yet, what have you done to rescue this local government? What have you done? Nothing. Just recently, this Christmas period, like so many, like Uche also said, people were killed. Even I watched Father Ebube Monson's homily the other day. He also outlined these things, and I'm like, does it mean? I think I'm beginning to like believe in Ahab or something that is being done intentionally because he's leaving me no choice than to conclude. But what I'm just pleading is let's not just give up. Let's keep pressuring the government. People that have his contact, people that are close to him, should at least appeal. Whatever, also they are going away in a little because you are connected to him, because on any contract, because it's at least, if not for anything, consider other people. You got that. One day, governor will step aside. A guy in a and that you believe that that's why you cannot tell him the truth, that you cannot advise him, that you cannot actually implement some security measures that will fix this our state and make our people that have run away, that make people that don't even want to come back again, to at least I not buy Anambra because we have no other state to call our own. Thank you for watching, and thank you, Uche, Anambra person, and every other person that are participating or that are organizing this. I really appreciate you guys, and I pray that this time that we'll be able to rescue our state from these hoodlums.
All right, Wanda, thank you so much. Mazi, it's okay.
Yeah, watching the mellow.
Good morning, Daniel.
Onye ọbụla, Happy New Year. Na amara m ebe m ebido na ọ bụrụ na mbụ awụrọ na mmiri ju ugbo ọnụ. Ka m bido kene na ndị mma akpọ irats that take joy in insulting anybody na-ekwu maka insecurity na was their state. O nwere video as na Anambra new media or whatever shared. I say somebody Ojiako. They celebrated something, and that everybody, when you comment there, for people that will attack you, you people are giving the state a bad name. There is peace here. We're not you become. Go on your own cholo na that video again. Then can we for the amount of security men known at that event. Igwa mo ihe onye ọbụla ga-emenwu. I am the danger of na etu amụ na anyị nọ na nwa Chinemelu si na onye ọbụla nwere aka. Let me gbapeke n'okwu ahụ ọnụ. It means na onye ọbụla nwere ego ịgota moto okwe nọ, you are a candidate of kidnap na Anambra State. Na inwe moto SUV, any saloon, paint ya dị ka ọ na-acha acha, ịgbafee n'ụzọ, you are attracted to criminals. I mean, how do we live in this place like this? Over a year now, I haven't brought out my power bike because I want to stay alive. Over a year, Anambra Bennam. I have a car. Mpake motom na Port Harcourt. Not Anambra, nwe keke na akpagale biko no munne ma ondo de ha. I want to project Anambra State. I stay in my place. I want to show people how Anambra di, how good are they. Mana kedesi nke na nwoke ga-eze, there are two extremes. Either na ị na-eze ezo were abalị aga, welu keke aga, or ije routine of combined army, DSS, and police. How much does that cost? Is everybody going to afford it? That is the new law and the new madness. Look, yesterday was Sunday. Yesterday, nearly 1 week. Let me give us, Obro na mmadụ, prophet of doom, but this thing is getting out of hand. On a Sunday, on the 29th of December, in my community, Ezinifita, I go at Anambra State. Olugo na nke abata be mmadụ bịa kụọ aka jụọ kedu onye nọ etu a asị ya na odogwu anọrọ ya. 3 people nọ na dị ụnọ ebulufa pụta n'ụzọ because asị na o metụ isi o metụ agụba ebulu ezu onye ọzọ dịka ebu konkwụ. My cousins actually drive out, just came back from the church. That's just like that. Ebulu Hamadito. And the family for 3 days, no contact. Everybody was in utter confusion. I pray let nobody be this victim because the trauma is immense. Olombo Mazibo. You just look at cucumbers and carrots. Oh, no, no, water 30 billion. Emroko mistake. 30 as in KB. Bikono, where's offer or state budget guy, and before I na-agwa gị ha, sadly ịmọrọ na ihe a ga-eme banking app niile dị na phone gị ihe ha ji agbachi nkịtị for 3 days na ụmụazị ya ewujidegoro phone gị wee were ya gaba university. Every single effing app dị na your phone, I got through it. All your banking, all your email, or your text messages, wee welugodi wee na efu ego na akaụntụ gị etu aka esi na transfer go there. Can imagine mmadụ 6 ebutere n'Ezinifte that day, mmadụ 4 na ụmụuchu the same day. Etu aka esi wee mebigide ihe niile a. So cumulatively you're looking at over 100 million cases could wipe out na account ndị mmadụ. Their crime bụ na ha nata be nna ha ka ha bịa gba Christmas. 2 of those, 24 year old, the other one 22. Na gịnị mezin ka anyị ka ji wee losing ụdị ya? Now you get involved in security agencies. Ha emepe ọnụ gị na-agwa ha na ịma na ka ihe a si wee dị na-emekwa nka ha akpọgo ngwa ntị kwebe n'ọnụ onye ka ihe agbakwulu ịgbakwulu ndị gụnwa na onwe gị che na enwe mmadụ, ịgbakwulu ndị nọ na gọọmenti, onye ọbụla agbachi gị nkịtị. Atrak Anambra a na-asị gị na n'ebe a na ndị a nọ n'oru mba, onye ọbụla agbachi nkịtị. Olugodu mgbe anyị ga-ejizi aka anyị ọ bụrụ na ekidnapụ mmadụ, ọ bụrụ na okpiri na igbogiri ka anyị ji anyị were chụba. Biko nụ okenye amakwa egwu a na alụlụ a na dị na ya. Many of people nọ here na anụ unu m aramezo ọkwa ezo. Ihe unu ga-ama bụ na many of you na-ekwu ihe a malụkene unu na ndị unu na-ekwu na ha na-abadmouth Anambra bụ ndị fụlụ Anambra steeti n'anya ana Igbo. I am an unapologetically Igboist. Abụ m onye Anambra. I have no apology about that. But na mmadụ ha ya nọzi bịa nọpịa mkpụrụ ife dị nwe. Ihe a na-ekwu during the election 3 years ago, many of us thinking that when we talk about regional development, they need someone who is going to be in the mode of MI. But that is my argument then. To come in and not only help Anambra State, but to help stabilize the whole Southeast. Mana wezienu na ile igwu eze. Kai wolu na ile igwu eze ayo ọnụ. Ona bụ ya bụ ife bụ ihe na-eme kịta. Ona bụ that MI ọkpara ka anyị nweta. Kedu nke bụ na mmadụ ga-anọ bịa abịa buli gị a na-ekwe gị ọnụ emekwa mgbe a na-achụ ohu a na-ekwe mmadụ ọnụ ka a na-ekwe crayfish from 30 billion. Okay, ngwa wetazie half a billion. That's, just for you to be alive, helpless over a week. A na-ekwe ọnụ akpọkwa ya ị na-asị itara akịkwa na mba ị na-asị na-ekwe n'ebe ndị gị na ha na-ekwu ihe anọ. Everybody appears helpless. Ka njikwa n'ọzọ ọ bụ nwa mgbeke jụrụ amaghị akpụ isi ka ọ bụ agụba jụrụ adịghị nkọ. When this continues and continues to linger, it leaves one question. Soludo, onwe ife ma ya amaghị. Because conspiracy is beginning to build. It's either that now the governor is being threatened or that there is something else. Because this is somebody go akwụkwọ nwee international exposure, nwee ezinụlọ ya na an international place that na ọ bụrụ na ọ bata bịa ebe obi n'obodo oyibo, he can walk the street. O nwere onye ga-aghara asị ya. Ama na security abụrụ sọsọ ọlụ gọvanọ na ọlụ gọọmenti. Security bụ oke na ọlụ anyị. Communities na-ha bụ ndị a ebe emọgasị na ihe ndị anụnwa ụmụazị anụnwa na-aga should speak up. Mana ọ bụrụ na community speak cha up ha eji aka ha je. Ama m about 2 communities n'ebe na-esi n'ihe ala contributed money ka ha wee chụba ihe a. Ọ bụrụzie counterpart from the government to be ihe na-emis. And I've said this in one of the videos I made, and I addressed it to the Southeast governors, and especially to Soludo. I mentioned the community. Kedu ka gọvanọ ga-eji wee sizi na onwe ihe steeti ga-eme n'ọbụlụ na obodo chọọ ha weta ego niile a ga-eji wee mịa wee jụọ biko security vote anyị ejebe ebe obodo dị ready and they were willing ka ha weta ọ ga-abụ onwe ka esi chụpụ ụmụazị ya ndị ahụ ha ga-akpọtazi ka a nọchie mana onye ijikwa m n'uche okenye asịkwa na onye lele enwegolu mọnke na ihe ntụkwu ka nọkwa biya nke a abụghị blame game. The question now bụ kedu ka anyị ga-esi kwụsịnwu ihe a solution. Okpu ndị niile na-arụ na gọọmenti house onye nke fụrụ asị gị Soludo solution. Now solution nke m bụ a sị na agadi nwaanyị danda na abụ ọgwa ihe o bụ n'okpo ọnụ olugo mgbe anyị agụ ihe anyị bụ n'ụkpa maka na eme enume na ebulu gị ndị bulu gị bụ ụmụnne gị maka na ị ka na imagine ịbata be mmadụ wee jụọ afa and o nwere ndị nọ fụsịa ihe na-emenụ jụọ kedu onye dị n'ọnọgwụ ya onwere asụsụ ọzọ asụ n'arụ Igbo and onwere ọdị asụsụ ọzọ asụ Igbo nwa asụ ejita ọkwa aka n'ọkwa Igbo ka bụkwa around us ka asụ wee bulu mmadụ ebe ebu gị n'ọlụ Igbo ka a na-asụ ụfọdụ n'ime anyị kwa nke arụzi gọọmenti pụta ha na-agwa gị nọ ndị a na-eme ya ndị nke asarị dọkwụbọ na-eme nke a ihe niile a bụ akụkọ ịkọja na kedu ka mmiri si baa n'opi ụgbọgụrụ ga-eme na onye na-achị anyị bụ gọvanọ anyị ọ dịka ekechiri aka azụ something is not right. Ya nwaji ọnụ ya wee kwuo na ndị a bụrụ unknown gunmen na ha bụ known gunmen meaning na ama ndị ha bụ. Ọ bụrụ na ama ndị ha bụ gịnị ji nkịta ọnwụ solution anyị nwere ike isi ka anyị ka anụ kachie ọ bụrụ na ụmụazị a na-eme ihe a ka anyị sị ha because when I look at it ndị na-eme na Anambra State adịghọ mma. In fact the whole ala Igbo niile elu ha 1000. If you dedicate 10 million for amnesty, it's about 10 billion for 1,000 people. So it's no money. Oluhokihan lose on a Monday, talk less of these incessant killing now. Gwanum Matakili si Lagos, where nata, only the 22, the 24. A way bully or not 12 days. Nimo here, Ebria, where Banya, Oluichi, is here by Motokun Nan. Oh, I saw Ben Nagon Bukwa on dear. Because he won't. The trauma has gone to the siblings. How long would it take for that person to come out of that trauma to even begin in his lifetime to set foot on that place? I will know no lugo mgbe na ya bụ akachie na a ga-enye amnesty. I know it will not be palatable to many, but at least imogo onwe ebe ya bụ ijokatazia. You know, you are so confused and you're basically looking for a solution. And part of my own solution, Gabo, if need be, na aga akachi, ọ bụ na onye pụta enyesi ya training enye ya 10 million ka o wee bido ihe etrenụl ya to do. Ndị nke ọzọ ọ bụrụ na a ga-esi n'enu wee wepụbe mmadụ sisi n'enu wee wepụ mmadụ. When you ebulu mmadụ gaa n'ime ọfịa and I hear this and it's laughable. Oh, na okotoko ọfịa dị n'oru mba okotoko ọfịa dị n'ihe ala nwere okotoko ọfịa dị ebe a. Sorry. Who is muted? Onwere okotoko ọfịa dị ebe a. In Macbeth, it is the eyes of the it is the eye of the child that fears the painted devil. Iwelu drone gbago n'enu ma na ihe ahụ ikwu n'ana na-enene as osisi n'ụwa ọfịa ka ọ bụ nwere ife ọ bụ. Nwere every damn thing dị ebe a ma mfunwu. So gịnị ji nkịta ọnwụ? And I must make this public that I'm so disappointed that na so-called thing they promise na a ga-eme ka e wee weta udo na Anambra. We are thinking no way only for them to come and tell us we will be launching future tents. Ọ dịkwa ka ebe ndị some certain parties na-ekwe nkwa. Future tents anyị ga-eme. Onye na-abụdo ọchị ịchụ onye ori n'obi ọsọ jee deli ya leta. Na mma mbosi detu na mma abịa. Again, if you think about it deeper, it fits into the title of what Watching America gives this space today. Scared or clueless. Why would you do that? Almost 6 weeks notice. That Mboside to Aigabia. Kanumboto and Aigemenka. Why couldn't you do it? Take them by surprise. Where is the element of surprise? How can it be that na the state, Anambra state, and or governor in his own statistic quote, don't quote me, no, I want quote. Ebenwolu, the largest billionaires in per square kilometer. Yet, two extremes, either ni Bundiami, police, na DSS. Gun truck for the new creature na my state. Na I need a gun truck. Moko ya na gun truck. Ebulu nami, ndami, ebulu truck, Hilux. Ebulu siebe biakulu. I mean, we didn't grow up like this now. On our bawobi.
Okay,
On our
let me
bawobi.
ask you this question so I can wake around that up with it. Um, do you think now it is time to start advocating for people to be armed? Let me give you a reason for that question. Because it appears that Obia Deka, the only people that have arms are more like the arms not in the hands of the criminals. Obron Enwero, people that are doing well wear arms in their homes, right? In their homes or in their possession. But the number out there, the two insignificant when compared to the ones not in the hand of criminals. Because Obrona, onye ọbụla bi obodo ebe, especially ndị beside there and where people in America, almost everybody will able here. And on Mellow, people are respecting themselves. You don't know, you can't break into my house because in Marana, by the time break it through my window, and when we brain, so everybody now respect on where road rage. You can't just stop anybody on the road now. I can't be driving now. If nobody from nowhere, you just come and block me, same come down to kidnap me. You don't. You more than thing. So, using that example, do you think because it might only be part of this conversation, but solution, right? So do you think not something we need to actually start advocating for? Oblona government is not protecting us and not able to really protect us. Is it
Well,
an angle that well-meaning people that have good health on their shoulder should start really looking into? Because it appears
uh,
most times and are helpless. You will just come in freely thinking that government is there until a blue give a government is not really there and there's nothing you can do. So just give us your thoughts. Can we make a move where the
n'anya ihe mama nji wee sị ka m na-eme advocate ka onye ọbụla bụba egbe dị very simple. I'll give us an example. Chika Akunyelu died. Dr. Chika, Professor Chika Akunyelu died because Nobu, one police orderly. Now, if you must be armed, you must be crazily armed with the situation I am on there now. Abu no no, you love one do. How many rounds ka ọ ga-ebu? You overpowered because ndị gị na ha na-eme bụ enwe ndị ala in that team enwe ndị bụ AK enwe ndị bụ pump, so everybody target ha gị. Sorry, so it's your own amambo a match to, and afrọkwanụ m onye nwa Miss America nata afrọ m onye ga-abụ ọ na-aga oburu AK akpaghalị. So that is the danger. You just like it's the equivalent of mmadụ isi gị oge na oji police snap onye ji the level anyị nọ na onye ji police snap eji ọkwa security is as good as, in fact, don't even expose yourself. Or banner shootout, and that banner shootout you cannot. So in rounding up here, my thing I wouldn't necessarily advocate for that because it may lead into more casualties, and at the same time, na kuku kanku. Nke America bụ na ọ bụrụ na mmadụ ga-abata be gị nwoke anọghị ka ọ ya anọ because mmadụ chọpụ ịbata be gị ịmaka actually take cover and deal with the threat. But ị na-aga n'ụzọ nwanne m ị ga na-anya moto na-agba egbe ịbụ jango ịfụrụ na ya bụ ife na o si ike. Therefore, my suggestion ga like I said before, ọ bụrụ na ọ ga-adị mma, let us see how we can reduce the number drastically. Kedu ihe nwee ike entice nwu some people nwee ike Now they were caught out in the web, in this web of this mess. Okay, name me headache too. It will reduce number. Maluzi twice, Kubezi twice, will deal with the rest of the distance. But now the truth, Buna, like you said at the beginning, Ibatana Southeast now. You look at how Mba talks, and he walks the talk. Apart from incidents and Pin Soka, which I believe in the next couple of days, serious address will come to that. You can. I mean, I now feel safe to go and stay in Enugu. You drive my car in Enugu, use keke without even blinking an eyelid. The same thing I cannot do in my own state. I mean, it's absurd. So the governor has to sit up. Thank you. On this note, I yield.
All right. I have one more question, but I will come back to you. So don't go. Kaijeto, and when you go like it, then I will circle back to you. If I get you, are you here?
What's your name, Elu? Dalu. Good
Obaji.
morning. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Obaji, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
If I on a wofu.
Can you guys hear me?
When I even
Can you hear me?
Mr. Aina, the phone.
okay, man, network pro. Okay, let me fix it.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Afambo Ifeanyi Chukwandai Ekenemu onye ọbụla Happy New Year. Nke onye Chikwalu Nyazelu. I'm going to stand on the existing protocols and I will try to be as brief as possible. But before then, let me ask well, my friend Nwela Ajujojum, we are having a conversation and he asked me a question. Awesome, Ifeanyi. Ibulonye police every now and then. Mo Ibulonye police ma army mo DSS. Every now and then, Ibulu gibata ani Igbo. Kowogi na mansion. Nyego ezigbo good quality food. Buogi na ezigbo Prado na Hilux. Na G-Wagon ezigbo AC ekuogi for 2 weeks. Ili ezigbo nni. Possibly nyuo nwa Igbo ebunye ege nyuwa. Then after 2 weeks, he asked me a question. If you are a policeman or a security man, will you want insecurity to end in our Igbo? I don't want to dwell in Anambra, but let me narrow it down to Anambra. Problem I know is I love beginning conversations from the beginning. I don't like a jump in a titi. And my question is, kedu ihe butelu insecurity in Anambra State? Kedebe no we bido? How did we get here? Kedu ihe anyị megidelu wee nọdụ ebe anyị nọ tata? If we can be able to identify those things, then that is when we begin to ask if Soludo is weak, scared, or clueless. Amarokwa one of the things butele mana amam na ihe so wee bute problem anyị nọ na Anambra today is that okwasi no wealth without work or wealth without anything. A lot of persons within our community are rich without us knowing the source of their wealth. And every now and then, we come together and celebrate them. Ụfọdụ n'ime anyị ma na ihe onye a na-eme na onye a na-eme crime. A lot of us knows about this. Ndị ahụ ka fada na-akpọlụ akpọgote n'iru n'ụka. Ha nwa na-anọ n'isi na bazaar. Ha nwa na-anọ n'isi na ụmụnna. Ha nwa bụ ihe na-eke akpa rice every December. Then, ndị na-etonite na-ene ha anya, everybody aspires to be like them so that they can be celebrated the next Christmas. And it is making them to venture into anything that will make them to be celebrated. Nejinka iche, one. Kekwani ihe anyị ga-eme as a people before anyị nebe anya na government. Ihe anyị ga-eme as a people is to first of all go back to our families and begin to identify ndị na-eme ihe ọjọọ n'ime anyị and begin to call them out. Anyị ma ha, ndị a na-eme kidnapping anyị ma ha. We know them. Onye nwanne na-eme kidnapping nwere ike ma ya ama na anyị ma. Onye nwanne nwoke na-ezu ori nwere ike ndị obodo ama na mana anyị ma ndị obodo ma. If you think I'm lying, go to your village. Chotagodo onye ọkada ma jee n'ọdụ nkwụ. Gịnị ha kpa nkata 2 days. They will tell you everything about ndị niile nọ n'obodo amụ ihe ha na-eme. Then anyị n'ụmalụ na nwanne anyị ma ikwu na ibe anyị na-eme ihe a. What are we doing? Security is not left for government alone. Nne na nna kita, like na street ebe mbibu before. A guy of 14, 15 years, go Lumia Lexus 330 RX. Obo RX nke kaya. Mono mmea mono oka kwoli ugo flat mmea na ball mmea buru moto batazie na street o si na nwa ya na-eme ofuma mana mụnwa na onye ọbụla ma ihe nwa ya na-eme. How then do we identify, how then do we tackle it up before we start looking at government? Family values has degraded. Onwerozi mma na abalụ nwa ya mba mmụọ ọbụla na ekpe ekpere ka nwa ya dị ka nwa nebe ya. So nwa ya mee ihe ọbụla nwa nebe ya na-eme and become successful. The mother, the father, the family accepts the child. There is one popular transporter in Anambra State, I won't mention his name. Okpatala ego, very rich. I will tell the story. Onye ọbụla nweziri uche je check. One period n'ugwu Nwasike ka block this man. Gbagbuo orderly, gbagbuo drive ya, gbaa the motor pieces. Everybody nọ na-ebe akwa na-egbugo the man. Could you believe n'elu na bie? Ọbụna the man yi boxers na-akpagharị na compound ya. I want to pick something from this story. What happened is that when that guy picked that money, he will not touch his money. While his son is a billionaire. That is a true father. Because on suspect this same man, one morning poor, the boy and because of that, the father refused to have anything to do with the son's wealth. How many families can get bataketa? If we been pajun or yeri gongwea, because some piasinia niamaro can see patego. Yeah, no keta abundi mai chabute chebutero. So when we talk about insecurity, it boils down to our family and not just government, because nda kidnapping if we are causing nezuri, na space are causing ya bonyori ma na causing ya nezuri. That is another thing. Then coming to government, because you need batch by batch. Coming to government, you can quote me anywhere. Soludo is not honest on security in Anambra State, or they're not honest about it. Is the simple truth. Anywhere that I will believe you now. Soludo is honest about tackling security. I will give you an instance. When we talk about insecurity, we are talking about lives and properties. Kidnapping, insecurity involves a lot. Let me give you an instance. Government awarded a contract of a plaza or chanja and gave it to somebody. And now the plaza, collapse. It is insecurity. Lives and properties were lost. Well, water at Amona Gino over 1 year. Anambra State government has not mentioned the name of the contractor, the contract, and that contractor may have been awarded another contract. Till today, Amona Gino, Anyamara for the contractor, Anyamaro Nobu, Mana government tinely contract again a hammer. Only did the contract. How many months or how many years now? We don't know about it. Nobody was arrested. Nobody was prosecuted. Nobody was jailed for that. As I'm talking to you now, another plaza. Now that collapsed one. Now that in Keba, that spot in can collapse. Project Ozonia. Likewise, DMGS.
Are you serious? Are you
serious? I am serious. Right now, DMGS, nobody was arrested, nobody was jailed, nobody was prosecuted. It is insecurity. Okay, one period can we problem no bogu. Ase no ndi akodo be here balebwe. But was somebody name bogu. As I'm talking to you today, nobody was arrested, nobody was prosecuted, nobody was jailed. It is insecurity. And don't the government be here, nobody was held accountable. Look at what happened at Nibo. Somebody mentioned it. Less than 2 minutes drive from Governor's Lodge. Less than 2 minutes drive from Force Headquarters. Less than 2 minutes drive from DSS Headquarters. Less than 2 minutes drive from Prison Oka. Away with more than 30 minutes. Nobody responded. And you tell me government is not aware. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. He's not honest about it. Ojeba, Ibulebe grew up to 6 or 7 or 10 na community. Ahu, they happy. You didn't place any bounty. You didn't place any ransom on Ndaho. Then after a few weeks later, why Abana Namkwele, Abana Namkwele, Abana Po Junction, Abana Figwe, Abana Nupo, everything. Not even a single comment from Anambra state government. Well, today nothing happened. On Kojeni Hiala, corporate place is a bounty of 10 million. What happens to the previous ones? As I'm talking to you, the House member representing Onitsha North in the State House of Assembly is still kidnapped. Not even a single statement from Anambra state government. So what are we saying? Government will yes. We are talking about government now, and I'm trying to tell you that insecurity, Soludo, they're weak. No, they're honest. He's not weak, he's not scared, he's not clueless. No, or they're serious. And I will tell a story. I will tell when Bosimkune tweet him, it was Bugatti that challenged me. Where's him? No, other Tony on a government. But I will tell you a story. Mbane me bidding for Ilod Pete Aburu. Mbane le Pete. One of my cousins so we Joka. Niru Women Development Center, Dorakuri Women Development Center. One Dibian on Nime Moto. Ne site. Angoro na aku, as in I'm telling you the honest truth. And when witness. Ne site. Angoro na aku. While Soludo na Ndozo on Nime. Ne me bidding. Anyway, problem bonye se no ogwa. That is what my cousin told me. No onye se no ogwa no bujidonya no na very terrible. So now what I'm saying is this. Elechada pit. Let me tell you something. Elechada pit. Ndaburu bidolo. And I'll be asking that question. Soludo chichali to next government return those boys. Kedu ni ihu nuche. Ndaho ganeme. Kedaburu nine Peter Obi ji lu olu kedebe hano. Ndaburu nine Obiano ji lu olu kedebe hano. Ndaburu nine Soludo ji alu olu. Where will they be at the end of the day? Afun be kwa monye rugidela aburu kwose obuni funu go gwam aburu adi ko eme business. Aburu no they do business. So even as I'm talking to you, we are breeding the next generation of people that will cause insecurity in Anambra state through Ndakodo, Ndatuma, Ndocha brigade. When government doesn't retain them, what do you think those men will be doing? What is the guarantee that Soludo chichali to that somebody it is that government na batan because Soludo bata change the whole aburu ndaburu ni na he deserve na main road asekwam no ha na ezuri mana kedebe hano. Where are they? Hanos in a main road, Hanos in a street. Where are they? So back to what we are saying, government in a help, they breed the next generation of thieves and the next generation of people that will be causing insecurity in Anambra state. Let me take you to Oka. Insecurity in Oka is caused by cult related, and I will tell you why. During Obiano's stem, a change in Anaka revenue, Obuno Munyan on Anambra state, my name in Anambra state, quote me anywhere. This is an open space. And we can put room, but I quote it. Na Uzubo will you be no change from one particular person na Anabu revenue Noka to the next person. Ka ebido will be caught clashes Noka. And it has never stopped today because they move from one family of cult to the next. Insecurity and cult issue Noka webido Nkucha go and verify. So you find out that in as much as some of these things I now complain, but government in some cases and in some scenarios, and it is not going to stop anytime soon because government of today is not honest. Government of today is not honest about it. And let me give you another reason. My governor Jelu now install CCTV Nima here. It was Afiam Porde. I install CCTV Nima here, leaving the roads. Equally install CCTV. Jenima here now install CCTV. Kedi CCTV Nima here when our roads are unsafe. We have the Solution Innovation District, which is supposed to be leading in tech in Anambra State. We're going to one problem Solution Innovation District has solved in Anambra State. Are they not supposed to be leading us in tech and security measures and development that will be leading Anambra State in places where the eyes of man cannot reach? All the Mbone solar lamps, no, I said these solar lamps should come with inbuilt cameras all the everywhere. Ịkpagharịa na villages kịta ndị mmadụ na-etinye CCTV camera ha nọ London, ha nọ UK, any place ọbụla ha nọ na the world, especially ndị na-arụ ụlọ ọfụ. Enwere ụlọ ọfụ onye n'obodo oyibo na-alụ kịta ọ na-etinye CCTV camera to monitor ihe ndị ọrịa na-eme. If individuals can take such measures to protect chipping, sand, block, and the engineer name, what will it cost Anambra State government to install CCTV in whole major roads of Anambra State? And that is where I still tell you that now Soludo is not honest about security, insecurity in Anambra State. And in Kibazo, kidnapping ni na no fola na emezi na Anambra State. Because I na ekwu okwu insecurity uche ndị mmadụ agbaje na kidnapping. Kidnapping a na-eme ọkwa ndị anyị na-akpọ ndị Yahoo boys na-emezie na nkwele ebe anyị nọ. Ọkwa ndị Yahoo na-emezikwa kidnapping because ha jide gị ha zaka account gị. Somebody said it here. They'll first of all use your app zakọrọ ego niile dị na account gị mekọrọ ihe niile dị na ya. Ọ bụzikwanụ ndị na-agba egbe ha na-enwezi batch by batch and group by group. It is being done by our so-called Yahoo boys. Ha gwọ ọgwụ ha agwọtara ha banye into kidnapping and demanding ransoms. So insecurity in Anambra State, for me, might not be ending anytime soon if we are being honest, because the government of the day is not honest about it. And this will only make it worse because Oboro Anora in isi. Oboro Nyar Madune, Aguamon Nazo Governor Wino. Na first thing Gemen Anambra is a 5,000 bed. First 100 days is a 5,000 capacity psychiatric hospital. Oh, he's a buzor because Ndara na Apon Anambra Karinda. So you were able to know man every day and able to na main road. So watching Emelu, this topic is good, but we actually need our government to come clean for us. I wrote a tweet last week where I was saying now this insecurity in Anambra is giving Imo State election time vibes, creating security around, and then everybody is weak. And funny enough, we as a people who not here, we can do little. Very high game. I keep saying it all the time. In terms of things that has to do with governance and security and the rest of it, there is little or nothing high game. Every box lies on the hands of the governor of the state. They say it is enough. If you see them, it begs the question: if next government comes, Obunu retain Ronda. It's an onye bialile 80 years. Onye bialile 80 years will just go home and sit down. Mbahu je muafia, kombahu je muakolu, kombahu je more welder, je more babe. So in as much as there is insecurity now, I was in Orifite, bere alum manki ezenwa. Hotel I lodge. 90% of the lodge in a hotel Bomaze less than 18 years. The security man was telling me, no how I be here with the whole hotel in Orifite. No more the home as in alo. Machine hananya. Unyobana neighbor abonye newi yama machine ana ponwa newi. The machine is almost 1 million plus, if not more than. When machine ana ponwa newi. That is the home as yana. Nye puta machine neju. I'm not telling you who did 20 years. They are all less than 18 years. Telling you, the same age I was in Ozubulu yesterday, the same thing. Telling you that now the future is even looking worse for Alibo and Anambra State. Our family we have a whole lot in our hands. And government is not helping us. I support what Uche said. Government is not all about building roads. Onyelulu is not doing well as a governor. What about human capital on Anambra? How are we harnessing them? Because when you make people, all these things will stop. And if Soludo stand up to stamp out insecurity in Anambra State, just like the last speaker said, actually is what camera and drone can actually capture. And if we go back to our different homes, begin to identify people on careless wealth without any source of income, and begin to call them out and begin to hold them accountable, insecurity will end. Insecurity adequate source of government, or the lemoa, or the legion, or the lono neighbor. So we have to at least do our own bits, which I think some of us are doing. before looking at to government. Man, insecurity with Soludo, with Soludo G. Insecurity in Anambra is not ending anytime soon. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, Annie, thank you so much. And one more question for you, but can I circulate here the mic, then I will come back to you. Well, Udinweni in there?
Anọ ya nwa Chinemelu. Ụmụ Igbo njem ọnụ ekene m unu. Ekene m na-agara onye ọbụla nọ ebe a. O nwere ihe John F. Kennedy, the 16th president of the United States, kwuru mgbe o jere na one of the universities dị na US. O meetri with some of the students nọ ebe ahụ ha na ha akpacha. Ọ sị ha na with people like you, America will be great again. So with the people I see here, Ala Igbo will be great again. So anyị ama lose hope. Pati Ọbasi, o nwere egwu ọ gụrụ, ọ sị na n'ọnọdụ anyị taa, o juru m anya rie m ọnụ. Ihe anyị fụrụ n'ala Igbo taa, onye na-afụbeghị n'anya. Abụ m onye Anambra, mana ọ bụrụ sọ na Anambra. Ihe na-eme na be Okeke, ọ na-emekwa na be Okafọ. Etu a ka ọ na-emekwa ebe ọzọ. Ala Igbo ni ncha. Ọ dịzị ka gọvanọ Anambra si kwu na ndị Anambra nwere kidnapping value. Amara m ka ọ na-ama ka eti anyị ka ebuziri anyị ka ọ na-amara m nyanwa m ihe o bu n'uche wee okwu ya, mana nke o bu n'uche dere ya na nke okwu n'ọnụ ka anyị ma. Mana ihe na-eme n'ala Igbo dị simple. O nwere a very scenario merụ na Enugu n'ụzọ Opia. O nwere onye mention ya ka m gwa unu ihe mere there one day, because afụgo m more than 10 incidents of kidnapping na-agbata. Ọ bụ na park juru everywhere. M na m clear akwa, ọ bụ na ebugo mmadụ. Afụgo m ya more than 10 times n'ụzọ ahụ. Former VC University of Port Harcourt, Dr. Dan Shere, nwere one day obu nwa ya ala Enugu. Ụmụazị akparị ya n'ụzọ ahụ. Gba Ifeanyi Ugwu anyị bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. A block ọ ebe ahụ. Parịa nwa ya ahụ nwere disability n'ọkwa. I don't know what happened, but the little girl was let go, but ha buru the father. So after ka ha buru the father, before then, they go many UN students in Anna, because nke anyị na-ekwukwa kịta ndị a na-arị strategize, and they will come back, because ọ na-agba na school ha bịa buru ụmụ akwụkwọ. Ebugo some like 20 UN students in Anna school mgbe abịa buru the man. After ka eburu the man, Roma abịa ma escalate na eburu Shere. He's a very popular man. Onye ọ na-amịa former local government chairman Nsukka as well. The room escalated na eburu Shere. Kpa ka na-eme. Enwere somebody nwe dị close to the man. So mkpọ the guy, si adị anyị anụ m na eburu Agaba. Kedu ihe na-eme? Ọsị m happy ya na gọvanọ emego ka ọ na-anata. Si eziokwu nke na-eme, ọsị m nwanne na ọ threat ka enye na ọ na-anata. Before my ihe na-eme, I hapụ the man. The man came back. I said the guy, kedu ihe na-emezi? Ọsị m nwanne na ndị be anyị si na oke gbara ihe anyara aja nkịtị. Ọ bụrụ na ọ mara ihe ọ ga-eme ya. Oke nyara ihe ọ na-eji aja wee mechi nkịtị. Ọchị ịtapụ ihe, ọ tapuo ya. So insecurity niile na-eme n'ala Igbo, ndị na-achị anyị gbara ya nkịtị. Ọ bụ na ha mara ihe ha ga-eme ya. Echefu na ha ma ihe ha ga-eme ya, ejiri onye nke ha. Ma gụnwa ma onye na-ege egbe iji ga, ma onye gbaalụgo tọọchị ebe ị na-eje bịa. Ha ejide unu sakọ. Esi na ọ bụrụ eziokwu. Just monitor about this insecurities. O mere ana na be big man ha na ha dị na mma pam. The story change. Amalụ na a ga-achụ ndị agha jide ha. So ihe anyị nwere ebe a bụ simple and a problem of leadership. Chinua Achebe ekwuchego na-akwụ ya the problem with Nigeria. Ihe anyị nwere bụ ndị jiri ọchịchị merụ business. Ha chọrọ ịchị anyị. Let me recall the time o nwere a na-ekwu maka court n'Awka mgbe Sylvian Chinwe bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. Onye na-amara abakpa na-eme maka ihe court na ya ada n'ihe na ya na-eme nke ya na-eme nke. I was in a conversation with one of my brothers then. One of us. Osia, I would advise you, imeri ihe ị na-eme. Anọ m na ị na-achọ admission. Imeri ebata Enugu, gọvanọ ga-agbagbukwe gị. Simple. Ada arịọ ga-ayọ. Wepụta na arụ onwe gị na ị na-emeta ụtụ ga-aga. ada yogayo. But today, a na-enezi ndị a n'anya agbara ha nkịtị ha na-akpagharị na-egbepụtara ofu mbọsị sị mme ya na agụrụ ji ọsịa gị jee chụọ ije eri egbe fepụ jee buru nwa ọbọngwụ ewenie anya enu fee n'isi egbe buru nwa ya chiere mme ya si ya ọsịa ka ihe ọbọngwụ mee mgbe i buru nwa ya ọsịa na ọ na-echekwa ya gbaa nkịta si ya nwanne gị buchielu nwaanyị a nwa ya na ịmara ihe o bu n'obi o buchierie nwa ya o jee iburu nwa ọkọ so o jee buru nwa ọkọ tie iwa wa ọsị mme ya ka ihe ọma ọsịa na ọkụ egbuchego ya mgbe ya jere iburu nwa ya ọsịa na ọkụ emechala ihe o bu n'obi. Soludo na-achọ ịgwa anyị ihe ọ ga-eme kidnapa bịa bụrụ ụzọ nye ha advertisement free advert unu bịa bụ ndị Anambra na ha nwere high kidnapping value kwube eziokwu ihe ọ ga-eme in 2 weeks o mechala ihe ahụ that's the end of it. He has done everything. Mbakwuchekwe megidekwe ndị ahịa ọnụ na emechekwe ha abịa but at least speech about them na the very simple and direct. You people has no place here. Simple. Unu enwere a place here in Enugu State. Go away. So onwere onye ga-abịa sịba na insecurity akarịgo ọnụ ọkarị nwanne onwe dị ihe a na-eme be anyị. These people na-eme ihe ahụ stark illiterates. Quote me anywhere. Ada achọ ndị a bụ stark illiterates. Most of us here no bankers. Onwere bankers na amara. Jegodo kite banka gị na ya dị mma si ya na-esi na akaụntụ gị foro ego banye na akaụntụ onye si ego foro etu ha na-eme ha jide mmadụ iforo ego banye na akaụntụ onye ka onye nwe akaụntụ a na-efeba ego atọ ka etu a si efopụ ya agbara ndị a nkịtị. Like we give them an enabling environment. Gọọmenti anyị nyere ndị ori enabling environment. Onye a na-abịa withdraw ego eji akwụra nsọ ka ebe o si withdraw ya from bank. How does he withdraw it? Ọ ga-agwa ndị bankị na-adị anyị na ọnwekwa ka o si adị na ejikwa kidnap ọnwụnne ya eje buru enye onye kidnap ebunyere this money ka ebe obi ya aga ọ na-eji deposit ya na bank the same bank. So agbana ndị a nkịtị what stops us from na kidnap mmadụ abịa ibulu ego ransom ọ na bank ka anọ? What stops them from itinye an air tag na that very money? What stopped the bank from marking that very money so that anywhere wechitere ya azụ amara no ndị a no this kidnapping money ka ndị a buchitere azụ ihe they are not doing it. It's none of their business. Nobody cares, man. These people only care about themselves. Onwe gbasara ha ihe ha no their business they bute ego ka iriberi happen ndị a nwere gbasara anyị na ndị a ndị otu mkpu ha nwechekwara around here the same thing. They come and say a lot of shit wuru nke a ji wee mee ga iji wee na market ala Igbo badly ịma ikwu eziokwu etu a ka a ga na-esi awụta gị. But let's be honest to ourselves. Our leaders know they value us. Ọ bụrụ na ndị a akpaka ike okay ọ dị ka our brother kwuru ebe a ọ sị na atara aka ahụ egosi ebe ha nọ like just gosisi gị lekwa ebe ndị a ji ndị a nọ. Okay, what stops the security agencies from at least eji nwayọ range ọfụma je ka amara ihe mere ndị a maybe drop 1 or 2 gases for them? No, odike ya adọrọ ademie they won't do it because they don't care. Ọ bụrụ na amara ihe a ga-eme ha ndị na-ezu ori be anyị illiterate ifu etu esi ezu ori be anyị nwanne like you will be shocked. Enwere m a friend na-ere phone na Emeka Ọfọ. One day some guys ejiri ya n'abalị narịa phone ya wee mechaa some kind of transfer tichee ihe hapụ ya after 2 months ọ bịa mụ na ya na-ekwu na phone ọ complain na eru m nsi eziokwu nsị a na edishon ọ transfer ka ha mee ọsị m ya nsị a print go the statement of account go print send eru m mgbe ọnwụ na even the transfer was just from Fidelity Bank ya to one UBA account. Nsi eziokwu ọsị m nsị a na onwelo mkpọ my friend na UBA si alekwelekwe na-esi na akaụntụ a na-ezuru ego ezu ọsị m eziokwu si na ezuru ezu ọsị m na ihe ahụ ka ọ dị. He only requested for a police report. He wanted a police report. Ọsị m ka ọ block all the accounts straight away. I was like no, that's a wrong move. Don't block the account straight away. Si ego one dị na akaụntụ ọgwa m this is a confidential something ọgwa m ego one dị dị si arapụ the account orugbe mgbe eji a block ya so si ya nyowelu m akaụntụ ya So on a nnukwu ego batana ya kuchie si onye abịa bank. One day 1.something million abata okuchie with that police report asi onye abịa bank. Agụ abịa bank ejide agụ. Say this so money bịalụ mbọsị a. Kedu ka o si bịa? O wee bido kọba. Everything was a long story, but that's just how it happened. It is a very simple, seamless process. But now our government are ready to do it. When even in Nigeria, kita say police here in Ana Babuziga, Babosiki with ego fuel. All that bad. Even a police station, seeing the police in a way, no way kabegi siade. Asiki kugodo go fuel. Eko go fuel all about 2 kilometers. Asiki na fuel agugo. Go kukuozo. Ekokwa before you know it, police eriwe go zigi nke ba office. Police ebido tichabagi. Police ba ga teacher gidegi maka case. E happens case but also is that very bad. And ebe o se akacha njọ bụ na ebe ha na-emekari bụ na Igbo. E gara eje n'ugwu Hausa who a policeman na no the aka azụ a. Ọ na Igbo. Why is it so? Because our leaders had led them to be so. Our leaders are going for Nigeria, just like Soludo said, we have kidnapping value. Janu Bubendia, and will value. Aga ransom. Our leaders has told all these people that Nani will ego. So any dream ego harvest it from them. From police in on Ozo, Afugin and Igbo, I see what ego. Had a muya no house, because had man Afugin and Igbo, and yeah, they say they get money, bring it. Why is this so? Because our leaders made it to be so. Obuna, Abianuchem, solution I need labor, or the other, or the very simple. One day I get Burundina China.
Because our leaders have told them anything. It's because of the nature of our nature. Our people now like they don't love a little inconvenience. They will give them money quickly.
Again.
That's why our people are the problem.
Okay.
We as lawyers, I know how many times that you will go to police for an issue and you tell our people, don't give these people any money. They will prefer to give the police money to bribe them than to pay their lawyer.
My
So
brother,
this is the problem. The problem is our people.
let me just answer you. Let me answer you straight away. If you can just come now, I will answer you straight away. Do you know why I said that? No, our leaders. I said I'm gonna a governor Jerune speech saying Nabandi we're gonna have. No, that's not it. The thing is, Kono Boria, checkmate in there. Who Kono Boria, like check in there. One money nugu. But you maro okay na nugu. There are things you dare not try. I swear. Chima buko dem madunki. Man onwe ihe na ade eme. There are things you don't say and there are things you don't do in Enugu. Be you who you are. One don't way in Adiku. I was in an event in Tamana's house in Abuja. Chimaroke came there. I'm obering one bar. Only yoku. Only you one man who cross ya. Na when I know the mother they had. I say yes. I say I had them. I said, and as I'm leaving this place, you are in trouble. And that man went into trouble straight away from that very hotel. So, Abrona had the say, go ahead with this. Is how they treat them. Okay, emegide bribe or may escalate or there's no consequences. Just like Ifeanyi said, Uno gada na Onitsha, Tigbuo mmadụ. Nobody will be held responsible. Uno aga megide egbe na head bridge. Mmadụ nobody will be held responsible. But imegide commit that kind of crime. Open our leaders, people who will have interest at that. When somebody will be held responsible, they are in the bias na nkita ni ncha na-eri mana nke kpụrụ ya pụta n'ọfịa ka ịma. Gụnwa mere ya ejiri gị nye serious example. Ọ tasị take but ade emezie. Ọ bụzi onye ọ na-emezi ka masịrị ya. Everybody does anyhow. And our leaders don't care. All they care about is the money. Last time, early December, some of you may know Ike Jasowa. N'ụzọ Opiusuke again. Kidnappers by convoy by convoy ya gbariche moto ya mana ha eburu one reverend father. So ka eburu the reverend father nwanne the police not there. They didn't care about going after them. No, they didn't go after them. Why? It was not they didn't touch Ikeja Asowa. They touched the reverend father. So that is it. They continued their journey. Oh, ndị nwe father eje chọba father. So All these things are simple. Oburo rocket science. Oburu iye fialalo. It's just that these people don't even care about us. I don't know how we got here. Amarom ka isi were the candy or chichi atinesi everywhere. And they actually maka anya nwụrụ anwụ ka anya dị ndụ. Ndị ajọ si na ndị a na onwere ihe gbasara ya eburu ndị a si buru ha eme ihe nke a si mee ihe nke a. So let's not see insecurity in Ali as a big task. Onwere odoro big anywhere. Obele okwu mba kwuru about Monday sit at home n'Enugu. O change be. Onwere any hard thing na there. These people are stuck illiterate. I've seen how they operate. Afgo mundi hapal. Fuka asi we me wa me. Any serious security apparatus will just apprehend these people. And the forest guard by has rescued more than 3 kidnappers. Ordinary forest guard. Chugide ejidete. But to go to police, I say no, we don't have food, we don't have this. And the governor now free and nature. Governor also chief security officers. They see these things, but they don't care. It's none of their business. It doesn't stop their income from coming. So because young Igbos neba nsogbu anyị bụ leadership. Ọ dị simple. Ndị na-achị anyị amazi ha na-eme. Ọ nwere onye kwuru okwu ebe a si na mgbe ọ dịka mba dị n'uju gọvanọ Anambra emegide o weta bakasị wee mee mkpoche na nzacha. A ga-enwe collateral damages, that's fine. Abịa ụdịka ya na-enwe collateral damages, that's fine. O rugokwe mgbe agha ga-abịa megide achọkwa some police people si abịa merụ na anyị mkpoche na nzacha. Ọ ka esi eme ya. Ọ ka onye ma ihe ọ na-achị si eme ya. Ma n'ime obodo anyị chọ nwere igwe ga na-achị obodo unu, onwe ndị ga-abịa kpagide aka anyị igwe a pụtasị akpa ya akpa ewere eke mmudoche 1 or 2 3 people ha naba obodo afụdobe straight up adafụzi ha anya. That's how it is done. But today onwezi nobody cares. N'igwe buzi na Lagos onwezi onye care about the common man. Our leaders just forgot us. Oh, ihe na-eme ọ bụrụ rocket science. Ọ bụ ihe dị too much. If I talked about ndị nọ n'ime obodo na-emegheri a na-achọ ndị a nọ n'ime obodo okwu ikwu na kansụl ya gọvanọ abịa ọnọgide ọsị ndị igwe dị anyị unu detecheghere ya afa ndị a na-enwe unu nsogbu n'obodo eji nwe eme ya odo na sometimes na ha na-edenye onye na-enwere ihe ome sure nke a o sokwa collateral damage edeche enye gọvanọ before mara ife na-eme efube ofu people will be missing one by one. And then that's how it is done. Oburo a rocket science. But these people, these are our modern day governors and local government chairman. Maybe has because it was a message install onye nogide from US me local government chairman. Onye cause from UK Nampi America me local government. Or that it can't be in a local government for one day. Just like that. It's the life on the mother. The life of the common man. Life is very miserable in the East. Like, any day my brother says, "I'm gonna have from me, but I can't get pogi then on the phone to hero yard because of again ojo kidnapping." Abroad one man at the gate, big man, a paria. Ketanana doesn't stop ya mini boss kidnap and then in channel here. Like how? How did we get here? Our governors, no media release. Nobody is coming for you. On the boon will go a pass again. Yes, repute go there. I got here. So, I want need the labor together. If you watch like honestly, I like the way she put their name like there. Kaiba together, hold these people responsible. Ian Nemen and Igbo or Carriero, on what do you see? Actually, also on what do you see? On what do do anything? Like Governor Anambra me they get a culture and also within 2 days before Babuma the 21 or Saturday everywhere. But Peter Obinachi, no, na Makamazo obviously make it. Because when was on our cock on from nowhere, no cock. Oh, okay, say me. I believe everything the kind of kuche no. Only ye bundu kenye to kula to kwa yon chabundi. To kuna ran table. Man on we ndị a na-eme obodo anyhow. Unu maka esi wee mee n'Ọnịcha. Na ndị a na-emezi obodo anyhow. Ememila asọ. Ememila aha ụda adịkwa. Obodo anwụrị bakwa. Ka ọ na ọbụla na ka esi eme ndị be anyị. But today, ndị na-achị anyị uche ha dịrọzịa. Anyị asịrị ha anyị ego. Okay, I believe na the industrials naturally. Anyị ga-achụ nwa ego. Nye n'izienu na anyị na enabling environment ka anyị chụbakwazi ego nwa. ọnụcha nwa bụ Dallas a n'Igbo nwe ebe ọ na-abụ nwata na-etogote ọ na-enwe hope na ọ ga-eje Ọnụcha gbaa bọ ịgba mbọ gbapụta ego bụ ọ na-abụzikwazi iruo die kidnapping lenna afọ mkpọ ka mmadụ na-ejezigbo egbe broad daylight na free how ọ bụzikwa na village na afọ mkpọ ebe mepere ka afọ mkpọ ka ị ga-abịa gbacha egbe na free ha ọ bụ na gọọmenti gbara ha nkịtị gọọmenti enyego ndị a laịsensị jenu mepere onwe unu etu masịrị unu na anya kiara about ndị a kedizi ọrụ anyị nwa ọrụ anyị kịta bụ anyị ga-eje jide gọọmenti na-amụ n'ọha nwa na-eme anyị ndị na-achị anyị na-eme anyị onwere there's little we can do the only thing we can do bụ ama nke a ga-esi bụ emewe Anambra first son I greet you again ịdị close to them biko ọ bụ na ị ga na-eme ndị invite ebe a ga na-agwa ha okwu si alekwenụ na unu na-egbuzi anyị egbu let's take political affiliation aside let's focus on Igbo on ala Igbo etu a ga-esi wee mee ka ala Igbo ma mma a na-akpọta ndị a na-agwa ha okwu na-ekwe na ihe unu na-emezi see how bad it has been ọ bụrụ everybody be with unu ebe unu kpo 100 policemen ọ bụrụ everybody be with unu there o nwere ndị na-enwere ego ha ji arentịta polisi nke ha ji enwe ego ha ji egote egbe kedụzi a ga-eme ndị a na-akpọta ndị a na-agwa ha lekwe ama m na a ga na-complain na ị na-adị market your state ị na-adị market ala Igbo yes let's demarcate ala Igbo in order to make ala Igbo marketable yes let's demarcate ala Igbo in order to make it marketable that should be the idea we first demarcate it and then make it marketable by letting these people know how bad things has become because ndị be si na okenye ada anọrọ n'ụlọ ewu amụọ n'ọgbịrị mana na nke ikpeazụ a okenye duziri n'ụlọ ewu a na-amụ n'ọgbịrị onwezi onye na-ekwu okwu because onwezi onye ọ gbasa mana everyday ka anyị na-lose our loved ones everyday isi nwanne gị ka anụ ụlọ sị gị dị anyị mba ahụ na ya ada ịnekwa ya ọ bụrụ eziokwu na o kwesịrị ịna because na ishu ụdị ahịa dị n'ụlọ ọ bụrụ sọ na Anambra ma n'Imo ma na Ebonyi steeti ma na Enugu e nwere ụzọ opi a na Enugu kidnapping there dị ka regular business my brothers like on a daily ka a na-eburu ndị mmadụ there n'ụzọ ahụ enwere more than 8 police checkpoints there but a na-ebu ndị mmadụ steady onwe ya na-eme so biko on the governor say anyị and anyị ga-ejide ha n'ọrụ ekenekwe m.
All right, Wanda, Dalarian, only people which for me will go to Ifeanyi because also I mean all the Oyitaba if Ifeanyi you earlier and we find video you us I can't quote him verbatim but he honor implied na a police officer then allow a police officer and that nation the matter then you have security mahabata nibo ibunyefa ninyefa ego borefa nwanya and all of that. But then he asked, a police officer, would you want the insecurity to end? Right? The same thing is what you are implying now by saying that opens so and a lot of people have also said now most of the places are where this insecurity, kidnapping and all of that. Now, a few poles away from police checkpoints, sometimes less than a mile away from police checkpoint. So with the presence of or the level of the police security agencies or law enforcement officers known as Southeast, are you suggesting that their presence is actually contributing immensely, to the insecurity and meaning that it appears that they are also gaining with insecurity and then when a Southeast? What do you
Okay, watching them belu. And the by na ikpe mara eziokwu na aka azụ dị ya. Ọ bụgodị na ha na-again na their body language gosi na ha na-again. Because anwara m ka ya ga-ebịa n'ụzọ the lesser than 20 kilometers or 10 kilometers. Like, for instance, from Ugogonike to maybe Opi Junction. It's not like, I don't think it's up to 20 or 30 kilometers. And then from Ugogon, he buy 3 or 5 kilometers because it's a place I'm familiar with. He got for a kind of 3 police squadron about and the police be there permanently. Before you return back, you should have passed like 3 or 4 police checkpoints. Behind that Ugogo Junction again is a police station. The neighbors Ebe Peace University. There's an army checkpoint, military checkpoint there. And they are stationed there steady. But yet, every day, these people na Azuziaka here, every Eke market day, they will come, kidnap people, and go. So if they can still come and do this regularly and go, in the presence of all these things, my brother, is obvious na aka azụ dị ya. It's obvious na aka ha dị ya. But it all boils down to the governor. The governor, ịbịagosi ndị a pịa, kedụzi ihe unu na-ebe eme? Yeah, because ebe dunyelu gị ọrụ ma ihe na-eme etu aka na-eme, you have a lot of questions to answer because you're not doing your job, but the governor is not asking any question. Eburu onye nke, so it's simple. So aka ha dị ya. I strongly believe na aka ha dị ya. Meru oje meru because ọ bụ na aka fa adịrị ọma ndị na-eme.
All right, I want that. Thank you. I can one more question, but I move go to the mic. To Azubike there, Azubike Bala.
Hello, me.
Good morning, Ganiro.
Chief watching Emelo. Anambra first son, and making on your banner. Again, again, the aging while go by hidden a jumbotron. Maconia, a kidnap or baby. Again, I agree with them. Or the other knock a banner coffee. But I go get me, I glue and we then go rapus there, but the thing with them, I could come with them. So, come again to know a bit. Onye ọ dịka bịa wenite onu na-achị blame ndị mmadụ si rapụ gọọmenti na ọkwanụ ndị mmadụ ka a ga-eblame, but ọ dịrọkwa nji blame ndị mmadụ, ọ dịrọ nji blame ndị mmadụ, but o nwere ihe a na-akpọ ọda. Ịrapụ mmadụ ka mmadụ biwe otu anụ ọfịa si ebi, we will behave like animals. Ọ ya ka eji nwee ọda, ọ ya ka eji nwee leadership. Otu a nọ Nigeria si ada, otu a anyị Igbo si ada aja aja. Ịkpọta a British person na comport onwe ya na bịa na n'obodo fa, ịkpọta ya na Anambra, ọ ga-esikwa otu anyị si nọdụ, sorokwa anyị nọdụ. Ịbịa na Abuja, ifu ebe ndị Arab na-anya moto agba red light na traffic. Some of them will not do that in Dubai. In fact, they will not do it, not some of them. Nobody will do that because, or in UK, because you know, a mega arrest, you will suffer the penalty. But if you know, ebe iwu adro, ibilo to ase onye je na Rome, so ndị Rome bi otu fasi. So, eziokwu na aga blame, nka ga-abịa na blame the common people. But the first blame should be on ndị gbakọtaga aka ọnụ nye authority fachedo obodo. Anwa bụ ndị izi agụzonye blame. So, ịnachighị azụ, onwe na-ajụ ka ị ka isi ruo ebe anụwa. Ndị Igbo asị na onye amara ebe mmiri bido ịmụ ya, ọkwa ike ọma nkọta ebe ọ kwụsịrị ịmụ ya. To tell you the truth, the genesis of ihe niile onwe ike bụkwa na-ekwu ya na ọ na-ada ka redio kọwara akụwa reputation o tega anyị n'ụba ya. The genesis of ihe na-eme na Igbo now, or IPOB, obido from Wazirike, but they were civil then. Wee banye na IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu eburu ya bịa. But ama na ego anyị niile na-ebe ọnụ na ụfọdụ n'ime ha akpọbago m iyi already. Because apologists, Nnamdi Kanu, apologists, IPOB, nọ n'etiti anyị ebe anyị na-ekwu okwu now. And they still believe that Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. This man brought that brainwash with his radio. Whoop fear of institution na Igbo. Onwe na-atụ police egwu, onwe na-atụ anyị egwu. Ikwuachia police, even police are na-atụ ji uniform aga na street. Olu otu anwa. ama m police woman ọ na-abịa ọrụ oyi buru akwa ya na waterproof yiri polo na nika ọ bịaruo ebe akpọchi geeti oyinye akwa ọ gbasa ọnụ na-anụ ọrụ oyipụkwa akwa yiri ike mara pawena ọ bụ nnọọ ụjọ polisi na-atụzi ndị mmadụ ụjọ instead of ndị mmadụ ị na-atụ polisi ụjọ. Ihe abụrụ ihe hip hop butere anyị. A na-achọ Biafra iberibe ị na-anya ọrụ illiterate ka ekpojuru ebe niile onye na-anya ọ dị ya ka ọ gaghị ahụzụ onwu ya tinye isi na Biafra ga-enye ya ego. Ị na-anya ma mgbanwu mbọ ka ibe gị si agba mbọ you now rest on Biafra a na-ezuzugharị. So blame ọ bụla anyị na-eme a ga-ebiego na foundation ahụ, and that brainwash mere ọ dị n'isi many people. Ma metinye nwe na percentage, but majority of especially those illiterates they think ka defa n'isi isi eji ọsa ndị Igbo asapụrụ anyị ihe dị mma na ihe dị njọ n'isi. I'm telling you because nnaru no my parents ana-ada Nnamdi Kanu na-aka ife na-agbaka moto. My father na-ekwu okwu na-anụ Nnamdi Kanu, my mother na-ekwu okwu na-anụ ọnụ Nnamdi Kanu. Ọ bụ ife ha gete na redio. Nnamdi Kanu ejide ụmụ Igbo saa ihe isi sapụ amamotu Igbo si daa iberibe daruo otu ahụ. Enwere history ọ gụtara na British Library and American Library na-asụ ụmụ Igbo isi because we are not word read, because ndị Igbo most of them those illiterates amụrụ history. Agụcha akwụkwọ na British Library and American Library ewe bịa na-asa ha isi a na-akpọ ya ma onye amụma ọ na-ekwu okwu Chineke nwa Chineke. Nonsense. I listened to that radio once, I listen again. So to put the blame where it's supposed to be, ebido good n'ebe anwa onye ọbụla na-aka anybody n'ebe anwa can cover apologies to IPOB na Nnamdi Kanu. We start from those people. They are the people killing us. Now, government Anambra, if you look, it will sound like they don't want to do anything about it, because I remember Obiano with all his faults. I remember Ugo Batofu. Before. I remember he gave 48 days ultimatum. I can't remember ultimatum to DPO police. Not all and within 48 hours, they arrested everybody. The police in Machahana arrested arrest. So, and what am I going to go? Then the last part in Choriku, but it will be difficult for us to hold our government accountable if majority of our people are apologists to the natural Biafra. Kangu Nezioku, Mama Monday sit at home. Emanande can that feeling. They are kind of. They are still, in fact, they still apologies to sitting at home. To tell you the truth, when I made Ekuya, I told you, government, I see. My mom will get Jaka Wagano, even the government still have to pay shop, no way. Ghana memake how bad all the Ghana Shobona Dina Nibu, who against IPOB, Kifo Ewero Kutetubo gave out. That's how bad it is. Asapol on the Baisi. They brainwash them. You can't go to any public area. Even na Abuja come ebe na ball. Ewopu na Abuja di ya akara igbu ndị a. Ebe na enable ma no ndị Igbo ka ebe ahụ. Amamoto esi bigido argument aboni. Ajibokwa Igbo the landlock. Bia ndị na support Biafra asị na asị. Msi of onye inwe Google na phone gị osim msi wepụta map, southern map. Gosim southeast or Gosim southeast. Nsia ka ebe space here. Ka ebe anyị na ọ na-agwa m that Igbo nwere direct access to sea. Nsia gosim the access Igbo land nwe with sea. I say na ma believe in heading a map. If we literate, utu ha si eche. Na ma believe ni ha map Nigeria just jigori. Yo ihe na ndị kan gwacha. Na map abụ na ndị Nigeria jigori ya ndị Igbo. That Igbo nwere na-akpọrọ m afọ ofu obodo nwa mama obodo ọ na-akpọ afa. So in anya, if that our people like somewhat, they like what they are, they like the people that are killing them. That's why Ikunitoku, even equal against sit at home. If your own people, they will be fighting you. So how do we check these people that are still in their mind because of Isia Salova? Now support ihe ọjọọ na-eme. Ị na-ekwu okwu ha sị gị na ọ bụrụ ndị Igbo na-egbu nọ ndị Fulani na-egbu. Na kidnapping a na-eme na ọ bụrụ ndị Igbo na-eme nọ ndị Fulani, nọ DSS, asị gị nọ DSS nọ ndị police na DSS, terrorist. Kedu ka esi ga-eme ka ọ ga-akakwa mma anyị niile n'ebe anụnwa ka na-eche ọfụma. Otu a my parents nọ ama m ihe m gwago ha mgbe ụfọdụ mbacha mba ha nọzie nwa ịghọtago. Ọkwa anyị nwa ka ọ dị n'aka anyị niile n'ebe a nwere family, anyị nwere ndị nọ na village, anyị nwere some of those people na support ha to talk sense into our people, reorientation, to start reorientation with our immediate family. Ndị so na-eme, ndị so na support ihe ọjọọ anụ magasị. Ọ ga-abụ onwe ka o si mee na neighborhood community agbaka aka pianyụọ the thing. But mgbe ọ na-eme na neighborhood ebe unu nọ, maybe na community na village unu, ụfọdụ ekunyesi ka apịanyụọ, ụfọdụ a na-support nọ ndị ụmụ Chineke na ya na-help anyị enweta Biafra. If no, it cannot work. But obodo ji ofu obi anyị ezufu ori onye ori nwa bịa na akwamina. But when we have diverse thoughts where people believe that onye bịa igbu ya, ụfọdụ believe na onye bịa igbufe egbu bịara ịzọfa azọ, you can't have that oneness of mind to start fighting the people. So now suggest reorientation anụnwa onye ọbụla bido na family ya na-eme ya. Otu a m nọ, my parents are getting old, so ha ka na-ege m ntị. Ọ na-eme ndị were superior argument, my father dị ikwu wee superior argument ya, nye ya evidence, nye ya sample, njụọ ya, bịa jụọ ya, nsị ya daddy, before Nnamdi ka na-ebido ikwu okwu ọnụ gọọmenti anọ ọsịmba nsị ya mba, gwa m eziokwu, before Nnamdi ka na-ebido ikwu okwu na redio ọnụ gọọmenti anọ mmadụ one ka kidnap go na Anambra. Ọsị m ọ dịkwa oge ahụ ifu ya iji nwa ya ị na-enye ya reason nwayọ my father akwụsị ọchọzi nkwuo okwu efu ya ọpịanyụ efu na ihe nnekwu na-make sense to him ya na ndị nke nọ nso nna abụ. So nye ka m si ka m kwuo, ọ bụ na onye ọbụla enwe ụdị forum a enlighten people like people nọcha n'ime ebe a, onye ọbụla ịma forum as little as ọ bụgoro your community, you start from there. Ka anyị saghalịbakwa ụmụnne anyị isi asa ha, ọ bụ na ncha nkọta ka eji saa ha wee jọọ wee sapụkwa ncha nkọta ahụ akọnyere n'isi ka anyị mara ma ya ga-enwe, because otu obi ndị obodo anyị dị, onwe ndị dịrị dị enwu maka Nnamdi Kanu, weda ma ya nwe na-egbu anyị ma ọ bụrụ ya nwe na-egbu anyị. So ọ bụ na ka ọrịa m n'ọnụ ka m hapụrụ ụlọ Mike ka onye ọzọ kwuo. Daalụ.
Azubike, thank you so much for your contribution. Try to me interrupt again because I borrow the nature of my host space to interrupt people. When I'm a lot of people, we are boiling when you were talking. Especially for Basalom, the way you were emphasizing for Basalom, the hip hop man, they finna do to and the kind of um, it's not the absolute truth. And with some form of it, of course, you can attribute some level of criminality na Anambra state with, but it's not even not just that. From criminals on their own, can link up with criminal element on their own. The name of other criminal, of which that we have identified, man, the cult. But now we're one segment that we have not identified. Ninkebaze Omenana. Of which mute you go to Mike Gazubi, can mute your mic, please. We have not delved into that discussion as part of the security problem. We have last year, these security issues, of which we identified Ife Basalo, how Ndioka, Ndiomenan. So I contributed to all these menace. So all of them. So, but you were just emphasizing no, just because NASA and then you made some, I would say, incorrect submission here. And then by the name observe, sit at home voluntarily. That's a lie. Some of us and a lot of us were businesses in Anambra State, and we want to open business today. Staying at home is not voluntary for a lot of us. So you can't say, oh, nah, because then we're one or two persons that don't want to go to their business premises today. It's easier. No. But it's your people that aligning all those things, they are aligning because they are scared. People are even scared now to say the truth, just like you said. Maybe in our watch ball. Abuja, you would have been beaten to death. Exactly the same thing them in the Southeast. But when you are one-on-one, eating with them and drinking with them, they will tell you their position. When I know Kosia and you go to her, they wouldn't want to say anything because the person might go tomorrow, but I'll go more. So people are living in fear, not because they want only I check a business I met here. Nobody wants that. That was the what they were selling, and you were already buying into it. Even though you are talking against them, but you're already buying that people really want to see that home on there. No, what actually no. Enugu State now is working today. Anambra State is shut down. It's not them matter like Kenya. But that same people now working at like Kenya, where their shop, branch office in Asaba. Then can on the chat. Found with business in Asaba. As we speak today, Hannah has do. Well, we're now attending to their customers. They will tell you one now on Mondays, give a Asaba. You get their shop number. Na Mondays, give a go to the and go for your over the weekend, they transport things I need to Asaba. So they are not really losing per se. Because I'm going to shop for sales girls, and then we'll have some boys on a shop in yellow fac, and then I'm going to line, then yellow fac and their shop on Asaba. So I try to idea of it because okay, the real, and I hope, and then I'll go to now. You're not coming up to talk issue basalo if and they I pop. That's not why we are here. I'm not giving that opportunity this year. They remain where they remain. So please, I just wanted to put it out straight because let's move forward. Papa Mazi Ejimofo. Mazi Ejimofo, are you here? Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Ekene m onye niile nke onye chiri ya zelu. Ọkwara nkene gị nwa Chinemelu for this space. I've never gone your space before, and I think I'm get obele then mebulukwa mpụọ mana tata mmadụ nwere obele efe mfụkwa that the topic a na-ekwu maka ya bụ something metụtara onye niile, so nsịkwa ka ntinye ọnụ na ihe bụ okwu. I've taken time Gechente and then Nekuloku, Mifani Chuku, Azubike and Udimweni and all other people, that something cuts across here in Nekuleba. And apart from Azubike, who for me, made some very important points. Every person, Ekugoku, and all I've seen is just trading blames. Iba Hamamad Nab, which of course is true. I am on one hand, that because of insecurity in the southeast, Yahoo boy is now happy kisi. Now how one bata the 10. On the other hand, government now actual. On the other hand, so a lot of blame games going on, and yet who wants to really see the place of Anyenwa Bundi Igbo, Mwabo Mazej Mofo, my place, my role in entrenching Yenemen and Igbo. I must go back to the basic. And for me, I believe that government abroad more. Echikwa kita atuba election or good month, next 10 years, next 15 years, and they actually different Anibo, Nukweba, Mandegachi, Mandegachi, Anambra, Mandegachi, Nugu, and the rest of it, Hanchano Cheba. And this whole cycle of Weba Hanocheche, or Bruce, I understand the place of constructive criticism now, Nocheche. I hate to ya, it to go to Piaquayan, but in Kianibo, this is a bit very, must know which hunting, such that I had any our leaders breathing space to even understand them or understand their thought pattern or what they intend to do. And to even appreciate the fact that when any leader ya pattern or what, make a yeni need no what at the same time, let alone 8 years. And in the 8 years, and even with 6 years, because 1 year bo kana bata campaign and do your swag also here. Have 2-3 years in wall. By the time they are going to the 4th year, for instance, Anambra this year now, it's not for us, maybe for a leader like Soludo, who go na interested now campaigns now till August or whatever. When they have state here now from if I take the goes up here from today, both 6th of January. I talk the November election. If you know when anything but our governance here, it take place. So we keep on recycling this whole evil cycle of onye bata chobia opposite oblesibo mother. I recall when Peter B was even governor of Anambra State. I'm a modiye kumakia. Probably because social media were much active on all the kita. I know what I'm adobe. What you say, I know name. Who for their for draw or ya won do corner Korea. Peter Pobia na bata. Hi, nke Peter the because bomba oge Peter niya. Hi, oge Peter niya. Okay, Peter, me tell you that Obiana Bego Kana, Oga Biano niya. Chinonka, Chionka no Ponkoji, Bologna, Ponkoji. Most of us here are like that. And I say, no, all Twitter kind of we are Twitter influencers, we are this, we are that. We are compounding the problem. Because at the end of the day, we do not even help government to communicate effectively what they have said they want to do. All we do is opposition. When you opposition, say, hey, we go on. For me, I think we have to re-strategize on this whole now on how we engage our leaders because all of us, we may be on this side now as followers, but actually now you are leaders. And reverse it and begin to place yourself that every leader won't yet again a counter leader at every point in time. These are the things we need to understand. So, on the place of insecurity, I believe that at the heart of insecurity, both the psychological impetus that gives rise to insecurity. I recall in 2020, during the infamous NSAS campaign, NSAS main cause or NSAS and somebody referred to Mbadnuju's era of Bakassi and the rest of it. Until today, when neighbor I be asking before guy and I say, hey, Kaya Jemili ya Omoke Malum Badnuju, the worst governor of Anambra State as of today. But today, somebody is making reference to that Badnuju system of tackling insecurity as a very good one. As at January 2020, October 2020, I go NSAS, Nishani NSAS, and Kawan Kwejokuzo, scatter, and our brother Nnamdi Kanu came on board, hijacked the whole system by his own okay, if you see any police person or a saboteur, I would know one nigga put from police, put from army, bani mafia. If you see any zoo army kill, any police army kill, what happened in the southeast? Everywhere police stations oko. AJB Sunyo, AJ everywhere. In fact, even Okuzo Sazin was almost brought down, where we're saying Naina end the SARS. Today, for us to gain stability in Anambra State, we need a combination of SARS, Takasi, and Indo Tianine for us to gain stability. But now everybody's talking about our leaders. But we give Kube answers, Kube main cause. You're not seeing yourself anymore. All the leaders bundani nanya. So my own is this: if we are saying na your job be your job, kai for your job, kai here be your job. If we're talking about Yahoo boys, talking about this, talking about, we should begin to even talk about those who influence for them. Because Yahoo boys were two things for them. For PK, talk about how to clean up our real estate. Abu let's say maybe what influencers here to begin to influence for them. And we have people who are our influencers in Southeast. All they do is to show you affluence. For instance, last December, what we're showing was Igbo money, Anambra money, this one money. And they go to India. Some of these money, some of these houses are negotiating. Nobody even knows the source of their wealth. And young people are seeing these things. Young people are futi here and negotiate. Because this year the same thing. Hey, when you can say, oh, hey, Fukuyolo. Hey, you can palliative. And nobody in Igbo land is concerned about processes anymore. And that's why I'm happy what Soludo has said about the DB and then cause on him. I think it is time Ebido call Bandia out. Why put us on a man can on a walk it on a walk away? We should begin to have those conversations so that those of us who are in legitimate trade will have a voice to even speak about the things we do. No, I can't judge on manu. I go by young people. If I took local about Nekumaka no jello or if it a hotel, Jew Obuma's 18 years, 20 years. What is driving them? When you've told them that you're boutique, ara lo boutique, or you buy me a will, or you buy me a kit, or you boutique. Why wouldn't they take over the hotels? You as the elder brother or the village person, can you come out to your village now? We go na me Yahoo because you na mad home. And when na my neighbor tell you na Twitter, ya put down no bodo ha. See no yonya di boutique bu Yahoo ko me. E ko no Yahoo ko me see because I said about kiss call the person out. Nobody here will do it, but every day will come to Twitter space. Everybody will everybody man or cause of the problem, and that person will government. As if government even more. Government have brought more. Somebody talking about Okija. Okija, if Okija people didn't come together to secure themselves, how can enemy care for today? Oftentimes, I'm an yes, government and kites, they are the easy prey. No, they are the easy people, easiest people to blame. But let me also remind us that by the time, because having a limit, and I can tell our brothers, in Anambra, insecurity has gone to its boiling limit. And the only thing that can follow is crude. Now, here about a crude or what you may even start to call a jungle justice system. Because by the time that will begin again, most of us who are on this tweet, on this space, yeah, I am happy we know that there will be collateral damages. But we also should brace up for those collateral damages. And when we are out of this conundrum, because I'm sure when we will be out, or when we will be out of it. Let us also remember so that by the time the same thing you do, so please, I want to greet my brother again watching Emelo, but I also want to advise and also encourage that Biko, at any point in time, I know that this is not the subject matter of the space today, but I believe and at any point in time, people begin to lose their freedom to express themselves over any issue. Ono de kita na man putan call maka our brother iPop or our brother Nnamdi Kanu call ka try to relate to how they contributed to Ibai Noketa now. It becomes occultic. And anything the occultic, my brother, on a fiaru to all the camera pitaba come maka Vikings or yes, am I gonna or no man equal because the matter. So probably I'm beginning to see iPop narrative or iPop issues as becoming very occultic if we cannot discuss it openly and blame them where we should blame them. It is important that we are able to say these things openly. If indeed, Iyana Achobo the freedom of Igbo nation, if indeed Iyana Achobo Biafra, then we should be able to everybody not blue gardener. If you realize that what they are doing is bad, if we should be able to say it, no matter whose ox is God. Finally, on the issue of Monday sit at home, I'm aware, and I have that privileged information that Enwelo, a lot of enablers, they are not few watching Emelo, they are not few, except you're trying to paint the picture to be a bit good. They are not few. The issue with sit at home in Onitsha or in Anambra today is because there were a high level of complicity of our various business class, a high level of sympathy to even the growing criminality that has become UGM today, unknown gunmen. Obroze Gunato, Viana Marandian Diabo, how mata, uno mata, people didn't know from the market, mata people who are criminally minded and who are enforcing this sit at home. But at the end of the day, nobody agent a WhatsApp group, nobody wants to talk in that WhatsApp group because onye maybe the following dominant tola, Ejebuonya or Atoifa Gemia. So until we begin to tell our people, just the way Azubike was trying to paint, begin to recraft this narrative. Begin to tell people that iya brozi maka Biafra, no a lucrative criminality. Iya brozi maka the survival of an Igbo. No, for the selfish interest of a few people. Until we're able to boldly vocalize and verbalize these things. Trust me, by Jazeje. You know. So, but I think that only on the German market and the marketers on can save themselves at this point with regards to sit at home. The day they decide en masse to say we are going to open our shops, my brother, they will open their shops whether government even the security or not. They will open their shop as well as you say. But I can tell you that they are not yet ready for that conversation because they see that mindset, that thing, that mind management, mindset, psychological perversion that they have is still there. So please, mine is not to say that government should not be held accountable, but mine is saying that it only also leader sign about here. It is more with us as followers to be able to call Ihojo so that I will get to be an okay.
Okay, one question for you, because your last point, or last statement you made,
Okay, no.
and that question, Bona. So you think that Nandenoni Mafia can just decide and come out, and then Obona these boys attack Yafa? What would they use to defend themselves?
My brother, as we speak now, main market is closed, but then we main market security. Me, munage mananda, then Azwafia, other Azwafia nankete. The market is well secured. Onwela afia ne nworo security. Onwela afia you don't under Azwafia the perimeters. Ebe no ketan if you Azwafia na main market, you know all the entry and exit point of main market. It is that simple. It is very, very simple. The important thing, the internal sabotage. I as secretary now, may pay shop. Both the leadership of the market and those who are fleeing may pay shop. Our brother here said something, and I had the same near-death encounter na Young Shagro Plaza, Oculist line, where I went to change my glasses about 2-3 years ago. It has gotten that bad that you can't even tell our brothers freely that here basa here una acho iPod ban kwebe the wrong, kwebe the right. Iku ha acho onwe chi man ke the wrong, ya cho bunke tobe ko etobe. Iku ha nke the enjoy, they are ready to lynch you there. And I just say that here go to the point of occultism, go to the point of cultism. It's no longer terrorism, it's go to the point of cultism. To the point that Orise can alacho balani here that they put a mango madna mba orikona now. If it's a freedom fighting kind of thing, it's more or less like a voluntary organization, more or less like even in a political party. I can come up with and tell that LP will party in Diala or PDP party in Diori or Labo Abga party in Dando man, and I'll still be balanced to say my thing. That's what I'm able to say it. But why can't I come out and say freely that iPod Pataria and the iPod drum? Why can't I say it and be sure that I will be safe the following day? It tells you how bad, how sinister it is. Johnny Mafia. Or bro, also the government will not tank. Now tank akita now. Army tank. So you the whole entry and exit point. If the marketers and their internal security decide to sabotage government, they will sabotage government. I tell people that here in the southeast, that I'm happy with this whole thing, because Soludo said something that now ekumaka army recruitment always in the bonachi ebanyami police recruitment man for only made apply for that. Why? Because now there's somebody who told them that no zoo police, no zoo army, no nye bad day back now one governor no army, no police, no sabotua sibuonya. Somebody has said that onya eku ashiboya. But equal vigilante for favorable pota. Not each vigilante. So why are we having more of our people interested in AVG than they are in joining the army or the police? It's a critical question we have to ask ourselves. And I'm happy that this whole thing will lead to one thing. At least I will go to state police now. Although every state will right to control their own security. That will be even fairer. It will be better. Since nobody wants to join the Nigerian army or Nigerian
Okay.
police anymore. But I'm telling you that these things have to do more with internal sabotage
Uh,
than the government
yeah,
efforts.
Maza, we might drag back and forth. Sorry, on a mic actually. Just
I
okay,
can hear
just
you, my brother.
like actually. I
Can you hear
crave
my
your
brother?
indulgence. Just let me go back and forth with Maza for a little bit. Mazi, from your page, you say National Publicity Secretary of ABGA. Is that correct? Okay,
That's
so
very
what it
correct.
means is that na party Soludo, you are actually in support of what is going on in Anambra State. Is that correct?
I'm actually in support. What do you mean in support of this? Is our party. Our
Okay,
party is in charge of
and
Anambra
you are
State. Yes.
also from Anambra State. Is that correct?
I'm from Imo State. I'm from Anambra State. I'm
State.
from
Okay,
Ngobala.
not from. Okay, that's fine. Establish something now. So, if I knew Pokuya, how do you see as your party man, Bo Soludo, how he is handling the security situation? I went Anambra State, comparing it to what we have in Enugu and Abia State, because I won't use Uzodema
Okay.
as an example.
Okay.
Owing to the fact that
Okay.
Enwelo Anambra border with Imo State is a no go.
Mm-hmm.
It's a no go area
Mm-hmm.
or camp for non-state.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your position as somebody ABGA
Mm-hmm.
National Publicity Secretary?
Yes.
Comment on that. Can you move forward?
Okay, thank you. I actually wanted to just be on this space as a very, free and but thank God it's important to establish that fact. And I will tell you for free that by the time Soludo came into power, about going to 3 years now, but about 34 months in office. 8 local governments in Anambra were under siege. Much of the entire southern part of Anambra state were under siege, and even Obaru. And even during the campaigns, we couldn't campaign very well in Ihiala. It was only in Ihiala came where more like a runoff election, because nobody could even step into Ihiala to do anything. So much going forward, today in Anambra, at least I am very certain that in the southern part of Anambra, out of the 7 local governments, 6 they are accessible, with Ihiala being quite perennial in tackling, because Ebena is most of Ihiala. And you have rightly said why Ihiala is still the way it is, because it's a border town. A border town that houses the people from between Imo and Anambra. I have a friend who is from Osu local government. Between Osu and Iseke and Mbosi and the rest of it, it's just a stone throw. And within the Osu axis came with what they call the Valley of David, the place where the non-state actors are largely domiciled. And until today, they are still in that fierce military engagement with these people. As of today, local government headquarters of Osu local government has been taken over by the army. And if you come to Osu, I will them Osu Hitoko and the rest of it, and one of them normal soul will be there also. So you realize that the proximity of Anambra via that axis to that part of Imo State would always bring up some spillover effect, and the Hiala will always be, what it is. But that is not to make excuses that these things are intractable. But what we are now saying is this, that the level of local complicity is very high. Because Kita, most of these people who live within these areas of red zones are kind of studying self and have in their job. Most of them still see them as no more. Still see them as people who are freedom fighters. Still see them as people who are chunk and Igbo. And that is why Soludo has started first with his reorientation to say, Biano, anybody bobo in mafia, other chop Biafra no Bonyori. Let us accept that one for a fact. Secondly, in this phase now that he has said he would launch Operation Idogachi in Anambra State, you go for amnesty. To say, okay, or if you're in the bush, come out from now till February next month. Kapota will rehabilitate you, would empower you, will give you what and all those things. And these things are because if you use only kinetic approach, you will full military power. The same as Kita now and hope was the money in state. No, he mismanaged it. He used military force. Probably the same as he may come down to Anambra say, hey, no bugu munni and only actually munni. So we are extending as much as possible all the carrots in the world to these people to say, Potan ni mafia. Potan ni mafia, Abram Madnon man be ni mafia. And that this takes me back to the whole ideological foundation for this insecurity. So mechanic was Bondiala. So what is happening in Anambra State is quite unfortunate. But what I can guarantee you is that the state actors, the government is not also folding its arms. Just about 2 days ago, AJ boss to kidnappers then in Ozobolo, Nekusko local government, and they brought down the house. And kidnapped victims. And gradually, a lot of things are beginning to change in Anambra. Petamogom na mbe n'ime onunu, ebe a na-awụnye nsị. Oluzi oge ya gụpụta si ma ọsọ na nsị esigbo onye. I know that this thing has, persisted for a long time, around the whole Biafra ideology and freedom fighter
Oh,
ideology.
okay,
But now that
okay,
people are realizing
Maz,
that enough is enough. Let us go back to believing our legitimate state
okay,
actors. Or the everybody
okay,
also
Maz,
so. I
Maz, hold
believe
on,
that,
Maz, hold
yeah,
on. I don't comfortable
yeah.
with how you are sidelining the importance of governance and government stepping in.
No.
Hold on, hold
I'm
on.
not sidelining it, my brother. I am not
Okay,
sidelining it.
because
Not in by any
you
stretch
are
of
you are
imagination.
hold
But
on.
my own is our definition
Okay,
of government. Government is
uh,
not in space.
sorry, I will have to mute you so that you can if one day then you can respond. My people, because you were known, because I need him because sorry for one, but then at Anambra State. The reason why you were singing in a sideline and you just push aside, the blame and responsibility of security. Where do you believe that individuals with more power to secure themselves than government? Because government, in fact, the responsibility of government is protection of life and properties. That is number one job of any politician. And you're an executive, executive political office, governor, president. Your number one job is to secure that place, right? But what you have been talking about here is government will idea where these people are, who these people are. from your statement, right? But then you are talking about complicity of the locals, perhaps ni mafia, ni mobodo, and all of that. If you people have this knowledge, now then we're complicity, now then where these people are located, you can easily track them using all the apparatus of government, the money, the network, whatever you want, resources available. In fact, endless. How come? How come they've never been able to tackle? Remember, as in compare it to Enugu State and Abia State. You've been dwindling between Anambra and Imo, of which what I'm not that interest there because now Anambra and Imo fail woefully. But today we are focusing on Anambra State, and you being the national publicity secretary in the APGA, of which now Soludo be your governor from your party. How come your party? I've never seen your party really speaking up against insecurity going on in Anambra State, and why are you not holding Soludo that accountable? Now Anambra State, question otu obu no nyanwa bu governor unu ji aka now under APGA, and you want APGA to continue to be in government in Anambra State. How come? Na ya dey anuki in Ekuya? Because even if we were completely local, so because address this thing because to me, even now
Okay.
you don't want to mention hold
Yeah.
Soludo accountable, nor the local because are
No. Okay. Can I, Master
yeah,
Mokota?
go ahead. Go ahead.
That ABN constitution that sets up, the more or less like the social contract between the government and the governed. And we learn about rights and obligation. As a citizen, you have a right to a thing, but you also have an obligation to ensuring that thing. And like I've always told you, even in constituting a government, that the reason for democracy is because it is the government of the people. If the people say they don't want a government, then it is impossible for that government to function or to even work. So if you hear me say things like the people have a role to play, it boils down to the fact that we have certain constitutional obligation towards our government of the day before we can even begin to talk about our rights to enjoying our rights as enshrined in the constitution. And I'm telling you that even in the most advanced societies of the world, there is no society that tackles crime away from the support of the people who are to be protected. If you travel abroad, even in England and other things, they have active lines. If you see something, say something. Eman onye a na-eme ihe ọjọọ, don't cover the person, report the person to government. Government abịa buru onye ahụ onwekere amamado onye report ya to government. And that is where I am talking about active citizenship. It is not enough for us to say that NOGS or government. How did Okija
Can't hear Mazi again.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Good. So I said, how did Okija extricate themselves from the totality of ENA security? How did they become quite secured away from, every other part of here local government? Because people stood up and said enough is enough. And they mobilized themselves with the support of, the
Mazi, I think you're getting a call. More and more
yeah,
calls.
exactly. Let me put on, let me not disturb. Sorry, let me put on not disturb. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me now?
I
So,
can hear you.
good. So with support, there is no way these things can happen away from the support of the people. It is impossible. It's almost a near impossible situation. The people must support government to.
Okay, I think we'll have to move forward. Mazi, Amara Mo, when you're going to do for
That
Mazi, because
in the next few
I
weeks,
think you
in the
talk
next
is
few weeks,
disturbing.
I believe
Mazi,
we're going
I want
to
to
hold this space again,
find a way to
and most people will be full of admiration, while some will be full of complaints because this is the truth, and this is the much I can actually say on this space because it all go to the point where when you put on and that's where we're going to go back to in Anambra State. So there's no need for me to want to go into any form of comparison. We also know that some of these issues are actually overblown. We know some people who have sworn that no matter what Soludo does, they're not going to praise him, they're not going to thank him, they're not going to do anything, given maybe certain previous engagements. But I can also tell you for free that in the next, just like people were saying, where you're on people are not December, Anambra go one whole construction site. So ọnụ kwuru njọ na-ekwuzi mma at least ekwu ogwogwa sị gị na Soludo na anwa na ọ na-alụ ụzọ ọ na-eme nke ahụ security This too shall come to pass. And what I'm asking all of us to do is to support the government of the day. Only one information. Like if Ichuku was talking about Ojela Orifite, it is not enough to see that kind of thing and make you know. The noise has to be made. The
Okay,
reports have to come in.
okay, Mazi.
So that yeah.
Mazi, sorry to cut
Yeah.
you again. Emma,
Hmm.
I'm still emphasizing that you are not holding Soludo accountable. Is this? I want to know here we find on it. If I am not a
Yeah.
make, you can retrace some of the things you said. And we're got still pockets of crime going on across the states. People have been reporting distance. People have been calling out distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The indigenous people, just everyday persons, have been involved. Okay, giving a cooperating with government, but then government doesn't appear to be serious. In the word of it, us in a Soludo is not weak. Soludo is not scared. Soludo is not clueless. He just doesn't. So, but you and now you are here as the publicity secretary of ABGA, bu party
Mm-hmm.
Soludo Juwan or North Anambra State. If in a
Yes.
that people are complicit, that people are there, or that people need to cooperate. Meanwhile, people have been cooperating. If you can
And I've just
whoever,
and I'm watching them below. I've given you examples of where people have cooperated with government and the kind of results that was seen. Few weeks ago, the governor held a Twitter space, and Uche Okoye, made a specific observation which he recommended to the governor. Like I can tell you for free that even me, as an ordinary person, we know and we that when Uche reported the Fitoka, on that space. As of today, as I speak to you, Fitoka is on pin down. And ever since, after that space image and everything, one thing they benefited, call your people in it and ask them how is Fitoka today in terms of security.
okay, Mazi, just hold your thoughts. Uche, are you here?
Yeah.
Uche,
Because Jugoduma as the Kedafa contractor engineer Ochanja, and why did work resume without closing down on the
Hello, can you
old
hear me?
contractor that
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear
Hello, are
me?
we here?
yeah, Mazi, we are here. Mazi, mute to go so that you can hear the two questions because
Okay.
I'm still
Okay.
emphasizing on the fact that you are not holding the governor accountable. You want us to praise him,
Okay.
but
Yes.
just mute,
No. I'm not.
mute, just mute.
You're
Good.
misunderstanding me.
No.
Okay, mute, just mute. No problem. One neck I have nkata ka na akpa.
nwa
Sure.
Chinemelu biko ọ na-aza ya zakwuo nke m na-atụnyere ya
Mm,
ọ bụrụ na gọọmenti na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime what of ndị kidnapụ a rịpọtụgo na ebe a nọfe kidnapụ afa na ego na-akwụ na ego akaụntụ anyị wetara na ego etinyere ya na ebe esi wee wepụ ya biko ha zakwuo ka ha si alụ na nke a.
All right, that's good. Then if I could go ahead, then Uche.
I like a quick
What I wanted to ask is very simple because I've reported it severally, especially concerning the Ochanja Plaza Analu. When Soludo went there, Soludo said he's going to get across to the contractor. And mind you, this is a contract not done by the market, but done by government through the market. Kedafa, the contractor, Ochanja Kulas building now Burumadu 5. And why did investigation set up a committee? What is the outcome of that committee? Is almost 1 year. Kedafa, the contractor. Why a government did you allow a bidokwa the building again without?
Hello? Is the space still
It is
on?
still going on. It has been cleared and work has started.
Yes,
Why
it
did
is
they
still
not?
on. Can you hear me?
I think the guy named issue with his connection. Mazi, if you can drop
Can you
and come
hear me?
back.
Can you hear me watching Emelu?
Yeah, Uche, I can hear you. Uche, I can hear you clearly.
I can actually hear him.
I can hear you,
So
man.
Ifani, I can't hear Ifani. I cannot hear Ifani, but I can hear you.
I can hear Uche, but it's sounding very faint. Or they can only have on a mic here. I can hear Uche, but all
Okay,
sound very
Mazi,
faint.
drop one a mic. I'm go tag it. Just drop the mic. Just drop from the mic, and I'll bring you back. And just request. Let me bring you back up because you need to answer these questions. Mazi, okay. I think he has dropped. So 1 second, I can wake up Bugotia. Maybe he can hear us better because network here. He needs to answer all these questions because what he's projecting to us here is not what we know.
In addition to that, watching Emelu, I got my like Daiso DK. Nyani a brief of what really happened to him. He has
Oh yeah,
first-hand
I
experience
know about the guy.
on
I
Eba.
know about him. So,
So so that he can also ask questions too.
Okay. Mazi, are you here now?
Mm.
Can you hear me clearly first?
Yeah, I can hear you watching them, but I can hear you
Okay,
clearly.
mute your mic.
So what was Uche saying? Uche, what was Uche
Okay,
saying?
Uche, go ahead with your submission.
Okay, I wanted to ask Mazi in specifics, what and where and how do you want the citizens to cooperate or work with the government? In specifics, there shouldn't be any bogus work or anything I draw clear. I got this specific. So that the megolu gawage look at how and where they have tried and done, and they haven't seen any result. But in specifics, tell us exactly what you want the citizens to do in order to work with the government, to enable government to secure us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Uche, for that question. Now, these things come in two ways. We have a model. The government of India has a development model which it calls the PPCP, the Public-Private Community Partnership. Now, this partnership entails recognizes the fact that government cannot do it all. It's impossible for government, even if you commit the entire budget or the entire annual budget of a state to a specific sector, the government will only scratch the surface of that sector, security inclusive. So, two ways that the community and individuals can help the government in fighting insecurity. The first is by availing information to government. The numbers to call have been made public. I can still drop it on the comment thread of this space so that people can also see and know, those to call and the numbers to call for quick response and, others. Secondly, the state government under the Obiano administration then launched what they call the Anambra Security Trust Fund. This Security Trust Fund is a system whereby indigenous people and communities can also mobilize resources, just as in the case of Okeja, in the case of Alo, in the case of Neni and some other communities, in Anambra State. It's okay. We know that government cannot do it all, but we can help government by saying, okay, let us recruit. If government has given us 20 vigilantes, for instance, as a community, we are recruiting 20 more to make it 40, and these 20 will be on our payroll. Government has given us 10 vehicles, for instance. As a community, we are going to raise money and buy 5 more vehicles, make it 25. These are some of the areas I believe that if this synergy comes into play, what I'm against is a situation whereby as not all government, not all government, all government. We can do government. Government will block one SA or SSA or book commissioner. So these are some of the the peculiarities I want us to understand in terms of assisting government. First, I said information, credible intelligence. I'll paste the numbers on the comment thread of this space. So if you have anything you want to, there's anybody or any individual or any group you suspect or anywhere you suspect is being used for criminal activities, call the number and I guarantee you that the government will come as quickly as possible. Then the other one I mentioned is in the area of support, mobilization of resources, so that whatever government provides, for instance, for security in your community, the community should be able to come together and say, okay, we are adding this to shore up, so that it can be able to, to enhance government effort in this regard. I don't know if I answered your question.
Chief,
In this
Chief
last,
Biko,
hold on,
iya,
hold on,
Chief
Ezobi,
Biko, iya
Ezobi,
Maazị kwuru
Biko.
kịta, ihe a Maazị kwuru kịta, biko, o nwere ajụjụ dị n'ime ihe a m chọrọ ịjụ ya, biko. Maazị biko, ekenere m gị ọfụma, good morning. Ị na-anụ ihe m na-ekwu? Na budget last year gara aga bụ 2024. Budget 2024 gara aga, ị nwere idea ego ole a budget for security and operation na Anambra State budget website?
If you have, please tell me.
Year budget na bụ 17 billion. According to statistics released in that government website, 0% was spent out of that money. In a okwu
that means that website was not updated.
It's not updated.
That website was not updated. It
So
was not updated.
who should
So
we hold account for a government website?
If you permit me, I'll get you the updated figures and.
Only can you hold account to a government website now? Don't update.
Ezobi, please, you have made your point there. Call the uncoordinated.
he has promised to avail you the data, the updated data. So we'll be waiting for that right away, Mazi. I wanted to ask you a question because I want us to situate what we are saying, very clearly, where any sort of ambiguity. Now, he say
Yeah.
that a project or sort of policy that was created, whereby the people will also have a role to play, make contribution, sort of maybe counterpart funding or something like that, whereby when the people or the community makes a contribution, then the government will come in and support. Now, what about
No,
a
do not disturb, and it's
situation
still
whereby,
disturbing.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah, so if you mute your mic, you may want to mute your mic so that you can hear me clearly. So now, because what you are pointing out is a scenario whereby communities are maybe held responsible to secure their environment or their community, but what we are talking about is a situation whereby individuals, not necessarily community, are seeking for security or in need of security in the state. Are you saying that until one has to belong to a community or be part of a community or become a full-time member of a community before he will be able to access such level of security? So because security is not going to be given to only towns by town, because that's the only thing I get from what you explained. So I want you to put it clearly. What will I gain as an ordinary citizen that lives, say, in Oka or in Onitsha, that has no attachment to any community? Well, how do I feel secured, and what do I do, to be able to have to get this security that government is dishing to communities? I don't know if I'm making my question very clear to you, but the way you explained it made me feel like if you're not part of a community, if you're not part of any town, then you may not be able to access any form of security. So tell us, how can ordinary citizens living in Anambra State, especially in an urban area,
Hello, can you hear
be
me?
able to?
Okay,
Mazi,
Uche,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Uche, I heard you. I heard your questions clearly. So I don't know if you can hear me, so I can respond.
Yes, respond, please.
Okay, please. First of all, let me debunk that notion that there are people who don't belong to a community. Even those of us who live in township, for instance, those who live in Ifite or those who live in Onitsha, whatever place you live, we're not call it community, but there's a neighborhood, and this is at the heart of the problem that some of us face, even in the townships and everything, because landlords come and they give their houses to people. There is no profiling. Koine nyonoge, emara onyobo, kevon alo, emara. Or government can make that one. Alone on our water, for instance, and then we're 4 decades. And as a landlord, you want the profile of all the tenants be big, and the rest of it, and you want government to come and help you know that fact too. So there are personal and citizen responsibilities, that very basic things. They may look they may look like nothing, but they are the heart of even the security and economy. As a landlord, tenancy be big, even if you're not living there, you should at the click of a button know that when you flat in as well as market on a lot of Nigerian breweries, on a make dota, all yabago, on a cholo, on a make on what alcohol. As a landlord, you should have that basic information about people in your compound, people in your building. So anybody who tells that he just lives anywhere else on here and there's nobody securing him, that for me that is not totally true. Because whether we live in the bush or we live as Ndembia or live as indigenes, we are members, we belong to a neighborhood, we belong to a compound, we belong to a street, we belong to an association, we belong to a community. So we're talking about organizing. If you come to a house in a compound, it's not organized, for instance, I don't know, only senior coordinators. It's a place where somebody put a man to also. So if we extrapolate that thing now to community level, there is no community in Anambra or in the world, but there's no order. As a matter of fact, the reason why we are emphasizing on this whole community support, for instance, if a stranger walks into my village today, I'm an Obia Batago. Oyena bronyo munna bata. I am going to bronyo munna. So I check a government profile of that person or to say na KBC konye boki na cho konye na cho. These are basic things. And if the person is not able to provide clear answers as to why they are in your community, you have the police to report, you have the vigilante to report. So these are some things that we neglect and we see it as well, no government government call mana go up individual, go up landlord, go up onye obodo, go up igwe, go up PG. We must begin to profile our people. We must begin to ask some basic questions. Even before my banana go no being a big, it will keep on name. Only about the potential just be an only go to 2 years rent, only 3 years rent. Is here because mama kidnapper, mama ritualist. So nobody will come and tell me that Ebo Binibi, an association, either by neighborhood, by compound, by street that governs you. If it happened that way, my brother, you're living in a very dangerous terrain. Pack out. Any will be, or where you guess, or where you go, or where you can name, or where you do my brother, pack out of there. You be the in the. So these things are basic. At the personal level, at the community level, and even at the government level, there are key and basic responsibilities everybody must undertake. And if we don't do it and say it's not government in Yemea, my brother, it's a pity. Trust me. Government will do its utmost, but government is not all-knowing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Mana, eventually, Jogi, like I keep saying, you intentionally like to push the responsibility of safeguarding city, community, state to individuals. And there back and nowhere one problem with you. You see the way you just talked about how do you do background checks on individuals? As if then we're database where everybody working, provided by government, right? Once you are working, you back click here on that government database. Once you mention the person's name, you type in the person's name, you will see information about the person. So what I'm seeing here is laxity from the part of the government, and you're not talking about handling it. What government is going to do? Can we a collective means of identify onyo obunifo obunina register with government? Obone na olu oyibo register with government. Obone bo an entrepreneur, neighbor they tech register with government so that they will know. Can we an easy way of identifying? So if in they throw the blame now, na landlord potaketa sim ke different na lo say number important exporter. O yeso weje China, jamala be ngwafia na bata. He cannot do that. And the onye ọbụla mana onye nwere ụlọ kịta lụọ ụlọ now. So if you lụrụ ụlọ ebe ka inwe profit, somebody abịa now sị gị na ya na-rent na ya akwụgwọ ụgwọ 3 years ahead, iju anya ka ife ọ na-alụ na ya na-eme business. Kedu ife gbasara gị with the next level of information? It's none of your business. Ndị ọ gbasara bụ government. Your own bụ ụbọchị ọbụla government bịa sị gị na need the names of people be in your house. Inyefa the names. That's the only thing you owe government. But trying to push it that the person won, you have to have that response. No, the responsibility in web. And the police be a coaka, so no one only be a banacho. No opera door. You will speak it per door. That is how you cooperate with government all over the world. So now can do as far as this our conversation is ongoing this morning. In our side, you just know what government. You just extricate government from the conversation. Well, private individuals still in a center. But then, even for me to stand with you and play the devil's advocate, do you think, Mazi, that at this point, since individuals have the majority of the role to play, based on what you are saying, if about insecurity in Anambra State, do you think no longer the time individuals are empowered to be armed so that they can actually defend themselves, since government is being extricated, removed from the center of the conversation? Now individuals in the center. So do you think, as National Publicity Secretary in the APGA, no lube time, to empower individuals? About when a government na no individual coordinates each everywhere. Respond to us. Can I make a move at the mic? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I've never for once extricated government from this whole thing. And if you listen to the basic of my initial contribution, I was talking about active citizenship, talking about the roles. If everybody that's like you're pointing one finger at somebody, 4 others are pointing at you. And I will tell you for free, my brother, that it is not totally out of place for us to say that individuals have a role to play. Now, on your question about gun use and empowering individuals to carry guns and all that, it is not an argument I advance. because monkey kobuisi why enough as a today in America, we know what's happening with America and their gun control and every other thing that is happening there. People come out and use guns arbitrarily, kill people, and when you come, they begin to tell you people don't kill people, guns don't kill people, people kill people. So I'm not sure that we've gotten to that point of maturity yet where individuals can be empowered to carry arms. But I am certain that we're going to a point where we need state policing. And I'm an advocate of state policing. Because a police officer from Adamawa State is in Nampo. If he doesn't get the support of the locals around Mpo, he cannot police Mpo effectively. But if you take on Mpo, police able to police Mpo, oh my bonye, he knows everybody. Let's not pretend about these things. So my advocacy with regards to that is that it is time for Nigeria to adopt state policing. I mentioned earlier that today, all recruitment for police, they buy that join is it. But for vigilante, for Hamaputa. So the challenge we have now is that we need to have proper state policing. And that is what maybe the whole experiment with AVG and all that and successes here and there. And I can tell you that most of the more than 60% of the successes that has been achieved so far in terms of security can be attributed to these AVG guys. The police are doing their utmost, the army is doing their utmost. The majority of the AVG is at the heart of it. So, what I want to say here is, it is not for me to say government has no role to play. As a matter of fact, Soludo has a popular quote. He said, "In the Anambra are difficult to govern. They may be difficult to govern, but they are very easy to mobilize." Once you mobilize our people and make them see their place in Ihe and Eme, was able to convince an average Anambra man that this is exactly what is in this for you. It is about you. He will go high heavens for you. He will go the whole hog for you. So what we need is to simply mobilize ourselves to support government. That's what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that government is not government to then galvanize this whole support and give results. But for you to say that government be begi. In terms of Nigeria, the whole data issue is a Nigerian problem. Today we have SIM registration, we have NIMS, we have a national ID card, we have international passport, we have driver's license, we have BVN. But generally today, if you decide to want to go incognito, you can be a thing for many number of years. Oh, Nigeria kind of mother practice medicine for 10 years before you turn on fake doctor. So it's a peculiar issue for Anambra State. It's a national problem. We have to have a strong database. And people to say, okay, actually, Mama Kamachi Nemelo, by the click incumbent, to signal business. Or business again, the shop get there. It's a this for the so opera man put again because nature lego landlord. Mpata beg second and the business. Sim okay, business. Imagine be shop there, okay, fem na okay, fem lele. Can they who are your what mothers made in them KBC? These are basic questions, and if we must look beyond this thing, if you have very reasonable suspicion that onya and your you can report to the police. It's not about you now, it's about the community because but tomorrow another tenant be we got wrong way or abia wood at the compound. Yes, na be another go him or business. No, for me that is just a lame excuse for you to permit your greed. So due diligence is not just something for government alone. Due diligence even comes down to us. That is why even I know why I think that is due diligence. We must learn to do that due diligence. And if better due diligence was a government was anything, you cannot blame government. Obri be on the business matching. Actually, you know Yahoo boys. I'm not business. I'm not be a business your name. That's it, my brother.
Because going back and forth, but he's still on the speaker. We still have more questions.
Again, ọ bụ na m victim to all these things. To ihe niile nkali believe na ihe niile ekwu bụ eziokwu. Because if you have been a victim, ọ na-atọ ụtọ n'ọnụ ka ị na-ekwu ya, ewere oyibo na-asụ ya, ị na-ekwu immobilize police n'ime nka. But first of all, I know some things ikwu. But can be good for my own personal experience. Because abụ m onye Anambra State, onye Ọka North, ebi m Abuja. But my family be Ọka Gogo. So I kidnap him. That should be last in the lap. I'm boy in Aba. So that April because I passed through it. Most of the here in Akitano, all the autonomous, but if you're a victim, you got through it for now. Nobody's coming to help you. My government, man, yeah, na just non corner daughter kind call the icon. Man, when you're a victim, it was like a food that you on your own. That and you notice in the end that I'm sure not just high POB behavior me here because this whole security of a team have been hijacked by both cultism and all. Imagine being mad there, but now I 30,000. If you don't want me crime with it, because what they came that day with was pumping action rifle and a pistol. That happened. I could me and easy. So that day happened. They were about 6 in numbers. Hana Shibo, you get, and there most of them all courtesan because one was even asking whether I was a member. They were discussing how they so before I drive out now and that's the other after some time. More self check na mango. Me too, but now I didn't do na no there, but I stood up. Open on a highway. All this Ebatan Express, that bush side. Upon abom that headshot there. 1 week, a month, I'm not do to no quality agadia. Yeah, cars, motor now be na body. So a month, 2 months, I'm for those because all now warfare, carbamia. So be thought of one of the team that got feminists or just graze in my head, like na bobala from my ear. So be thought of Obrana to Simnis, Bulak and Sim natural can see the bleeding. Put on a TT Express. It was around 12, maybe after 10, around 12 a.m. So those are about them Kenugu Expressway. On why engineer these details. About them Kenugu Expressway Maka. Obukwana Molom cost see that same group of persons. And on as little to do my boy again. Obaka closer to the come before you know go. Abamoto. That very night, I'm a fan of because all bed up you Anambra. No maka the insecurity. More abulonye they keep late at night too much. And more abulonye, I'm a business guy. So I don't keep, I don't do those social media something much. So I'm all maybe his ministry. So that very night, Abam, I get one Kabam this Kabam. I was bleeding, it's a highway. It was dark. So someone out there, I na bobala. Muta na buffers. Cast buffet that night. They could not call it that. Only some church really mean safe. But I could not feel any part of my body. I know what I went through that very night. I even thought I would die. That I even have to try move my body out of the experience because on the chilly mean. I'm a funta mobile from 1 hour maybe till around in the evening. Till around ebe 3 a.m. Almost 3 hours. I even tried. I was about to give up self. I accepted my death because I had a lot of amolam him. No, no, the insecurity. Amolam no my turn. Because they said a lot of horrible things in the car. These are blood sucking demons, and they are cultists. It's not just Hana Swibo. So here, Ndi Mana Swibo. Obuno Yena. But during my investigation, I can notice other things. So with them, because I got to go most about go make business, about go where. So I'm now me meet don myself na Anambra state go obodo. So Chukwume ebele that night, Chukwu sinima because obuna olugeludo. Chukwu yedebe ndụ. I don't want to go into details to survive, but finally I got help. But when I saw the light from that place, like because my body was totally damaged. I had to crawl with my arms. I drag my body almost 500 meters from ebe come for touch. Welu the way to Obuna ndị amị a na highway that aluminium company. Eburukwa egbe pụtasịba. Night mgbe I was about to give up. When they came out, I jumped him and was na agba me, but they were shot. Got shot hours ago. CIS. I asked them to take me to the hospital. I assumed that they cannot take me to the hospital. That the best thing they can do is to stop cars for me. Even police van passed that very night. Hakusilo. Idnam next place. Like I could not feel anything. I was even about I'm so fucking tired that very day. In the end, I assumed the only thing that they could do for me is to give me a phone to call anybody I could. And so some number that period of number my mom and my own number. And she just passed. So I had to call my own number before before the bloom. I had to phone can know their voice and so it was more like an ambush. So one time my number, my sister pick, I could sense the fear because on my gate cable. So before I gathered that night, we bloom got one. They called hospitals, how to go. They asked for police reports. I got to the hospital around 4 in the morning. Even in pain, I thought safe. So I remember now pass information to my last born in case I'm not make it to the hospital. But the hospital asked for police report. I didn't that hospital. My friends, I got B division. They went to police report. Hey, police person upload their side. It's given her guled. It took them almost 2 hours to get police reports. I come on in pain. I might have to charge 40K, but they end up paying 20,000 naira for the police reports. Yet I was simple. On 5 anatomy treatments. 6 anatomy treatment. The hospital 7 would on Jen had drama. As an AGK anolia. And for radiculo. 7 in the morning. I rather be anxious because I was so weak and tired. I was about to give up. I hated I just kept saying I'm tired. Till they moved me to the second ones. Eben treatment 9. But then again, eben treatment 9 in the morning, which is about that April 13th. I could have died. I go to the hospital. I'm a police report na Nandi Otuya. Mono Chuku just na Abba 12 a.m. and with them treatment every 9, almost 8 hours. So now on the 13th, on the 15th, because they kidnappers and we able to the details. I posted it on my ex because I wanted Anya public due to with the case. The individuals in Anambra State now, more say man bomb on this particular case. I'm about to police jeopardize everything. Okay, for instance, now, and with them as of on Sunday, can notice now. Okay, I started getting better because they moved to a more private hospital. video track, mark my track because I'm track on my car. But they removed it. They removed the track. I will put that track that day. No. As of 10 a.m. I will put my track on the motor. So I get the number before I go to the live location. But as of 10 on that 13th of April, it won't actually switched off. So, but actually, them happen my number behind a jump for my phone because I send them my phone na street iPhones and all my didn't fresh air nilo. So, my phone can't show number. I could not find the number. Since I know on Monday, Kamali can map my friends. I got MTN office. Kamali can provide me the number of this number on my phone that very day. Okay, let me try and rush it. So now on that Monday, police people came to my policemen came to my hospital. Take statements in Kowali Yemen, how the kidnap went and how I was shot. Because they work at them now, who said they removed it after 5 days or so. Like up pass through the pictures in my page. So now on that Monday, I told the policeman in charge of my case. Now one number from that very day. How can I get the number? Or I'm able to Google mobilization of the police first of all before I may any other thing. And see go on. Or no one is Benzia to Venzia and Cheguduka Malika Chikote go muna the person. They were so unserious. I say security is only na cause lead security in Anambra State. Because how do serious? How do you go used to this? Like I'm here made that very night. So now that man they take a statement Mlawa. On that same Monday, being 15th, on 15th, I called my friends and I have gone MTN office. Can go do this number bomb about my phone on my iPhone. I went to the MTN office in Oka, meet the manager, a lady. I was saying that they don't have the jurisdiction to provide me such information. No Lagos, their headquarters. And she suggested I should go to DSS. That I can be but I needed to get those boys. They need to and they need to in the street. They need to call that night. Because I had to finish go. I went to DSS that Monday. Calling him and I seen the petition. Ngade petition. But kind of this petition I started feeling pain because they sneak him out of the hospital. I take my money on Akwebe 12. They asked me to go back now, submit to the petition that it will take a week or more for their organ to see the petition. And I need the fast response on my case. So I took the petition back to the hospital because hospital was one of my friends whom I work about a track moto with other to say tracker. Instead go the guy, about the guy and fix appointment with the guy. Daddy that don't know CPS, so I look up with the police. Nga CPS, meet the person. I need the numbers that number that called my number that very night, my phone that very night. I need the last location where my car tracker was removed. And I told that man back to my street. Nata Indian has iPhone near their phones. Can you me contract tell them these are the 3 things I requested from the police for the policeman with tracker. Or charge them 500, which I conclude that get better 100. 150 instantly. That of home gas can report to go to SAS. I went to SAS that very day. They also took my statement that same Monday. Since now I put 800,000 naira. So I'm that amount of money for now. Then I went back to the hospital. Me to go on that tracker. Charge him 100k in case that tracker did not deliver. But that tracker is not able to deliver within 24 to 48 hours. So that one, 100k, now she's back to my hospital. Up that on Tuesday, one of the tracker deliver. He gave me the last location where my car tracker was removed. Or my policeman in charge, the IPO. Yeah, the kekuye. Osumuoke no get back to me. Tuesday ni naga, one is daga. Na ya wole name ihe ngwuli ego. Nke uche aba as long as I'm doing na nsogbu adro. No ego bụ the most important thing. On a Thursday, my friend Zuma Bagodu come and take me to that mgbede. Can I'm take this coordinate my track and am can like I go that motor malaka. I'm not let me notice. I don't interested in the motor. I'm interested in those boys. But then they may lead to them. But the police, okay. ATM or Biaman Hospital, Purum number the 5. I be after 4. I got the location, the track and the go and the motor, but the side Amansi. That border between Amansi and Ugoba. I put motor load there. I got Amansi in half. When I can put Amansi safe, I drive out because motor is not tinted. Nezana one compound, I have one car parked there. And I know my car from afar. Upon my car be a parked there. This is my background at the compound. Or bank confirm on my car they far. See, okay, what are we going to do? Eba look, dangerous. That free station dị na Amansi. Ọ n'ime compound ọ dị. Nsị ngwa nya kpọrọ ndị police ka agwa na afugo my motor. Ọ bụ na ha ga-abịa mount all their people. Because they need these boys. So I call the policeman. The policeman say, don't do anything. Come back to the police station. I see, okay. Suzuma, drop one in this police station. Can you am the bed in case someone happen abia? Or some bad do to run at you. And the bullet can them now. I can upload the bullet now home. I natch back to the police station. I load them, meet the IPO my case. Say I'm half good motor. So say body. B division eba no anoka. The man has seen so bad and I have go mobilization money. Inside was a good account for now. Na be go because go the place. Get age the one there. Okochishi no on kocha mo election or one after permission from the DPO. Time na agakwa. Before we finish everything, all the go na count that day they can be 20k I sent and for some 80k for to in van. Say go to in na just go there. Man to go do. Before I pass go mobilization, we went back to that place. I was in my car. Only half. The compound I followed the motor. And they say, Jubande mothers, no, and they are not gonna let me tell you, one guy there's enough for a car park there. I went back to the station. Chukume Bele, one senior officer or Solomon there. Or blown around that mamia, the guy who had the most all, but all like you, so sad be able so we. So my IP I've got about the case. So now before, so I'm at 50,000 naira. I still paid him that day. I natched back to that place. We arrested a woman's small friend, did their PM with the motor. To be able to take the motor. I blew the woman plus one guy or the customer off the motor there. I blew and natched back to the station. My tracker some nice check na the motor car there around there. So now that very night, ebute these three persons. A bullied woman that was that the idea all those engineer and the mechanical na Stanel. So they came to the station that night. Obuzo towasi emecha okwezoku na enyi nwoke bi ebute the motor there, which is Nenchi Moses onye plateau. Bi ebute the motor there. So I see okay. Ka je bute abuna Nenchi bu n'ugwu oba. Side Enugu, that border between Enugu na Anambra. Policeman said before I follow him back to that I just arrest me. I paid them again. I went back. I got bute Nenchi Moses. But I will be a on a phone. I load there through his friend Micah. I bought on a phone. Osena Kyogo. Osno no zona ga just no roka keta no. I ain't with the flood the Nenchi Moses. And I take back to the station. But then I had to go some people questions now that everybody put the food motor. They recognize that now this very kind of mark and all fully and the first time policemen idea because this one guy all these things. Now for the motor and then to put call the air na the motor. See mention all the motor no be the car where police define with this. The guy blew the motor zoom off. So I now take back to the station. So the man asked him, no, I should find a way to track the engine in Jos and all. I ekuzi amalo to haswa no na nko a track ha ma 150,000 ebide bamba simi azimi na nko ugwa na ha ka chitara my car sa acholo my car abaz bas na ha dezalo ọ bụ na ba wamba de ndị police ndị no de ba ma meju akwo that guy 150k omo ọ bụ na pwa that day must my friend bugan back to the hospital ana chin back to the hospital ebe one the next day okay nale ha no phone number the Nenchi Moses that day. I want to these details because here na mess that I'm any go the canon. I collected Nenchi Moses number that very night. And text there with another number and text there and I'm chilling one of my IS. My IS single and I'm stay that period. I'm chilling. Ogacham no gala.
This is the man is with you when I'm phone.
Mama Adam, yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, this I can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So now, I texted him that very night. Then because then during the work of during this period, I'm a lot of trackers. I will in a that period, it's not able to track. I will try you. I want so many trackers in your that period because in the change these boys. I went back to the what I said IME number and then as iPhone. So I gave it to trackers. So not years. So I arrest go the mic with the other person. So the next morning I have to go back to the police station. Kamali way forward. but I could not go back. Last stress my too much the previous night. So because then I can't sleep. All I can sleep na stress because and then my ear was still even my can't can that sound one because I almost obelief or just crash on my head. So I went back to the hospital. So the next morning I could not go to the police station. All my friends because I had alarm there, stand the alarm. So some people came, Kabelo, those boys, and they promised us that they would get Nenchi Moses for us. So police released those people. We told one guy, he was a very good guy. I was working with him on a track in Abuja. So with help of him, I track about Nenchi Moses. And he paid our money. Each analysis is 100,000 naira. So we got soft target Nenchin. Because for my tracker goes in Nenchin was in Adamawa State, Oga Gombe, Sigombe, Adamawa before Nachi back to Jos. So we got his soft target through his girlfriend, through SWAT na Adamawa State. Through SWAT na Plateau State. Nenchin Moses was arrested. After my car, that period got 19th on a Thursday. We arrested him on 22. Yeah, that should be 22 of April in Jos. So now, what I arrest government, I need to bring the engine down to Anambra State because motor. So I had to go back to the B division. Can see okay, the government Moses. What are we going to do to bring him from from Plateau down to Anambra? Or be the car investigation will be done. Meet him my IPO. You able to charge him 1 million naira. And I was still coming from the hospital. You answer I mean was quick because room in the hospital a private room, na treatment every day. You are 200 coaching. Okay, DP medicine 500,000 last. You had 300,000 naira. Or some man's game with his voice. Even DPO me pon one DPO nke bidishana. Seem that unless I don't want to find the people that wants to kill me, and that was on a Friday. Seem that if I don't bring that money before Saturday, he might even call them just to release the guy. And see, what if Nandi anu ababum? I went a clue to switch then there. So when police man lawyer, or some that government had fund security no, but that no man jiga was jelly me. I was frustrated no. Well, na year biko. Be let my IPO. You was my IPO. I was okay. More than 300,000. Well, must take something in here. One POS account, which I paid the money on that Friday night. Yeah. Then after he make a just all the kind of mistake, he access to his phone because omeche see na just call was home, but obuzo go na just so na just go na ndi put that motor. Hello.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
go
you.
ahead.
So na just come obele confession. Then so who provide them that name? My tracker simuna it's a lie because no Galadamawa State. My tracker simuna na Nenchi in Galadamawa State. Go sim location he was in Adamawa State. Gwamna that Rabbi saw what Nambia that he and Rabbi met at a particular place in Adamawa State. Name the location. But then I'm uncle be Adamawa State. I'm going to go Adamawa Jambutu. You have to be precise. So my uncle may hear him. Get him. Send the lake. Come over the police. You go that location. My track on him. He went the only of floor Rabbi or the car. So soon only half. See okay. So Nkozande B division ngo aga Jos buru Nenchi bunete Anambra State. When Nenchi came to Anambra State, ajụa ke ndị biela obuzo gowa ago apịawa obelife. Osi oke na ndị biela moto bụ Mohammed, Rabiu and Buba. Na B division there. This you are serious. No ma Rabiu. Na Rabiu has been wanted in Anambra State for the past 2 years. Na Rabiu had got involved in so many car thefts in Anambra State. Guam the recent one it really declare Rabiu wanted in Anambra. Na 2022 of their reboot. Him and his gang members, while people buru 2 cars. And then they move cars from Adamawa State, from Anambra State, Asaba, Calabar, they move here to Adama to Cameroon. So he has access to Cameroon. Cameroon can move cars too. So as an Arabic got wanted, no, he's seeking with Arabic. So he gave me this. So with permission of the police, I can good phone here. He gave me his phone. Obuna WhatsApp ebe na chat ya WhatsApp nji join am chile moto no do na his phone no business work say where is your main number so no nwere main number I'm no delete his main WhatsApp not permission for police download WhatsApp na phone then I saw most of the conversation chat na Rabi but Oakley go all the chat with Rabi. So I told them so na this guy phone in just which means Oakley go his conversation but there you go see everyone ask who drive car go here if na hand move cars aga Adamawa na move here to Cameroon. Ordinary chat. Ever can do a chat with Abdul, the electrician that specializes in removing car trackers from cars. But on a similar normal the Abdul. So ever I can feature most of the some conversation, but okay, so the main one with Rabiu. Rabiu had about almost 10 numbers and no access to Cameroon. So tracking him was very, very hard for me. So after that phase, I'll be division interested the boy questions. Due to na Ugo Oba, we used to buy car with them. My friend, some of them, they tried Ugo there. So we had friends there. So I meet the large in charge. Go here, mem, go here, mem, na habo kama ebo. No Rabiu, hasne yes, na hama Rabi na what na hana chuku Rabi na Rabi bu onyoshi na ancha mano onyoshi. But on these guys no ele kato na Ugo Oba gadi ke eba. Asim so all that allergy bia yebal maka. So no Gabi Rabi bu onye Gumbi in Adamawa State. Na elder brother Dogo na phone accessories around there. But all the that so got that information the way we can track Rabi. You see okay. So now chit back to B division. I like Motos handle my case. You see, because I'm like and transfer case here to SAS. Because maybe that been appear about slippers now. Like Ochodi Kwezoko body mention Moses. So there a signal came over my case. Even the mention not the kind of 1st of May. A signal came over my case to SAS. Moi no could there. A move for the moi my friend be able the guy with a police with my friend's car because I follow him through every process. My every arrest them in so again. Only go up and ask you one another. One of my friend with the boy, I tear a handcuff from Bulia. The tell side na my Twitter handle because some reason to post yeah. I borrow Rabi, I borrow Nenchi Moses, Bunegi SAS. I got to SAS that they hand it over to SAS that very day. You're going to charge so you go there 200,000. All the guy is not 500k. So I gave them 200k to keep the guy. And they were the guy. I bought the guy banning me make. Of course SAS. I bought banning me make him up. Or put that look a change. Oku ezioku. Si na ebe akọ nos confess na ndị butere that motor bụ Rabiu Mohammed Abubadem okwu afa Abdul ọ sị na Abdul nọ na ugwu Obade 6 ga jide Abdul na Abdul manage de ga na ọ ga-agba ọsọ no Abdul bụ electrician ọ dị good n'iwepụ trackers na motor bụ na-ejide Sara sim don want ha ga-ejide as early as for ọ dị ka ejuga ejebute Abdul bọm taa bọm si na-ebute go Abdul nga South fụsị afa njụkwa ha question ụmụazị a na-atụkwalị masị na-ekwukwe. So I have these 3 numbers to track, which is Buba, Rabiu, and Mohammed. And the SARS confirmed themselves that Rabiu got wanted in Anambra State due to crimes. Even as that period, Rabiu, one lady contacted me. Okay, one of my friends from some have his friend Natural Rabiu. I contacted the lady. I can ask Zoom to get last 2 years. So Rabiu, but the case na SARS. She had to let go. Plus one other guy, the guy all the confusion na that period the guy the traumatized. I called him, I reached out to him in natural because in natural the guy saying that he's traumatized, he don't want to talk about it. So I had almost 10 trackers. Even phone tracker 1 tracker like trackers natural man can hire one of my friends over UK. I was tracking every conversation. So I won't start to the settings, man. I know what that like I want to catch these boys. I don't know somebody. Rabiu, I not Rabiu but the gang member because one guy come up prison big or confess na 2022 no Rabiu gang be a operation. So 19 confess na Rabiu Abiabu go SARS 3 months earlier. Now Abiabu go SARS Biafia. I told SARS about na Rabiu Abiabu go SARS before. Can you provide the information? No matter say I should tell you this year. Kamari ke the person assume that the information is immaterial. You see okay. You see no problem. Nchowaza Rabiu, ntrack ba. Ịchọtara Rabiu dị m that period if m na-eme ka onye ala ebe na achọ Rabiu ebe tracker ọwụ na mfu Chukwume Ebele one of my tracker okay Chukwume after some time because the other policeman nkwu 150k dị m ọ blocked himself na WhatsApp tita atọ deliver them nke nkwu 150k Simon na accuse number IPOB numbers nsi na anya ma one time so I got another person from a police kwa that gave me the numbers that called me that night. I was happy that at least now okay, good news. And track what that number. Open one of Indiana phone had that night. One of the guy, the girlfriend, because them there for the number track wasn't for the guy. Also no girlfriend, no number girlfriend that they found. So I will call another dead end because behind her phone they made them to write down their password now. So that should be educated June 1st. One of my tracker, track one of the gang member, Buba. Mbabu's track one of the phones Nenugu, which is the police. Nka got to a dead end. Then I track Buba na Benue State, Zakibiam to be precise. So when somebody na Makori, so Mponya send Diego say I can mobilize the police. I got that from Makori to Zakibiam they get 3 hours. They go to the place. Police alone there. As soon as that place no enter zone and the police are but not only the military being access to that place. No hardened criminals being carried there. And one of how Buba found out that Nana track here. He switched off his phone. Even the other guy, one of the good Samaritan, that period at track, like he was so interested in the case. Oh no, he helped me in so many parts because even okay, I found that Buba, so that Buba changed his number. So after 2 days, we were able to get another of his phone number again. Track on Taraba State, Jalingo. So we are planning to go and arrest him in that. So, but then I don't know short of funds. Water. I don't know short of funds. So with that guy, I was not going to mobilize the police. Guy got the guy na Jalingo. Chukumebele. The next day, kind of plan I got Jalingo. Guy can say the police to Jalingo. Kaga jideli mu Buba. My uncle bomb. Send off my car ko fele akita. Send the negotiator mobilize the police. Or may the way the person or confirm on my motor because motor na use governor Bata East from Ugwausa only use so all my the motor and all go panel bita so all the particular with most of them when sign open na motor Ngolia na 2020 or between 21 so when sign open as so if you have my fire gamma so my uncle the guy got there because my uncle me him so you can be la motor I was no somebody listening at the motor I was like go say listening at the motor my uncle police do to now the DC police na mo see that the konyi book my uncle akponya o send the amen attract the guy we go say let's see the motor lo and behold abuna rabio ko boss ejidia na Adamawa State akule law kwa en with only listen motor the guy other brother how do can plan to move out to Adamawa to move out to Cameroon so I arrested Rabio that day was one of my happiest day ejide Rabio I had wanted Anambra ejidia tia na sell was am na ejide to ana mo nko that day mgbe ha na ga getting I was tensed nas chukubiko so case the Rabio I was so happy boss I said Rabio they were so happy for me B division so SAS invited me to come Kamale how we go mobilize people may they go bring them down to Anambra State ka investigation bido see okay sorry I will try and write it up so one of my friend I got SAS office meet here so I go if you need I have to hire a vehicle that will go to Adamawa State and come back motor other period na 700,000 then other guys are charging 500 for service because they had then their hotel bills feeding because how we on 3 days or 2 days. So get checks they turn up $1 million plus, which I cannot afford at that moment. And had to go and so how I got Adamawa State. Look at the complainant and see okay. Instead of more man so look na Aba Munuku. I know they feel sick long for car. Not one after like 5 minutes. What they call biscuit bone more touch small. So only woman, but I know they sick long. So instead of more man so how I got this Adamawa State. As I need this so and honey did about 5 men. So the cost the much for me. As if I can't afford it much. Though the IPO in Kesasa they very kind to me. Ochelo mo to be because I understand that period because man jiga wa mobilize his boys. You get. But you open on one case, so I'm at my fine that OC. Then so that very day, see okay. Some of them told me to be the boy Anambra State. I should just hand the boy over to them. How can we go the boy here about Anambra? See okay. So I decided to go back to B division. Ebe ndị able maka before Buten and Moses from Jos. Nka the police station. Meet here the IPO. You're Abiko. So okunu wa BS na Rabio the wanted. Na meji de okwa Rabio. No here needs can prepare investigative report to Buten from Adamawa State. Apokali mego. Okay, I put a bit away price. I'm gonna meet the DPO direct. But Arabia, some okay, Kyo with that period. Some na the last operation, he did not make much from it, and guy, he don't make fraud, and I have not even come to thank him. Instead that I'm still on the case. I have not even rested. Of come to like Naga station, one station Naga that period in Anambra State. All station that why not trying to cabinet review. So assume that I have not come to thank him on anything. So I'm more be done with the case. In fact, that period, honestly, one of the policemen, my AC self. So now, we are because I need this gentleman can get review from Adamawa State. Assume that last, but go 900,000 naira. So I'm up to 900. Because Drake go there, tell him this guy. He could the man. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I know
Continue,
you.
Okay,
continue, we can
okay.
hear you.
So DPO he all walk out of his office. Unless Nama draw some most in office here. I'm going to go the car. To say I'm going to the car, but the main point for me. Because I spend go million. I'm back to us because I didn't I spend a lot of money that because I go to track. And you know what this DPO? You work now some so okay. I'm put this can angle the car. You go just you go 500K to go room puta. Okwechishi na mafia cash before but his boys are buying also. Mkpọwa the police. Onwere ebe nagaro. I still went back to area command because on one man ma there. Mgbe m gwara na m kwụ 300K mgbe ọ na-ajụ maka the case ọsị m na ọ bụrụ na ha ga-alụ with ebe 100 or 150K na ọjọọ support ka ha need ha aga just pụta meet ya he still directed me back to B division ebe ọ bụ na ndị asị m ga division m ga-ayawa the man yọkwa this man I this man I was frustrated then I was getting pressure from Adamawa State come and carry this boy we will release him o guy a na-achọ ịgba m that period a na-achọrọ m ka release this boy now why from police station to police station now you beacon ebe now you I just help me go Adamawa go bring this boy Nyoko ndị Adamawa that period unu ebunetelu m ya okay at the point Rabiu boys started threatening my uncle na workshop ya that's my uncle they even released one of Rabiu boy mad number can arrest na Adamawa erase onye ole smuta without tell my uncle pom na for of one of ndị o arrest n'ụzọ and say how mkpọ my IPO na Adamawa State say what's up I say how do you release go for I say yes that if I don't come and carry Rabiu now na I get release Rabiu that human rights are coming to release him and other prominent men mgbe then I got a call from one of my Gambia go Abuja ka enyere m aka about this case because I told him it is a Rabiu the next day by Abuja one had the two person on the phone one human rights this thing lawyer then another one so then I got I went to this my Tama High Court went affidavit Gabriel I was looking for help if Anambra only they wanted Anambra can na gbali ha ka ebunetele Anambra State onye commit to a lot of crime nga brekete MSM video meet say the MSM video had the same because see biko make they just call it because I was sending money to the IPO because I want a court order go which did the boy Rabiu after go receive that first person after he release one of them so we go brekete make a video they say they will get back to me now the ordinary president will get in touch you see okay I kept trying to reach out any post to still that very day meet one human rights lawyer assume that the best thing I can do now is to move the case to Abuja if I can. Bob Anambra had real serious with the guy. Then I can now just go to Adamawa and move the guy to force headquarters Abuja. Now I dream easier. So because even when Anambra say one bunch of petition, I met a lawyer. They petition to the Attorney General and here in Anambra State. But I be one of the lawyer be advice against it. He did and police man was on. I got was against you. I'm a million make a meeting my commission and everything to get attention. So now Abuja can know. I see they call petition. I wrote 5 petitions to the AIG, to the DIG, to the IRL. I still have the petitions. I asked them to submit each petition with 60,000 naira. But I spend the go na agbali go. I got to go to meet the deputy commissioner of police na Abuja through one help of somebody, but it's all about money. Okay, finally, I got in touch with a lawyer. I tried about each petition got them 60,000 naira. So one of the human rights like some more come and because when the guy get me free book to the guy bo only Igbo. And assume not your brother. Man lose the guy asking am akwụkwọ ụgwọ. After all the my story, me alone my belly man asking nga akwụkwọ ụgwọ 60k for each one. And so I'm gonna spend go too much can was also 2 I be 3. Nkwo onye go say after that okay that period was I'm seeing there for the quarter. Munia Adam forced the quarter the 6th floor DIG office Frank can submitted the petition. I do the submit after about now you can help me and call Adamawa State. The pressure, okay, all that period can help you send the boys here. They want to threaten my uncle in a workshop here. That my uncle had to run from Adamawa State down to Anambra for his own safety. The wife will need to stop with him. By then, petition there, Aputago. The lawyer, because not for that guy. But I'm a bitch, I'm 100,000 draft. Then I have to pay 1 million for logistics. I was tired. Then Nasi, okay, just help me call Adamawa. So then Rabiu and I sent money for Rabiu treatment. Adamawa State. My uncle wife and if he was okay, my guys, because can as Abuja, I could not come back because I stressed me too much Anambra. So I was looking at the Anambra because council to go because and then no complication on my ear. That sound then I wasn't missing one. So it was still I was having complication, even my waist. No heal to go off my. So now wasn't my friends. So I say because I can back to police station. Call you one day. You one day. So I'm not going to this boy, and then want the pressure too much. IPO setting up around every time 247. Come on, guys. People were even the rabbit people were coming. And I go if I know the amount and I will tell the commissioner so he will not release that bill to Anambra people. And measure it's not the politics because in the Brakatekola in the numbers nobody agreed to call the IPO. It's just me. By the that period, Sukume Bele, Sumaga, OC as again and Sinaga Elanka. Ebuzo okay, and the other one was rich and had a therapy and about I open my card there. They will use my car and bring him that number since that number call Adamawa Ibulia. I never send the again. So I quite say about the commissioner that deputy this year the deputy commissioner also instead of 100k that very day also not only give me the commissioner you and because meet commissioner you say ka ibunete ka his boys ibunete here that the commissioner rejects and say man not possible that Drabi is a very dangerous criminal. No could the case to answer Anambra State now. Also his boys down to Anambra. Now I gotta attack his boys. Not trying to kill his boys. See, he's not taking that risk. The man sent me back my money. Saying that there's nothing he can do. That only ultimatum that I have from down till Friday. If I don't come and take Rabiu, that they are going to release him. They are going to charge him there. They will charge him lesser offense. No allegation against, but no one home. And they get released. Or to release his brother. This man abam tontom. Was my friend? You was here because Ogasas. Why you are? I said to him 300,000. Wale I got cash. Yeah, how I accept to thank God. If I was well, or if I accept the money that period, had a very kind. They actually wanted to help me, and as then I set it up. Hypothesis and higher gas Adam was a wagabuterabu. They agreed on moto, I had a tattoo driver. Then I got a car that would take to Anambra State. I brought them back to Anambra. I know how much all these things cost me that period. They went to so after the date because okay, I go myself. A lot of things happened that period. Let me not just go into details. I got them state because as government hello the hage I request for only in case had release the release, which is the age with the motor. Because open and the other way go motor no. I'm gonna zoom up because I'm no way hand supply here. And wrap you no into the business. So I got them what there. Though hello there. Who my who go billion labio, who will be motor, which I know how much I spent $1 million plus that because I just not online. Even the car, and the car even had even one of the side the matter with 50k aqua in the other self. But they were only able to take Rabio down to Anambra State. Ebunete Rabio Anambra State. Before Ebunete Rabio, they move go those two people who are arrested to prison, correctional center, waiting trial. Because I kept answering that I may need lawyers, not need lawyer. Na state get me a lawyer. Even lawyer need contact Anambra State. My ask me no happy and state get me a lawyer. In state prosecutors. Ebunete Rabio Anambra State. I was in Abuja because mba call can mess. Nzimade can nezigazuma. Kone emele mi fenina. Ebunete Rabio. I was thinking that investigation will begin. Everything alala wala. on the prison, they not prison. I see no Rabi
I can't
got
hear this
depression.
anymore. I don't want to this one
Rabi
again.
has no got
Or
depression. No,
what's happening?
Anambra that period that he only received the car, and they got depression for mention.
Mazi, you have
I
to
ain't
go
causing.
down and come back. Oh.
And say,
I still
okay,
hear him.
bring these 3 people together. Then ask them question. Can any guy this mission? Because men that came that night, na Sukuibo, which are just on the buy, so Nandi Maya. So upon the
Wachi, I
one
can't
they
hear this
smoke, they send
anymore.
they down to north.
Uche
The
Okoye, I
other
can't hear
the
this
north and
anymore.
be
I don't
had
know. I can't hear
the
this
Yeah,
I
anymore.
please,
know
can
the
you go
audio.
down and come
On
back so that you'll
ammunition
be able to
need
hear him?
and how we buyers for these cars. So now ndị ewelem now yo. So since all this case now, Rabi no there, nothing has been done about it. All come back as Anambra again to do the case again. I met okay on the no press from the phone. Simoga now I need my help. That could I imagine that Rabi for her said that should become that everything is going to be fine very soon. No gaputa. And he was confident no gaputa. And nga sig no gaputa. Because this is what he does. And they always get away with even the other Abdul came with sand that period this year and they have a connection. Okay, I went to the prison last week. I got prison. From Rabbi, he was looking on a big man. So I asked to see the 3 of them. You see Hannah Topota. Rabbi is not actually for anybody. Because his family came to me for settlement. Even while he was not done for settlement, get me the boys that came that night. The boys you work with that you give guns. He refused. Or made the question, okay, or you have for settlement, 5 million or so. And say, I don't am interested in the money. I'm interested in the boys you work with. Those blood-sucking demons. Those people should not be in the streets. He refused to call their names. I made them, okay, I met him going to prison. I'm needed for that before I got property. Before the guy said, the guy is looking very, very fresh. And he's confident in Ogapota. Because in the principal, and I charge her with attempting murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery. And I charge that with a lesser offense in possession of stolen property. Which my lawyer can for yeah charge that if got that if we have there now how to take in statement in review nobody the investigation came. And this is why crime keep happening. They are not no justice. Because and that is not up this year. And it's definitely going to come out from the confidence. If we are in a prison, fresh, currently no outside prison. So for how bad it is now, Madu see all the way from Adamawa State, now Anambra State, now commit crime, now scot free.
This
And this
okay,
thing,
please no no.
I'm all here. I'm all prison ever.
Okay.
If na ndị a na-abịa Anambra State na commit with confidence na onwere ihe ga-eme ọ na-aga on. So in the course of this investigation, the fact that now onwe ihe Maazị kwu here, government don't mobilize anything. They don't support you. I was hiring police like say Nchimi here, I will hire them. How much other details I missed? The fact that you don't need to blame opportunity here IPOB. It's not IPOB matter anymore. Here are cutting and the foreign bodies now because this time community crime. They come move over Hama Rabiu. Hama that is a criminal. Even when I was looking, why I put down his story because I wanted here because oh my god, I was getting threats and I'm and he have refused to call the boys that he's working with. And I'm even tired of spending because government is not even assisting in any way. If I call back in English, but nothing is happening. We hear that you own in this country in Anambra State, go. Because that period, even police all kind of patrol. To move
All right.
things, now my friend car we dey
DK.
use they go those things.
Hello.
Even
Hello,
how
guys.
poor capital of capital
Hello.
Oboka. So can you go what
Hello.
happen? This thing,
DK,
I
can you
am
hear me?
unfair because how I followed up this case. And I have not given up on the case. But it's exhausting when you keep spending. If you can't need donya, if you want to very arrogant, no one if amen. Even Anambra State on I see no one if amen. Then now she say, okay, this guy has been wanted. Where I need to take case in this year. Okay, the other lady not so much. Yeah, now government them. She have traveled to UK or travel last month. Her car they could involve. The other guy is not sure now they traumatized. And these guys have killed a lot of young people in this state. Hana men na Hana Elefi. Which was the reason why the allergy helped me because all that this guy in any have bad name. So, in conclusion of all these things, that the government have a very big role to play. In company, if any cool number, but maybe if you're a victim, you understand most of that if you're on your own, that's like individual. It's like I want him of because I did not sleep. Even till now, no one can know Benyam. I was still tracking it. Oh, you go back to Kamakata. I don't even mind selling anything I have to make sure I wanted these boys. Because if you see what they were discussing that very night, they keep everybody with the other guy. They keep people on the boys motor. Man, they kidnap. I'm man say na kidnap. I'm man say na how go. Ebu for heaven. I'm they can actually ha. Open and that headshot. I think I bomb this. Open up and that mafia now. No, who kwada guy there? My family man na mango. Hey, get you na just kidnap one. So it's not. We don't just blame the IPOB and almost say other only water that. Do you know how distance motor from Anambra State and okay, then we off for some last. When I came back, I saw the car that I retrieved. I'm checking my paper. My paper I go with new plate number and new papers. How? But we had I got my road safety. Normally the risk motor, but how be I'm on motor has so new plate. Now how be sworn that the day he go motor on the 12th of April. Oh, he had that paper. Another day be habulum. So I mean her plan ahead. Now is wash so day. Because that day they were not really into money. Ndị jụma esi ego ha bịa zụburu moto m na awọ bịa otu pese buru moto pụwa ndị jụma esi ego na-ajụ m nke na-asị m ya 10 million naira nke just whisper anya which I told about my flash driver I had in the car which so in the end you feel that although any ekwu ihe anụ anọ that government fund this ọ na ihe mebeg ihe meg in person feel that ma gwa anwa gị and ihe agbacha mbọ enyi ga-agba not even single onwe dị gaga gị ntị because ama m afụ nta to bring only they wanted. Okay, now you take it. No, there is and man complain. The case before nobody's coming up, and this boy will still go, and he will still come back and be operating because the last year I've gone now, I'll be a cool go for the case. Never go or give up. Crime may continue on them. In my view, fight can bring the of Adamawa State. From the Adamawa, he could release them the boy. I know Amam can say to release a wanted criminal. Not even anybody from Anambra State government could help. Only Naga law, Anambra State, a police station where no put head. Now you're just letting bring this guy that is wanted. Oh yeah, commit to go crime. What people have also got a lot of cars. No car, after Binima Calabar, but Oka no Abiyama, don't go years in Anambra State. And they do these crimes and get away with it. And Oga Patakwa, and Oga continue. And not going to get blame. But in the they hear me. What is them bringing this? Okay. When I met, I brought the three of them together. Then she gave big motor. Also not Abdul gave big motor. As not Rabi. Then she also now even those in Google was now. Then she used to work on now cars with bullet holes. Then they put a motor which means he had a met for long. Even the guy father confirmed it because he was calling me. Can't release his boy. Instead, guys, go to the president and talk to your boy. Honestly, they took oath that they will not cast themselves. Even only had in charge of standing in charge of Webber and alone. Now for the guy, now go at the guy with criminal. See they move cars, they come there. They move here to Cameroon. They kill young people and take away their property, take their life. So we don't just blame it on and government. I don't think government is doing now because here at you can see that government don't fund security in Anambra State, which means more not in pain. Like yet get the result. I have caught him. Everything can be stagnant. If we did the guy, when I saw the guy in place, I want the guy. You see, you look very. Actually, go and bring him in big man cell. If you're the way polished. If my friend look for what's normal, they will not be a gear on a boutique. And no, Mama said no, a kidnapper. He looks so gentle. And not now we caught this January, and he's very confident that he's coming out. I don't know how he saw it. Even company that they put the madam God family na okay, he's like I'm saying I'm the lucky. No, that they they brought 3 million to this thing. Get release here. Provided a move go because I threatened and they move the case to Abuja. So many things. So I don't know what else. So this is the situation of it. And if each did one there, only figure men. I got jump to justice. So the crime keep happening. Even the police they enable it because nobody is taking those cases. All this kind of normal thing. I kidnap more than open an even as a report, even if you report, nothing is going to happen. If you suspect anything, you report, nothing will happen. Even through through the course of that investigation, oh, get intercept one of their calls. A plan got another operation Anambra with one guy no Calaba, plus in Keno side who go about na look a phone on house. I tell I go na move, can have plan to keep me on operation, attack one man. But then where may go for that? I told police where may go immobilize anybody. Because in this country, you must pay with us. Everybody want to victimize the victim. All not interested in a bank. You again. Then no one let you may hand this crime. Sorry for taking too much of your time.
Yeah, so I can na your and your experience. I mean,
Ifeanyi,
I
So I
think
wonder
na
what
Chief,
every other
okay,
person that has been in my
Chief.
situation.
Okay, biko mo amara na ma mute ro when ekwu okwu. Biko ka alede deso ntimejigo. It's sad to comprehend this. Getting justice. For the number, maybe this is just a long story. But for me, in fact, before I go further, I think I need to thank Uche for inviting you to come to this space to share your thoughts and your experience, of what you've been through. Because sometimes when we talk about these things, people feel where we just want to converge and just, an echo chamber, just talking to ourselves. Things are really bad. Things are really bad. If you get into trouble or you need the law enforcement to really enforce and do their job, that is when you know that things are really, really bad. We can't just say it. It's best for you to listen. And I want to thank our brother, Deso, for sharing, his life experience with us here. So whenever we talk about this insecurity, Malona, prior to Deso coming in, we are engaging Mazi, who believes that I need much of participation and involvement in policing and security of our town, villages, and cities and state, which is true. But then, Mazi, obviously from Ifeno, Deso has narrated here, you will see that even that your involvement is not free. Because if Deso could actually track every penny he spent, he shouldn't have spent a penny doing those things, both the tracking, both arresting, mobilizing law enforcement. He has to pay to mobilize police. In fact, you have to beg them, you have to negotiate Kinejigotos and Mafia, a top 50. Because they will tell you 1 million. At a point, when he was telling his story from the beginning, officers, they pulled off from the case because he paid other people higher money, and they pulled out. This is what we go through. Insecurity abro, I know we are not just because we hate na Soludo by our governor. Anambra State. We are in a mess. And of course, with the kind of justice system and criminal system I am well involved, just Malaysia Malona, for you to get justice, you must have money. You must know people. If there's no way, if I'm a imagine who, or you have to do your part, fine and good. It sounds so good. This is more like theory. In school you will talk about a lot of theories. Then when you come to the field, theory will get tignana. Theory ga kogenana. Theory ga kogenana face down. I want a medical field. I got working. Theory is theory. Practical is practical. Because when you come to the world, you will see reality. You might not even remember those theories. Now your viva. You won't even remember them. So this is a very serious thing. And for me, I don't remember like you go. I've been processing. This young man would have literally by now would have been dead and probably forgotten. The buffer we come out for yourself. The buffer we come out for there. And if you track this case, even while he was paying, you could see how elements and agents of enforcement we are trying to sabotage the whole thing. They're threatening, we're going to release a suspect. If you don't come,
Some even threatened that he didn't mention the part that someone threatened to, label him IPOB if he
exactly.
continues to harass. Watching the Melo, the reason why I brought Dice or DK here is to give us, a clearer picture of what is happening. A lot of people about this insecurity, and we hear things like, we give information, you need to bring information. Let me tell you something. After reading this case, I had a very similar experience. My personal mechanic had a very similar experience. He was, kidnapped. They took away his vehicle. Unfortunately, he was driving a customer's vehicle. They took the vehicle from him. They also got money from him. He made transfer that night. So after put me in police custody because onye nwe moto je kpọrọ police. So when I call me family no, where you guys say a question, one of the things in Julia bụ kedu account family the transfer or when you the account where na je na bank. Somebody has mentioned it here that some of these criminals are illiterate. They don't know how to clear trails. You got to go. So where the information? Where je bank we wanted the information ebe etinyere the ego from the bank. We were the name je na Facebook. Na Facebook amwaje. We find there the person. Chọpụta onye bụ onye ahụ wee connect to the ebe ọ na-alụ everything. Were the information wee nye the boy, the mechanic, say na eje nye IPO nye na ya na-alụkọ. So that they were able to hasten the tracking of the person. No nwere eventually onwe ka ọ bụrụ onye akịta nwe the account to involve, onwe ka ha use a third party, but onye a ga-amazi onye bịazibịa withdraw ego from his account. So ihe a ka emechara wee je jide the person. Mụ anyere the information, nyecha m address. This mechanic can spend the ego because anytime on Abiana, the same thing Dyson is complaining, that's the same thing they did to him. A transfer na division B, B division A, the Noka, the same story kakogide. We transfer the case na SAS. So you got that was this is too much. The person we motor and I say I know you go through a motor phone. And we go through we have evidence of the person that committed, the people that committed this thing. But we do not longer the mechanic go continue. So when we go the case abandoned as I'm talking to you now. In fact, I personally went. I went to the commission to the Amobia, the area command. Where you had information. So I look at what my mechanic is saying. This is the information I have. I was able to fetch this information online. Now no information. Okay, when case we initiate the investigation. Okay, we wanted this person. And I said, the person no Port Harcourt. No case we take from Port Harcourt with the problem. Now again need immobilize the make one. That is the only reason this people abandon all this case. Exactly what Dice. If Dice didn't open not offer him to tell, say that no have really see far, he wouldn't have gotten to this stage. And for him to get to this stage, I told him Ike. I'm his story. I called him. I in fact, the mother government question he with a close. And with a information no provide go. Well, he alone. Citizens shouldn't be paying for things like this. Why can't government establish an institution or a place where tracking, where all these things can be done in collaboration with the police? So then when report from citizens regarding to issue like this, be it bank transfer or phone number of phone, stolen phone or anything, and where can you see where the place? I register the information, lodge the complaints. Then they will take it up from there, be able to get something from it. I was just thinking about it. Can you know what will it take for government to have an institution that can do this? Look at the whole thing, guys. So before that, now the whole thing is centered on technology, fighting crime using technology. Yeah, bro, rocket science. So why can't somebody like Soludo have something like this in collaboration with the police in Anambra State? Because if Soludo solution is interested in solving insecurity problem, this is one of the things I believe strongly he should be doing. So because if Putakitana sending you a insecurity problem or kidnap or anything, and one the other day, or send that now, but pursue ya. If you ask all of them, from those situations, it draw from a case how they get information, but they do not have the money or the resources or the energy to pursue it because police got frustrated. There are a lot of brick walls. So watching them, if I bro, provide information. They provide the information. Nothing is gonna happen. Now, I reported this case to Law before. I personally sent it to Law before, and I told him this case the Daiso DK just gave us now. I told him, please, let's take this thing up. I asked him, yes, that he has sent it to appropriate quarter. I won't any further, I'm sure, but because I've called the Daiso DK, nobody has called him from government. I've also told him to go to the Afia TV to talk about this because our people need to hear this, which he has done. Now, speaking about this here, I know some of you are traumatized, some of you are very, very upset. Yeah, every day. Many people cannot, in fact, 80 to 90% cannot cross beyond the first phase, Nyawa cross. Nyawa cross with many phases. Now, the final phase, kita now be prosecute. And then when you folk there are locals that work in close proximity with these guys outside. So all the locals are kita and when the case kufa. Because when you prosecute all these rabbi or whoever, these guys that come from all the way from the north, only prosecute of our former, you'll be able to fetch information from them. Man, who is prosecuting them? If run on bag and I found on a prison, a big man. So this is where government needs to come in. If government is serious about fighting this insecurity, this particular case should be taken over by government. Let us use the instrument Ojigodi to penetrate much more. Kamalu ndi now work with this rabbi. Who are they? Ndi on ground. Kedin the fabu. How many are they? Where are they operating from? From there, you begin to bust all these syndicates. If I brought rocket science, in fact, if you ask any kidnapping victim, keta, onye ọbụla jelu ebe ahụ pụta, ọ ya agwa gị that na gọọmenti macha ebe ha nọ, ndị military police ha macha ebe ndị ha nọ. Fa ga-enye information. Oge Maazị Eze Okeke na-ekwu okwu, o kwuru da na ọ na-abụ ndị a ga-apụta gụọ unu sị gị na-ekwe n'ọfịa ebe fa nọ. A na-asị na ha enweghị ego a ga-eji mobilize. Kedu onye ọ bụzi oke na ọrụ ihe iwepụta the resources a ga-eji mobilize ya? What are we doing? So who is supposed to take this responsibility? Are we going to continue to watch and complain? So I'm watching a like when we say these things, Odika and when he falls up, that is nothing. If Soludo for other than letting him know that he needs to be alive to his responsibility. He needs to begin to work towards securing the Anambra immediately. Look at what Peter Mbai is doing. For example, that control center is very, very, very good. I perceive something like that in Anambra State. If that the entire city of Enugu State is under a digital surveillance. Oh look, you will see every part of Enugu. Igana that center.
Hello.
So we need that kind of thing here.
Hello.
So Mazi, thank God you are here to listen to what we have to say. From what Daiso Dike has said, for the narration and everything, what exactly can you tell us? Kedifo omelo okwesili ifo melo or kedifo mero okwesili me? Based on what you said earlier, as citizens playing our parts, kedifo omelo okwesili me? Mazi.
Maazị dịka
also. Okay, got
mgbe
time.
ọ nọ na speaker but Maazị amara m na ife anyị na-ekwu. Maazị, can you hear me? Maazị, can you hear us? Okay, let's just believe na Maazị Anoria, because that was why I was putting it to him that he's trying to extricate government or the role of government security. Could I know biko?
Oh, the way you oh, you actually
Okay, okay, go ahead.
for this boy, this man about dice will be DK. Oh, yeah, my dad and I. Also, if you shoot at a king, you must kill him. Fiota. Whenever you shoot at a king, make sure he goes forever. I want to know about. We owe this guy something. I could should make sure that no matter what happens, that Rabiu
I'm
should
here.
never. That Rabiu should never come out of prison. Never. I want to know about. That man should never come out of prison. Also, ya saw ya me you no me. They onwe ndị be anyị na-asị abịaziri bụ ụmụ nwa obodo ebe mmadụ na-adịrị onye nso na awa gara. Ọ bụ na mmadụ agụgozi n'ala Igbo ọ nọrọ na prison na-eti ọ bụ ka o nwekarị ego ọ bụrụ ego ka ọ ga-eri ya rie ya. He should never come out of prison. Onye ọnụ mere ya mee ọ bụrụ bribe emebie ọ bụrụ ịtụ ego atụ anyị nwa ọ bụrụ so okwu ọnụ anyị atụ ego atụọ make sure that he never comes out of that prison, because onye asị na prison pụta ndụ nwanne anyị dị in danger. Any diri ihe ọbụla a ga-eme ọ bụrụ ime mina asị memina ya ya pụtazina etu ọ na-eme ka ọnụ ọ bụrụ anyị nwe ịtụ ego anyị atụ ego ọ bụrụ
I'm here now.
the case because you should never come out. Cap action or blow one or man put there. Or you try to see when I may put as there. He has tried.
What can you hear me? Or can you hear me?
Okay, all right. Udi Dalo. Maazị
What can you hear me?
Maazị na ife na-ekwu.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so if Uche Joge, did you hear the question?
No, I know how much to that. That was the time I was having
okay, so having had
Okay, let me repeat the question.
Okay, Uche, go ahead.
If I'm not talking about, I don't know if I'm one nine worker that is or DK, and of course, no one can move. So from DK based on what you said earlier, about citizens playing their parts, providing information, also collaborating with the security agents.
Okay. Okay, Uche. First of all, what I want to do is first of all to thank God that I joined this X space today. I can't thank God enough. Trust me. Like at the point when he was talking, or Odim Kabebi cause now, but now I didn't want to miss any bit of his story. It just sounded to me like Nollywood. But first of all, I must salute his memory to have been able to remember every bit of Iveme, and also his resilience, because the point that even touched me the most, Bona, my brother, you are indeed a survivor, and I'm already in your inbox. I'm already talking to him inbox, and of course, even in Mbunuche, or based on this particular matter now, or even they can make una space. But the only thing I can actually guarantee you is that Anugomi Anugom very sincerely Anugomi and that's much I can say here. And these are the kind of feedbacks that I believe the government needs. And I brought back I was in terms of police. Anyone when Nigeria to Nigeria, his own negative story to tell about the Nigerian police. The more you hear this kind of things, the angrier you get. When I mean the angrier you get, even at that top where we feel everything is all right. I'll bring everything they can openly. But if on a governor whenever they have such security meetings, because trust me, if I see when it has to do with the police, if it's Sinisi Barwo, that is the truth. If it's Sinisi Barwo. And that is why majority of us are advocates. We are advocating seriously for state police. I am particularly interested in state police. Because at least state police, I'm alone IG, I'm alone commissioner, I'm alone rank and file. Look at the whole stress we are with from Oka here, connecting with Jaws to Adamawa. Man, if going that's it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. Days Odike, I salute your courage. And I'm in your inbox and we're already talking. So Biko, I also heard
Biko.
when you said number one. I'm listening and I'm here to
Okay.
take not just to
In
talk but also
addition to
take
that,
feedbacks.
in addition to
Yeah.
that, Emana, that Sokitan, Ifome Kitana, very, very special and unique. Like I said, out
Alucha,
of,
I've lost you. I can't hear you.
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mute your mic. So maybe you will hear me when you mute your mic. Uh-huh. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, Ife one night okay, that is so DK Melo. Bife 99% ndị Ife wakpogolo na Anambra State nwere ike fama mmenwu, they may not be able to pass the first, second hurdle.
Which I've lost you again.
Oh, nke esirokwa m n'aka. Maka na
Okay,
ndị ọzọ na-anụ
I
m.
can hear Uche. Mazi, can you hear me? Okay, Mazi,
Hello, Maazị.
Mazi Adani, fine. Mazi, I will encourage because in need a stable connection. On doing on the
Maazị,
angle,
biko ị ga-apụ ka ịbata because ife a nchọrọ ikwu is a very good suggestion and ọ ga-adị important. Enwee isi na ịnọ n'ime DM nwanne anyị nwoke Daiso, aga m achọ ka iwelukwe ya bụ ozi nchọrọ izi gị nya ozi nchọrọ inye gị kịta because ọtụtụ ndị be anyị nọ nwere this experience nwanne anyị nwoke nwere amara ebe ha ga-esi bido ekwesịrị inwe gọọmenti anyị Anambra steeti kwesịrị inwe platform or institution ọ bụrụ nke phone whereby onye nwee issue jee ebe a lọjia ya ị na-anụ ife m na-ekwu maazị
So is it Arocha or Arocha?
ị na-anụ ife m na-ekwu maazị hello maazị
Arocha.
hello maazị okay nwa Chinemere ama m na ị na-anụ ife m na-ekwu so ife m na-ekwu bụ na nke si na ọ bụrụ na ọ bata enidili inwe something because oge Daiso kwachara m ife a na-eche since does it mean that na government I am enwe access to these trackers or these people that can provide this type of rigorous work to be able to track and fish out these elements? If I brought rocket science, that's why we elected these people to be our leader. If you cannot have intel units that is under your jurisdiction as chief security officer of Anambra State, then Kediki is getting intel unit in our rely on to secure yourself as a governor self. Because he have had nature sense. Watching Emelu, Obuna Anambra State governor or government be interested in fighting insecurity in Anambra State. Oku basalo okwu nwanne anyị nwoke dike ka ọ ga-eji as a template ọmalụ ụfọdụ information ahụ onyere then establish something that will be able to solve and sort these things effortlessly without having somebody to spend more money kidnap loginalu ego then ije lodge the complaints and now ego more ndị police start wakwa gị more. By the time you get to a point where you can no longer afford more money to pay, they will abandon the case. Why is it so? A lot of people have experienced this. A lot. How do we circumvent? How do we stop this nonsense? So, because at the end of the day, we have to provide solution. The intel unit has to be under the control of the governor that will work in close proximity with the security agents. Then that intel unit will be able to extract information, is able to harvest information, will be able to, do a lot of research. If I have brought rocket science, some of them now in my house may make traces. You'll be able to now each with like in get transfer kita and hana there. If you want to do that, there are so many hurdles you get pass through, and not many people know how to do this. Not many people know how to do this. Only ọbụla na-register POS, onwe information. Only ọbụla na-be withdraw from POS, onwe information. Go ya bụ ọbụgodu not through POS ka onye ha si wee mee ya, a trace to that POS. You'll be able to extract information from your end, and government will be able to access it from the back end easily to trace and find out the person that did that. Ọ bụrụ na a ga-require POS ọbụla na-alụ enwe fingerprint, onye ọbụla na-achị ime withdraw or whatever, we have to put a fingerprint, because even an ATM used to snap picture of when they withdraw ego. So ekwesịrị itinye something like that na POS to improve security. Ihe ndị a bụ ihe gọọmenti kwesịrị na-eme, because all these POS kafa na-use. So if I boom, even feel, because at the end of the day, we have to provide solution. So if I even talk, I continue on. I'm not looking at see software. Then I like him if one nine okay. Now suggest. I am a sitting on. Onwe onye nwere ife ọ chọrọ ikwu ma onwe ife ọ chọrọ itinye ka support nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Daiso Dike in his fight to get justice, because there's no injustice for one is injustice for all. Onwe ka iyesi nwe ife ị ga-etinye nwe ka iyesi tinye bịakwute nwanne anyị nwoke bụ nwa Chinemelu, go to his DM, tell him you want to support this, you want to do this, you want to do that. Kamalu ka iyesi we bido sub wanya bife, because at this point, all man is on. We are on our own. We are all on our own. Oyo, that is our case. Look at the length the young man has to go through. Look at this young man literally came back from death, the dungeon of death. But he was destined to live, to fight again. And that's why he's putting his life. When we're feminine and question that now, he's no longer afraid of death, because he has seen it all. So he's no longer afraid of death. And that's why he's fighting very, very hard against. He's still in Okona. He wants to make sure that these people are persecuted. He gets justice to every single person they involve. So so that we're able to at least start somewhere. I'm saying this so that Mazi can come back. Mazi is no longer
Okay,
here.
I think Mazi is not here anymore, and that's unfortunate, because I wanted to hear him speak on some things more about Adria. Because if you have been listening to Deso, and you are touched and you want to support this pursuit for justice, you can come to my DM, or you can just communicate to us on the comment section. Or if you can access my DM, then I can be in your DM. Because I know my DM, or everybody can actually send message to me. I don't know why, but you can just comment that you can access my DM, then I will come to you, so that we can help with that. Because the truth is, this is just in contrast with Ife Mazi that was trying to, put up here that the government is doing what they are supposed to do. Meanwhile, government is not. I am aware of a perfect system in place. Father, but not perfect system. We don't even have a system. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm already getting donations. Somebody is already donating 50,000 today, sir, for fighting for that, for his case. So if you want to do something, if you want to do it openly, that's fine. But if you want to come to my DM, that's also okay. We'll figure out, modalities on how to, combine the whole thing and send to him. But if you don't know, onwelo suggestion our brother Mazi, gave here. Mazi, opening and define it. We actually want opening on this space. I will actually want you to come up to the mic because when you were talking, you were, speaking emphatically, as if now once private individuals, once we cooperate with government, with law enforcement, then everything becomes easy. But it doesn't work that way. Unless the police or you have a case and you go to the police, that's when you will know that you're on a long thing if you don't have money and you don't know anybody. You will be on a long thing. Sometimes when I hear or see the PPROs, meanwhile, Anambra First Son, Amara meanwhile access to the PPRO, Anambra State. I would like to bring him in 2 days to join us again. Today, Monday, on Thursday, for the second part of this conversation. I would really like to have him. I think his name is Tochuk, right? I would like him to be here with us. Or so maybe someone else, police that can contact, you can send it to me, then I can call him and ask him if he can join us. So that we can.
Yeah, if you can bring him.
Okay.
Hello, Wachi, I'm here, and I've been listening. I'm here, just that I've been going back and forth. I'm here.
Okay, Mazi. Okay, thank you, because we are looking for you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Your network today is really very
My brother,
unstable.
it's dealing with me. Trust me, I'm just don't understand, but it's well. But I'm here.
Oh, okay. Please, Imago, subsequently, when we have you as our point man here, or maybe engaging with you, I like a, kind of stability. Go when you like, with cohesion at the conversation. If Basali finally, first of all, one of my own questions, because I'm a non coaching and I before you left. But I hear you when you try to pitch in this issue of state policing as one of your suggestions for a solution as regards insecurity. But already we see what government is doing. Are you not worried that they will use them the same way they use ndị anọ n'Ọnịcha, ndị Akodo, earlier during Kadafa isi Shampo, Willie Obiano, na Anambra State, enwere ndị mpịawa azụ, are you not concerned that eventually this is your suggestion, because now I'm pitching your own words against you. If you now suggest now for us to have state policing as the solution, because that's what I hear you say. Because in terms of citizen active participation, we're already doing that, and it's not yielding anything. And what the next thing you are suggesting to us here as a National Publicity Secretary in the APCA, but no state policing, are you not saying or also suggesting here that if you use these politicians who actually weaponize state policing and go after their opponents and also use it to intimidate people more? Because what it means now is that someone like Soludo that doesn't give a damn about Ndi Anambra, he doesn't care about what is going on about Ndi Anambra, will now be in charge, giving directive to the Inspector General of Police, Anambra State. What it means is also Obunonwelonde, just like what is happening in Newi, where he has openly, viciously refused to do something in Newi in Onitsha. Soludo has refused to work on Onitsha. Onitsha, as big as Onitsha, as economically important Onitsha dito Anigbo. Soludo has refused to upgrade Onitsha to be what it's supposed to be. Are you not worried that this your suggestion would not be different from what we are seeing? from other aspects of governance in this Soludo's administration? That's number one question. Then I think Anambra first. I think you have another question for him. You wanted to say something before he left. Uche, Obana already. Maybe he
Yeah,
he
I
will
was
respond to me.
actually asking him to tell us the part where the young man did wrong, or where he thinks he could have done better, something like that. But I think he chose not to talk about that because probably he feels that it is something that has to do with security. And also I would like Batmando. Batmando, I don't know you are here, Batmando. From your comments on the space, it appears you know one of the suspects. Do you know the suspect the Daiso was talking about?
ụmụnne m daalụ no, good afternoon, daalụ, demen unu ana n'ife m
Yes.
na-ekwu
Do you know the suspect?
unu ana n'ife m na-ekwu
Yes, we can hear you. Yes,
okay.
yes.
Ama m Moses Nenche na 2000 and na 2000 and I think no, na 2002, after ka m nwechele accident with my car na Airport Road, Anambra. A friend of mine before introduced him to Nenche Moses. Water. Mana Nenche Moses na ụmụ nwanne ya niile bụ agwọ owulu ka ndụ abụ. Agwọ owulu in the sense that na ị na-enebe anya ichio na ndị ọbụ innocent na ndị ọbụ sent ka babụ. Ya one ndị esi na-ekweghị ekene na-akpọrọ isi sa. Ichio na these are the most honest people, mana ịmara na ndị a bụ criminals. A special experience with Nenche bụ na Nenche ebujere moto m na workshop Nenche ka dị alụ ọlụ m moto na workshop Nenche ka Nenche na ụmụ nwanne Nenche dị naanị mana na workshop Nenche ka anọ wee ezulu catalyst m mechie ezulu injin moto m na workshop Nenche. Oh yeah, even in the food recorded that B division even made the case. No, because na udi exploitation wa Daiso DK Gabigal. Mungu actually Gabigia. Onya melin juwe dropper, but I still have electronic evidence of statements and undertaking Nenche ma umungani melim na B division Okabai. Never. Man, be that as it may, experience with Nenche, not just me alone, my aunt, Dr. Njideka Wangu. The same experience Naka Nenche. In fact, I can tell you no, I know can be because of Mwa, no one can Nenche to wear balls on Amashi. Because Namunga Bonyoka, Nambalasha, Nasofa Nanya, Yazano, Yaranoka. Yara Nozioka again, you need a criminal. I am an inchi to work was I'm up an inchi. Now, so many people not on inchi, Moses. Mana, I'm no Makake, Simon and inchi can inchi to work, Nalie. I charge you Guaba, Shin and honor Guaba. Okay, whatever my culture. Adams of anyway, on a neighbor October. Ka mmadụ nọ na-agwa m na Nenche abaghị ime. So mana mụ nwa mụrụ nọ maka kesi Daiso ka Nenche ji wee banye ime. Ịghọta. So na ọ bụrụ na Daiso chọọ, I am available to Imago. Ọ bụrụ na Daiso chọọ, I can witness for him. Mgbe ọbụla they are ready ịkpụpụ Nenche for prosecution na court. Ịghọta now. So but achọrọ m ka m dwell on issue of Nenche Moses. Achọrọ m ịkpatụga aka ihe gbasalụ insecurity and education n'obodo anyị bụ Anambra. Mụ nwa bụ onye Ọka mana ebu m Nnewi na-alụkwa ọrụ na Nnewi. For now, ọ bụ ihe gbasalụ education ka m nọ ya. So ama m na n'ife na-ekwu.
Yes.
Na ịbịa na Nnewi a biko mmara akpọ afọ ebe m na-alụ ọrụ mana enwe m opportunity ebe m na-alụ ọrụ for security reason ka m eji kpee because na ebo na-esi niile ana m eme operate na ebo na-esi in order not to jeopardize my own security n'ife anyị na-alụ na ebo na-esi. So achọrọ m ịyọ gọọmenti na gọvanọ anyị na-enyelu aka ka enwee ike kwalite ọnọdụ agụmakwụkwọ na Anambra steeti. Mana ọ bụrụ na ị bịa n'ihe ala local gọọmenti for instance, ilute n'ihe ala local gọọmenti then ebe na-esi community na Lilu, Ọsụmohu, Iseke, Mbosi, Azia, Ibulusi ụzọ, these communities nke achọrọ m ime ka anyị malụ na enwere ezi gọọmenti enwere ndị gọọmenti achọghịzi ịma ka maka ụmụaka anyị ndị emere abandon ebe a. The reality there is that na ọ bụrụ na ị chọọ ipost onye nkụzi na any of this community, nwezi onye nkụzi no under the payroll of the government na-ekwezi ka e post onye that place because of insecurity. Now what we now do bụ anyị na ndị church na work. So because na ndị gọọmenti na-agbazi ọsọ, I can tell you for free na Catholic Church na Nnewi nwere about 12 schools for employees ndị PTA teachers na-enyefe extra incentive ma bụ na ndị nkụzi akwụta nọdụ ebe ahụ nwee ike na-eme gịnị na-akụziri ndị their family nwere ike ịgba ọsọ agha from those places. Now again, after the incidents melunu na St. Augustine College Mbosi, I'm sure na unu nụrụ maka ya ka ndị ọnụn gọọmenti weje burn down the school. Ọkwa through my office ka isi wee now chọtalafa an alternative ebe fa ga-anọ gụọ akwụkwọ because na ụmụaka ndị na-ebe a ma ndị ga-ede junior WAEC ma ndị ga-ede senior WAEC, we cannot abandon them. Anyị bụ ụzọ nyefe temporary place na Our Lady of Lourdes n'ihe ala, but now we've been able to get an alternative place ebe fa ga-anọ, a primary school fa ga-asphalt with they have facility no ka edezi enye ọfụma ka fa nwee ike gụkwuo akwụkwọ this academic session wee na-ayọzi Chineke mgbe insecurity a ga-end. So achọrọ m ịyọ maazị biko, a sị na gọvanọ anyị anara akwado ndị mission n'ihe gbasazila education. Wetago na gọvanọ sọsọ ebe ọ sị na ọ dị interested na ya bụ nke ọ na-akpọ public ọ chọọzọ ịma maka return public mission ndị a na-akpọ return schools. So wee chọọ ya gọọmenti ebe ọ bụ na ndị gọọmenti na-agbazi ọsọ ije n'ebe na-esi and the surrounding communities because of insecurity. Ka Soludo cool onu down partner with the church. It's only the church now that can go into Lilu, go into Mbosi now, go into Iseke. I'm going to full experience Melu na November. A particular school in Iseke, for the school, one Obaho community school in Iseke. Head miss never retire and carbon primary school. The woman retire. I will check a post so another person go Germania head the school. And ihe niile achọtala ka post n'Obaho fa niile jụrụ ajụ because onye chizizi ka o jee ebe a ọ na-agba ọsọ. So we even told commissioner say na oge na-abịakwa mgbe a ga-ebido sendeba ndị PTA adịrọ qualified ka fa abụbazie headmistresses na schools ebe ọ bụ na ndị nọ na government payroll achọrọzi na-atụ ụjọ ọnwụ ịghọta. Onwekwenye anyị na-epush si akịnya je risk ndụ ya, but ịmago na ọ bịazi dịka gọọmenti abandoning those communities. So we are begging, using this opportunity, begging Maazị Aboni Yagwa governor, let him partner with the church. Ka insecurity anụnwa ka na-aga on. Enwere ndị families enwere ike ịgba ọsọ ụmụ ha afa na ụmụ fa na ebe ahụ. So ana m ayọ ka gọọmenti partner with church ka ama ka a ga-esi na-enyere ndị aka. Ndị nke PTA teachers kakalobi no there, we don't know what's going to happen now na January because no to a ga-ebido akwụkwọ na 13th on day fuzili welu ọ bụrụ na onwe onye ju na ọ ya return gaa maka ụmụaka n'ebe ahụ, ịfụ na those children ga-anọ ebe a without ị na-aga school. So achọrọ m ịyọ Soludo ka ọ partner with ndị chọọchị ka enwe ike take ya care of ụmụaka anyị ndị emegolo abandon n'ebo na-esi communities n'ihe ala local government. Nke ịbụọ, on issue of insecurity dị n'Ọka be anyị, achọrọ m ime ka anyị mara na Ọka for more than a decade now, Ọka be anyị nwere ife a na-akpọ town union. Ọka Development Union Nigeria has been in crisis for over 15 years now. Ife a bidoro bribe oge Peter Obi na-achọ ilitu will take over. So since Ọka enwere town union, Ọka be anyị nọ in disarray. Abịaza ụmụazị enwezi town union na-achị bediri mma ndị otu m anyị emego mmebe niile. We have done recorded a lot of successes. Ịmago ka ị get government ka emeela Ọka town union election ka enwee town union na-achị obodo, because na Nnewi a nọ na anyị na-ekwu okwu mbọ community na-agba. I want to recommend Nnewi model. Ebi m n'abụbọ Nnewi Ichi. N'abụbọ Nnewi Ichi a na afa m ma details ma ife gbasara m do na ebe a na-akpọ abụbọ ya with ndị security ndị abụbọ, so that ọ bụ na ana m akwụ ụgwọ security m na-akwụ 3,700 per annum ife m na-akwụ ebe a mbi as security levy to ndị community, so that ọ bụrụ na eme election town union, this kind of Nnewi model can be replicated in all the communities. Onwe onye bata na community, all community ka ọ dọọlụ ije na nke ndị security community a, you put in your details ebe a ịghọta na. So na gọọmenti nwekwa oke n'ọlụ dịrị anyị, mana anyị nwa bụ ndị obodo, ndị community nwekwa oke n'ọlụ dịrị anyị ịghọta na. Anyị na-emezi nke anyị nwere ike ime, gọọmenti nwezi ebe anyị esi wee bata. So na m na-recommend the model Nnewi town na na-edo Nnewi ife na-eme na befa na other communities. So na m na ya Soludo, ọ bụrụ na ọ chọrọ ka udo dị n'Ọka ka court clashes end ya ma ivedili ya biko nya ala wụọ commission onebu nne ka onye ndị incorporated trustees Ọka Development Union ikike ka emeela Ọka capital Anambra State town union election ka ama ma ihe security dị n'Ọka ọ ya ebi, ka ama ma ọgbọ ayala dị n'Ọka be anyị ya ebi. So biko ụmụnne m ọgụgụ ka ọra m n'ọnụ ife ọbụla achọ ime gbasara n'echi Moses Daisy dike kpọọ mụ I will come and witness for you against Ninchi na ndị otu ya niile. Ụmụnne
All right. Babando, thank you so much for that. At least I know when on your cape to this. Babanda, the man is if you know, a break or the cabin on a whim, then we issue. So I'm what I mean, and if I'm one able. But now I'm not gonna be few and I believe in a deso. I think this one on this this honor is here. Maybe we'll reach out to him just in case. We'll reach out to him. Okay, I got to 191 HRM then to Deep Sky. Deep Sky, you will go after HRM. HRM in here?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, sir.
All right. Good morning, Ganiro.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been raising up my hand since it's been 2 hours now. I wanted to speak in respect to what Maazi said concerning private citizens of Anambra State, landlords of each housing or houses or house, sorry, meeting their tenants, asking them for their business card or all those information. There's something called social contract theory. The citizens give almost all to the government in response or in return for their security. It is the duty of the government of every state. In fact, it's the duty of the government both in Nigeria and state level to make sure that the lives and properties of each citizens are being secured. I'm based in Lagos, but I school here in Oka. And I can tell you, since my year one till now, that I'm in my finals, there have been like insecurity of different kinds, different colors of insecurities in this Oka. especially in the student areas. Now that the school just resumed, you start hearing things on robberies. Sometimes female students are being raped in their hostels, in their lodges. They would not just steal from you, they would also rape you. Some they kill some students too. And funny enough, these things are not being done by their fellow students. These things are being done by some unknown people from Oka. There are some insecurities too that have happened frequently here in Oka, and then on TV they tag it IBPO, unknown gunmen and all that. Who are those unknown gunmen in Oka? I think the government, they need to look into all these cases, all these issues before it gets out of hand. Okay, my friend there in Ihala, she said they've not been able to leave their house due to insecurity issues. That since she came to since she went to her village, they have been on lockdown. They don't go out, they just stay indoors and probably call people to get something for them because of insecurity issues. The government, they need to look into it. Governor Soludo is trying in aspect of youth empowerment. He's doing very well in aspect of that, in that aspect. Sorry. He opened solution center for youth empowerment, something like that. And I've been attending because I'm a political science student. So I've been attending events, political events, and I've also been seeing things too. But when it comes to insecurity, I don't he hasn't there have been no much work on that aspect. And this is more important. You safeguard the lives of the people that put you in power. The unknown government, till now, we don't know who those unknown government are. When you go to the national TV, they say it's IBOP. That's the Biafran soldiers, or I don't know. They tag them as the unknown government, but sometimes it can, as Daiso said, his story, according to his story, the guy, I've forgotten the name. It sounds like an Hausa person that is the one leading this stuff. One of the things Governor Soludo should look into is to know how to. It's not about bringing up security agencies. Today there is this security agency. Tomorrow there is another different security agency. It's about coming to Oka, and for crying out loud, this is even a state capital. This state capital is supposed to be the safest place first. In Lagos, where I'm based, Ikeja is one of the safest in Lagos, then followed by other areas. This is supposed to be one of the safest. Then you can call other area. He's supposed to call this the town leaders of Oka, or citizens that are heading various associations or landlords and all that, discuss with them on how on how to tackle these insecurity issues. It's not about constructing road governance. It's not about constructing roads, building bridges, or it's one of the things a citizen is expecting of the government is to secure their life first. Because as it stands, before God, you guys are like the caretaker of the state. After God, sorry, you guys are the caretaker of the state. Is to secure lives. You telling me now that the landlords should go and start asking their tenants, um, where are you? What is your business status? What do you do for a living? This one, how many people will want to be truthful? You cannot come to a kidnapper and ask a kidnapper to tell you what he does for a living. The kidnapper will not tell you he's a kidnapper, obviously. The kidnapper will tell you that he's doing one business or the other. Then he will call somebody. Okay, you want to see my shop? Okay, let me put a call through and all that, and show you something else. So that is not even supposed to be an option. Let's even start from there. It's not supposed to be an option. Also, secondly, there should be a form of vigilance. Okay, yes, there are vigilantes, but they've not been. I've not really been seeing them around that much. Okay, was it during this holiday that I heard that someone was raped here in Oka too? They've not really been around. Okay, I listened to Sadai, so I would say I really admire his resilience when it comes to this issue and what happened. It was all God. All his story I got from this story is, if you're a common man and you need justice, just you can't get that justice you need. If you don't have money, you cannot get that justice you need. And assuming he did not really have much, he wouldn't be able to go as far as he has gone. If funny thing is, these government officials, they would feel reluctant when it's as far as that person is not related to them, as far as it's not their wife, or it's not their husband, or it's not their children, or anybody related to them. They will feel reluctant. They won't want to. It's in fact, it's even none of their business. The police force, those ones are even thieves wearing uniform. They are thieves wearing uniform. They are not doing anything in their office. Just I in that Stanel, I don't know. Most of us will know Stanel Road, the Enugu is it Onitsha Enugu Road. That's Stanel side. Those there's a stand there where military people stay. Some of them they collect. They would see that, oh, this driver is is driving out of lane, but they'll still collect. As far as you give them, you settle them with money, you can go ahead. As far as you have money, that means there's no hope for the common man. You just be praying to God that that bad thing should not come close to you, or things like this should not come affect your family, because if it does, you are doomed. So from I understand that Mazi is a public is an official in the Abga party. So probably he's trying to is it defend his candidate or something. But I think the option that he gave, it's not even in fact, Anambra State needs restructuring, starting from the government, to the military force. Everywhere it needs restructuring. The insecurity is too much. Even I, as a student, once it's 8, I'm in my house, because it's even scary, because there's no hope for the common man again. So if it's possible for Soludo, as one of the speakers said, I think it's Papando, he said that there should be a form of Oka town, is it town group or something? There should be it should be formed. If it's possible that one too would also help, there should be a way where the governor would come in, discuss to youths, have meetings with the youth in Oka, even Ihiala too. Thank you very much.
All right. Uh, Mazi Machinemera, are you still speaking? Are you there?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you?
here.
Okay.
I'm switching from phones to connect back to the space. So phone now, most times when I tap on it, it doesn't really release the speaker, real quickly. Yeah. So our sister Puloku, thank you so much for that contribution, because I wish that Mazi, I believe you are hearing us. For you
I'm still here. I'm still
for
here.
you to see what people are going through, because sometimes it's not as if we are, purveyors of bad news, or we just don't like the government or the person on a government. No, this is a real situation. So this is a student not a UNISEC, and it's telling you her ordeal, what goes on, and this thing is in perpetuity. It happens, not that it happened in the past or it's not going to happen again. It is happening. What is government doing? If you don't have money, nothing for you. You can't get justice. In fact, police will not even move. You can't move. Okay, that their term is mobilization. They can't even mobilize out of the station. So what do you do? What do you do? That's why in the Western, I'm actually, I think I need to start talking about it and start advocating for people to start being armed. Because when everybody is armed, when you see the man, when you see Nadron, because now it appears that also on this Nadron with arms now. And that's why they can go on rampage and nobody will stop them. Nobody stops them, nobody challenges them. They will just come into a community. People are just hopeless and helpless. But imagine a community when you know you come here. At least were about 5,000 people living there. 3,000 people were arms there. You dare not come there again. Because by the time you from window, you dare not come there again. You dare not. Because the way it is done, okay,
Emma,
cooperate with government.
Wachidemelo,
I
why I
believe
wouldn't want to
we can
subscribe
cooperate
to
and we should be cooperating with
Ifi
government.
Kubuna,
But the government is
you
not
don't
even
create
coming
a
to our
problem.
aid. So what do we do? So
No, let
we're
me tell
just
you.
going to be like this and then we'll be killed.
Wachi, can I talk? Can I
Yeah,
talk?
Matt,
Because
yeah,
you made some very
just talk so that we can move
you
the
made
mic.
some very categorical statements earlier, and of course, only when you don't have the right to tell a man how he feels, especially after he has gone through certain, circumstances, or to believe that we all must also be careful the kind of things we say, so as not to, incite some unnecessary and unfounded, will I say, hatred for the government. Because one thing that I tell people is, as a government, if you lose the trust of the people, then you can only do little. There's only very little you can do, and we should all
Matt,
understand that the enemy to
Matt,
the enemy, we all have a collective enemy. What I mean,
okay,
whether
Matt,
it is government.
Sorry, Matt, let me pause you so that let me interject you so that what
Yeah.
do people like HRM do now? Having seen that this is their day-to-day life,
I have
what
told
do
if
you
HRM
care?
lives in Ifite, probably she may be reporting to you something that happened before, maybe a month or 2 or 3 ago. You get it. There was a time if there was a hotbed, but not again. Some of us live in Oka, and
Okay,
we don't live
so
in mass.
okay,
I
okay,
didn't live in
hold
a
on,
house.
hold on, Matt.
You get it?
Matt, hold on. So if I met two,
Yes.
3 months ago, I was recent.
No,
If
now
I met
get
2,
monte
3
now
months
get
ago,
monte. What I'm trying to make you understand is that I wouldn't be here and only report here yesterday, because I can tell you for free that if it is on pin down, and if you doubt me, you can drive down and see things for yourself. I'm going to tell me very soon now. We are not from Christmas, not have this thing, and they'll go back to their hostels. You get it? But if I say what I want to say now, hey, Maz is trying to accelerate the government, main cause. But I schooled in Unizik, and when I was in Unizik, Ilotioka was our vice chancellor. And anybody could know that Unizik about how effective and fierce anti-court was under Iluchioka for, and partly even into under Ebuka, Professor Ebuka. And immediately, even at the time Woken Bise was there, it wasn't this gory for students, even those who lived in off campus. But immediately the man from Deeper Life came, Simone, things nosedived and everything. Anti-court, Babu Befa and the rest of it. And there was little even the school security can do. The school itself has security, and which works of course, in collaboration with the state security and the other security agencies and all that. So, but like I said, you people, there's no need to give any excuse and all that. But I will still ask, and I will still ask us that, we have isolated and cases like that of Daiso, and I've noted that of Daiso, and of course, relevant interventions will be done. I won't promise or anything. I am particularly invested in what Daiso has said, because it touched me so much, and for his effort alone, it's very priceless. He has gone way above the threshold of what is expected of a private citizen, and I must surely salute him for that. Again, Babando, my brother, Babando has been one person that I know on Twitter. I read because he's someone of a very sound mind and quite unbiased too. So, but I will also take back to Babando that the story that the government Pugakana Mission School Boase, it is not true, because just barely a year ago, and I'm sure by this year too, the same trench of support will also come. You know, the mission schools are not government schools. Let us get that for fact. The church is fought to get back these schools, and they have gotten back their schools and all that. And the government is saying that government doesn't have support to Boase, because Adigodum are aware that as at last year, they got over almost 2 billion naira that the state government gave to various mission schools, my Catholic, my Anglican, my Salvation Army, and even the Pentecostal prong. It's in the news there. Everybody for ya. So anybody coming to tell you that government are yellow church is lying. Even the recruitment of 8,115 teachers recently, it were deployed not just to go public schools, also deployed to mission schools. So, but with the government now prevaricate his responsibility of having his own schools, run his own schools effectively, and have these schools compete favorably with other categories of schools in Anambra. No. Now, the governor himself is passionate, because he himself is a product of public schools, and he understands that it's only education that can make the poor, have some leverage and be able to compete favorably in society. And that is why he's so much invested in resuscitating and reviving the public school system. So we understand the reactionary effect, what it's going to have on other categories of schools, my private, my public schools, and all that, my government mission schools. So, we understand that the mission schools themselves are not having it as easy. Neither are the private schools, because we have employed qualified teachers. We have declared free education in Anambra State. So people are leaving some of these schools, in these public mission schools and private schools, in droves, because government has had to, re-energize its own schooling system and make it very friendly to the poor. Today we're talking about mission schools and all that. In those days, Soludo has not hidden the fact that he has always told the church that when the
Okay,
schools, when missionaries
okay.
came to our,
Sorry,
yeah,
Master.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I will not allow you to go
okay,
down this path because
okay. No,
it's
I'm
more
responding
like
to Babando. I'm responding to Babando. He made a
hold
plea. I
on.
heard his
So
plea.
you understand me. So that clearly what I am. Sorry.
Okay.
We are focusing on. We'll come back to dissect this your Soludo, and I appreciate if you join us today. We'll deal with Soludo's issue
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the reason that nobody is talking about Soludo is because his governance. If on a school system
No,
where
nobody's talking about it, but
the
Wachi, you were
focus
making
today
some categorical
on.
statements. You were making some statements about Soludo, and it would be most unfair of me to just keep quiet and not clarify those information. Because
No, no,
like
no,
I
no, no.
heard you say,
What are
I
they
heard you say that
unqualified?
Soludo has done nothing in Onitsha. I heard you say that, which of course is
Okay,
not true. Only
okay,
Amonokita will that information. That Soludo has done nothing in Onitsha and in Nnewi. Those are very sweeping statements, and they're not. I can't believe them to go just unanswered. Oh my God!
okay,
You
okay,
said here that Soludo has done nothing in Onitsha and he has done nothing in
okay.
Nnewi.
Just hold on 1 second. My brother, hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah,
I will always
sure.
give you space to respond to anything, right?
Yeah,
As well as
yeah,
space to negotiate. If I
yeah,
open no statement and drop here, I will
exactly.
give you space to defend it.
Exactly,
So
my brother. No, no problem. We're
um
together.
okay, just mute your mic 1 second. Just mute your mic so that when I speak you can
Okay,
hear me.
okay.
That way it will not be rowdy. Okay, thank you so much. The reason you were paused so I see you are not sounding like someone that has been informed to defend Soludo across social media. And maybe this space, seem more like the platform for you to do that. But that's not really the essence of this. And one thing someone like me will not be here to listen is for you to whitewash things. And you see the way we are throwing questions openly, with open mind, for you to really tell us as National Publicity Secretary in the APGA on the platform Soludo, Juanachi, Anambra State. And it appears that all you've done or all you are doing is to, remove government, the responsibility, extricate government completely, and heap the responsibility on individuals. Then when we suggested things individuals should do, you said you don't want private individuals to lose trust. Now, government. These are your words. I'm not saying anything out of the blues, right? Because you don't want us to make some statements that would trigger people, make people to lose confidence in government. People have lost that confidence. People have lost it. Just that we're not pushing it the way we should for Soludo to really feel it. Pure water. That is the level of question. Because Soludo question pure water. No level or no now in his failure regarding insecurity. Na Anambra State. O kwesịrị ebe ọ bụla afọ Soludo na amụ ya bottle water, na amụ ya pure water. You shouldn't be seen addressing onye ọbụla bụ onye Anambra State that gathered anywhere. Ọ bụla ị mara know how bad his performance in security, Malaya now. But we don't want it to get there, but we can actually get it there. We can actually make this message to get there. Ebe ọ bụla efu Soludo, tụọ anya mmiri. Ọ bụla nsị ka enyo paak ya na waterproof ma anya dị nsị. He will not step out again because he's not taking the life of Anambra seriously. If here, Deso nearly lost his. In fact, Deso actually came back to life from death. You even at this space, you had him. Okay, I'm just making a statement that is unfounded. Or the person, the victim, not here. HRM Kabe, a student of Unizik, on our what they are going through. It seemed not 2 months ago, no, bro, no, yesterday. Fanachia school now, by next week now, a report on a rape, attack a student. This is what is going on. If you got bamboo, don't worry, the government is working on it. This has been the statement. So what will you tell an average person, an average individual, as we speak, then when they come a lot of cases na police, na Anambra State, as we speak, and they will tell you now, for you to mobilize police, 200,000, 300,000, you will cough it out. If not, I think in the cinema, they want to attend to their motor. that they've called the governor says or secretary, or secretary, or SSA. This is what you'll be hearing. If I brought that we are just trying to make statement that Soludo is the by the way, what I am saying that Soludo is not doing road. But road is not the only thing you do for a state. And what is even the quality of the road you are doing to even start with? And even the statement you made that you felt upset, Nancy, that Soludo is not really giving Onitsha the attention in it. But Soludo, I can tell you that to his face. It was not on a space. I request mic. They couldn't give me the mic. Soludo is not giving Onitsha attention Onitsha need. Onitsha deserve. Do you know what Onitsha is? Do you know me for Onitsha to under Modi Lagos, Onitsha township Nigeria before, not just to southeast. Onitsha ebe ndị mmadụ na-abịa ọrụ oyibo bulu waterproof bịa bulu Ghana must go bulu ego na Onitsha abụrụ obere obodo ya abịapụta the way he's treating Onitsha. I na-ekwuzi otu dịka bro, no, because na enwe bad blood. We want him to do something. Look at him, the governor, deputy governor Ife Jele Enugu State to go and witness Ifemba na-eme Enugu. What is Soludo doing in Anambra State that he can bring in the president of Nigeria to come and commission Anambra State? Or Solution Park, because if you have Solution Park, water fountain no chanja. Is that the kind of thing you go and bring the president to come and commission for you? What is government house on allow for his personal aggrandizement and the comfort? Because the government house, what if IGM got 200 million or spend the go now? Hold on, you respond to me, my brother. You respond to me. You respond to me. You respond. Don't worry. You respond. You waste time to respond to all this stuff. Got 200 million or spend to go in 2 years. Renovating Abuja liaison office in where any value on Anambra State, comparing a Lagos State, or spend to go over 60 million. So these things are fact and not there. But now we are just making statements and now from nowhere. This is a fact. Soludo, the government, the budget this year reflect to 100 million for Abuja liaison office. What are we doing with it? Meanwhile, on a library, our brother, if I am on this space, on this space, I'm not if I am on this space. He's been calling him to give him anywhere to renovate on a library. What is that and that animosity in where? Up to today, you can't change the narrative. Handle the court is to stop killing people. Even that enable questions, question mark, because I like him giving on a space here. More than anything against you, we just want you to give us your thought. I will still come like what I gave about Soludo's governance because I'm an fact I have another election cycle. No. I'm just commenting on things you were pointing out, right? But I get a space was I get X-ray Soludo actually. You being there a national publicity secretary. Of course, I am a national publicity secretary, you can't be a national publicity secretary without him. So we are not surprised that you will try to, whitewash some things and then try to tell us not to make people to lose confidence from Soludo. We have actually lost it just that way to the stage we are triggering people to start, pure water and bottle whatever. We're just not at that stage yet. So you have the mic, respond to that, then we'll go to Deep Sky, and then we'll go to Kenike. You have the mic. You have like 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Watching the movie, it's difficult to actually establish you as an unbiased empire, but let me leave that because at the end of the day, we all disagree to agree. And by the time you begin to look at very major, I always tell people, when the Labour Party won in Abia State, from the day one, Oti became governor, a bit comparable with Soludo. And when you ask them, bring out the things Oti has done that Soludo has not done, or the things Oti has done better than Soludo, that one is a different ball game. They saw that Oti was not really infrastructural development state. Fatisanka, Ketawazi, Pitamba, we will get there. At the end of the day, if this is Insecurity, I will tell you that it shall come to pass. And everybody who feels one way or the other, genuinely.
Mazi, Amaram, your mic.
Can you hear me?
I just
I've not visited the call. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when this change begins to take place, I believe. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Mazi,
Can you hear me?
do you want to answer the call, then come
No,
back so that because the person
I've
will
just
come
done that.
before
I've
you?
just done that. So, like I was telling
Because
you,
okay, go ahead.
in terms of
Okay, Mazi, if you can hear me, just answer your call. Maybe drop, come back. We'll give you space to talk. Okay, because on I interrupt the space. We can't be going like that.
hello, can you hear me?
Mazi,
I'm here.
drop and
Sorry,
answer
can
your
you hear
call.
me?
I can hear you
Okay.
now. Drop and answer your call, then return because you're still having issues with your call with your connection.
So,
Exactly the point. You're having issues with your connection. Just drop and come
yes.
back. No problem. We'll come back to you.
But
Drop
can you hear
and
me
come
now?
back. We'll have to go to another person, but drop and come back so that because in a
But I'm
Uchi, I
up.
have
Don't
issues.
worry. I'm up. I've answered the person. The person is no longer on my neck. I've answered the person. So I can continue now on the clean
Okay,
sheet.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, like I said, the issues of insecurity, nobody's prevaricating, nobody's denying the fact that there is insecurity. But what is also factual is that the government is not folding its arms and that we are mopping up enough intelligence and that government is also doing, day and night to ensure that this insecurity is brought down to its barest minimum. So let me go back to some of the concerns you've raised. And like I said, like you told you about Soludo, but it's going to be so much unfortunate if I am on this space and you have made some very strong allegations or some very strong comments about the government of the day, and I just keep quiet and go without attending to them. Prior to the assumption of office of this government, everybody knows that there was no party in Anambra that did a grassroots-driven campaign much more than APGA. This is a fact. I brought whitewash. And in the build-up to the campaign, it was more like an opinion poll everywhere EJ. Everywhere EJ. If you ask an average Anambra, what do you want government to do for you? Number one is road. Number two is road. Number three is road. Or you be a connect. I could tell road as again. I'm telling you that it is important as a government for you to actually be data and evidence driven in giving people what they want. Because if you ask everybody here now, apart from the overarching issue that is insecurity, onye lazy na benebe asige mba benebe kelo ya elugo na achina onye achina asige na elugo na ezi na achina elugo school. So the needs of the people, very valid and legitimate needs, will always be there, but this need can only be prioritized and met according to available resources. So I want to tell you that if it's about the mandate that has been given to Soludo to lead the state in terms of the expectations of the people, you can't say this to only your family. You can't say this to the person who lives in Awa or person who lives in Ndukwenu. You can't say this to an average Anambradian who lives in Nzam. You can't say this to only Anambra Binokoko. Because this is our reality. This government has touched their life where it mattered most to them. Of course, we know that this insecurity is not even peculiar to Anambra alone. It's everywhere. But maybe our own case is unique because maybe one or two other issues are intervening variables are coming up and which the state is tracking. And I can promise you here that in a matter of weeks, the testimonies will be different. The only thing I beg of this honorable house is that when the nobody should come here and talk about human rights. Nobody should come here and talk about investigation before trial, before this. Nobody should come here and talk about it. Because we have collectively patalong. And in Gweraya will go very soon. Nobody should wake up and say, hey, you're innocent people, you're doing this, you're doing that, because I know us. I'm human beings. The same voice that said he's the king of the Jews will also say crucify him, crucify him, crucify him. Because human being bo emetama. So in this world, you want to do anything, you have your mandate, focus on it and do it and go your way. So Soludo has done so much in terms of infrastructure, in terms of human capital development, in terms of even economic transformation. Nobody on this place is talking about the fact that we just recently won an award as a state, as the best state in terms of primary health care in the entire country, and won $1,200,000 for that. Nobody's talking about it. Did Mba win that award? to bring the president to the state to commission projects. I can tell you, Obron Kebia commission about roads, the over 600 and something kilometers of road that Soludo has commissioned, has awarded, and with about 400 kilometers ready to use. If it's to bring the president to come and commission those things, he will be here to commission them. You're talking about the government house, governor law, saying that is a personal to government. Soludo has a house in Sofia, has a house in Enugu, has a house in Abuja. And these houses, by every standard, is better than the current, what we call governor's lodge today. There is no state in the southeast that has the kind of government house or governor's lodge that Anambra state has. Anambra will. And somebody is coming to break the jinx 33 years after, in it trivialize here. What are you telling our people? So for a governor to actually say, okay, no, we are believing on a makeshift office since the creation of this hour. The place you call government house today was the construction yard of the company Enugu Express Road for 33 years. The current governor's lodge used to be former chief judge's quarters in Amobia. Anambra is the only state where the government house is outside the state capital. Amobia is not Oka. Amobia is just part of Oka Capital Territory Development Authority. Another thing I want to tell you again, for those who are comparing on it and comparing Anambra and Enugu, Anambra is the only state in the southeast today. Even if you put if you put it together with Lagos and Abuja, it can also fall in that category. That has multiple urban centers. Onitsha is a full-blown urban center. Nnewi is a full-blown urban center. Ekoloba is a full-blown urban center. Even you go down to Muse, it's a full-blown urban center. But you come to Enugu, Enugu. Travel to Nsukka, even come to the beyond the Sullivan Chime. Travel to other parts, even go to Nkanu and the rest of them, and come back to the table and compare Soludo to any other government in the southeast. So, Emma, in the Anambra, somebody will say that in Anambra you find the best of the Igbo race and the worst of the Igbo race. I understand this whole thing. They are valid, they are part, they are major concern, but we shouldn't always play them up as if the governor has done nothing. It is not factual. It's not factual. Because if we begin to leave this insecurity now and begin to talk about other things, like governor had a more format, then we're not being truthful to ourselves. This is a government that came in and in the first six months of his ascendancy into power, recruited 5,000 teachers on merit. We've recruited about 1,000 health workers, and another recruitment is ongoing. The link has been shared virally for health workers again, because we are building 5 brand new general hospitals, including in Onitsha, in Fege, that they didn't have one before now. A specialist hospital has been raised in Fege. Boko had nothing. Boko had no hospital, not even a PHC. But now Boko has a general hospital that is functional. So when we're talking about this thing, when you pick an action, the consequence naturally follows. We know that the government cannot do everything, and that's why we have the PPCP model. So if I'm calling on the private individual and the communities to come and partner with government, it is not like government is helpless. No, but we recognize the fact that government cannot do it alone, especially in a place like Anambra, where over 98% of its capital, the GDP, is in private hands. Over 98%, there are people in this state who are richer than government. In Anambra State, there are people who are richer than government. I'm talking about in actual cash terms, in actual money, and when the government they go. So if are they paying their taxes up to what they're supposed to pay in terms of the resources that is available to them that they make from the state? No. So, but if you talk about saying Soludo the tax, I was sitting with somebody and they were saying, hey, Anambra State, Soludo tax. I was comparing Anambra, Enugu, Abia. I discovered that even what Anambra is collecting as taxes, even revenues and levies from these our marketers and people who are doing business in Anambra State, is almost nothing compared to what Enugu is collecting, for instance, or what Abia is collecting, for instance. But we keep that aside. It is good for us to always compare notes. But I can tell you that anybody who is trying to compare Peter Mba or Alex Oti with Soludo is making a very unfair comparison. We understand where this whole thing fell out from. I'm a PR person. I'm in the media space. I've been on Twitter for over 7-8 years now. I've been on Facebook and all that. And I understand the point where all this whole animosity began in terms of Soludo. So let somebody come and whitewash me with terms of Nasuda that we understand the innermost and deeper resentment that has given rise to this whole Soludo must go, Soludo must resign, Soludo must kanka, or this is Anambra kanjo. I'm telling you, my brothers, Anambra Monkanyin Chanine. It is important that we understand that this is the only place we can call home. And we cannot, for any reason, begin to devalue it or begin to make it look like, because this government house and government solution is building. Highest in the next, if Anambra could renew his mandate or not under 4 years, maximum under 4 years or 5 years now, OCD poor, or you book government house and government lodge, you poor. Watching the manipulate governor tomorrow, you under government house and government lodge. Man, lose it. So this is exactly it. These are very valid and fundamental things that needs to be put in place, and it's put them in place. You come to Oka, before Soludo, we need to say Anasin Oka be glorified village. Because we go to Enugu, for instance, and we find fountains to live around. We go to Owerri, we see fountains. We go to Lagos, we see fountains. Only in Anambra. And look at the people who are going to these places. Hancha, Burundi, Anambra, Ndikachobi. But they come back to Anambra and those things are not available. And now he's building the largest leisure and entertainment park in West Africa, in Anambra, Fon City. And somebody is trying to trivialize it as if it's nothing. So if that place becomes very functional tomorrow, it is no longer a man dem man and mad is your brother boy apollo muyaje or wunyaje kavaje relax here. These things are just I don't know how we're actually seeing these things. Before Soludo came into power, the totality of roads constructed in 8 years by Willie Obiano was less than 80 kilometers of road. Totality in 8 years. And now we're talking about someone who has stayed 34 months in office. By 17th of January this year, it will become 34 months that Soludo has spent in office. And I'm telling you, things that are visible, that he has awarded over 700 kilometers of road, asphalted and completed over 410 kilometers, with over 420 kilometers of roads rehabilitated. That's previous roads done by previous governments that he's rehabilitating. Tell me any other government in the Southeast that has this record. This is minus what's happening in education, what's happening in healthcare, what's happening in the human capital development. HRM was talking about the youth empowerment. And let me help you. It's of two prongs. We have the one that is tech-driven and the one that is skilled. The first 5,000 batch has been empowered, even a year after he came into power. And the second batch of 8,700 are currently undergoing different trainings. Because in security, we have the kinetic and non-kinetic. The non-kinetic is what we're also heavily investing in. That's why we have these 1U2 skills. We have the SID, Solution Innovation District. We just ended the Solution Innovation Week in November, I think. In November. And where the governor gave out over $100 million to startups, tech startups, and MSMEs in Anambra State. People won, including secondary school students. They won these monies. So where will those monies go to? Into the system. So you cannot come up and just say security should be all about it. What and the Bakasi, what and the SARS, what and he has said, no anymore. If you will empower you. That is enough carrot. And he's not saying it by mere service. It is real. Those who are benefiting are saying they are benefiting. So let us focus on this insecurity and help government as much as we can to track it. And like I've said, anybody who is telling you that for a landlord to profile his tenant, no bro, you're not government, the person is a liar. In Lagos State, I was born and bred in Lagos. In Lagos State, many years ago, you cannot live in a compound of a landlord who doesn't know your profile. Oh yeah, maybe everything. It has happened in my face that somebody was ejected in a compound because the landlord could not ascertain that he was doing something legitimate. I talked to Abuno and 419. So these are real. So abroad na Tuesday because no government to give me. No, there is nowhere in the world where the government can secure people away from their local intelligence. It's not possible. Take me to anywhere and say Mazin before said, quote me. Even in America, government cannot work without local intelligence. It's not possible. It's not possible. So let's try to teach our young ones, the right thing. HROM, I'm also speaking to you right now. Social contract is not just about you giving government your right and government must protect you. There are rights and there are obligations. It is basic in civics. If you must enjoy a right, then there are certain obligations that you must do. We are in a generation where people believe that government can print money to do things, forgetting that there's something called tax. Lagos is where it is today because of the tax system that is in place in Lagos. If we bring half of that tax system to Anambra State, I'm sure our people will go on riot. So we should understand that there's no government that are rolling with. Government does not print money to work. Yes, even though we have ways and means and all that, but for a government to actually work, it is an agglomeration of the productive, the position of every citizen. So we must understand that fact. I don't know where you come from, but whatever it is, if you don't do this here and your village, or something because you have defaulted. So societies must develop together. Government is not just there. Government is us. We are all the government. And that's why I don't begrudge anybody who has any stance against the government of the day on insecurity. Of course. But I'm telling us that we should not blow it out of proportion. We say what it is, just like Deso has said his own. And I've elected that I'm going to take it upon myself to make sure that I draw attention to it where necessary. But please, I beg us, my brothers and sisters, Let us stop this unnecessary comparison. Let us stop this unnecessary bad mouthing. So that government, God bless all of us. Thank you.
All right. Wanna Mazi. Thank you. From when you were speaking, it's good for you to be very eloquent. And of course, I don't expect less from someone that is a publicity secretary of APGA. So, of course, your position is going to be absolute. And you are going to, reel out numbers and, some information that most of us never really, knew about. So I'm not, will I say, surprised that we are doing that. However, the position of people that live on ground is totally different. Is in sharp contrast to what you are saying here. And if you go to the comment section, you would actually hear from people that live in Anambra State and what they're experiencing. But I would want to, to be going back and forth. I want us to move the mic. I will come back to you. And I believe no one does this what we are discussing. So that it wouldn't be like I gave you 12 minutes to pitch in your man, Soludo, to sing his praises, and you did that perfectly well. You are doing your job. But it's true. I will come to you, but let's go to Deep Sky. We'll go to Kenike. We'll go to Grandmaster. Because everybody in our space, you want to speak, please. Here when you then in on a mic, naturally, because here when you like, then I will naturally contribute to what we are discussing. Request for mic, we'll bring you up. So let's go to Deep Sky, facilitator. Then we'll go to Kenike, then Grandmaster SOB.
Mello. Good afternoon. Okay, Mello.
At the moment, one the Gani row.
Okay. I'm happy New Year, Mona. Can I mon channel? If you must insecurity, well, opinion on your malum. Mana, I look so many things today, and if you must look one night, what is your level of experience? I don't experience is key. If you want to understand what is happening with regards to security, you have to pay attention to the victims who share good experience here. And I don't think there will any need for somebody to come and start saying you did not do enough. I don't if the politician or the spokesperson for Agame Laba, no, which is something you feel in other manner Bible. Connection. If I may again, I have a connection. Nobody has access to connection. Then there is no justice. Government, you go, he has a connection. Or maybe I had such a connection. I think we need to start living away from that. Because even the expert no as a spokesperson for ABDA, which unfortunately he's not even in the right position to argue about insecurity in Anambra. I'm being honest with you, because I believe he may probably know so little. Is to say, if something like this happened to you, if anybody had this experience, this is who you need to reach out to in government. On a considering when number gonna die, did you report to crime in Anambra? 24/7. Kagana only ano KJ na DM. Damn it, especially come na get back. Can we can make comment? We should by now we should moving beyond that. Crimes man perpetrating crimes now number almost every single day. Have you passed information to say in the buy a kidnap but never got report here? As well if we don't never got report here. Openly. Let's democratize the process. Then can the man report that crime? If government needs to also demonstrate that how with the capacity to pursue those cases.
I can barely hear the
Please
person.
hold on.
The line and I can't hear the person.
Because they're mute on mic.
Mazi, drop and come back so that he disrupt train of thought and matter. If you can't hear him, just drop and request for mic. I'll bring you up again. Deep Sky, go ahead.
So this is an indictment on the government. Let me say this. Who is the commissioner of police in Anambra? I'm Abuja, well, Minister of Defense. And we're anything similar to that. And wherever commissioner gas Nayana, commissioner of police. or head of security parastatals in Anambra, no Kenolofa, to address this problem. By now, was it that that person, that particular individual, have not led this case? When this very guy, Diasodike, shared, the first time I heard his story was, I think, in the NSPPD, sometime, I think either October or November. It was trending there. That is when he was basically doing testimony, and people were sharing it around. Then after that, I saw his post, I think sometime in November, here on X. But today, Kona Kawazi, if any you know, Jacob, they're going to go through that very horrible experience. Now, Bombo committed justice. Yet we are not Kanako. It is not right. It is condemnable. And then somebody is still trying to justify a agent of Budeba and all or Hatchel. Hatchel, had to wear choco. But security is a big problem. Agaya, if you fix the security in the states. So that basically they go to fix the golden security first. So money you fix insecurity. Or not book and all government in the first place. I'm not talking about any of their connection. If you know the route, will any access, maybe because you complain that people are not sharing enough information. Share the information on public space. Call this number. Send it to so email. Mention names. I'm going to find a man as Zuzo. By now, she's moving beyond defense, Zuzo. Look at how somebody will be spending millions of naira. At least I was calculating, making calculation. I've calculated close to between 7 to 10 million naira. I'm spending go just not each other justice. The family and Anambra. How many times can we go? Even this cultism. I mean, I remember I sometime in October or November, and we caught killing one Sunday like that in Anambra. Can we tell the outcome of that very situation today? Out of whom they perpetrated that crime, how many came and arrest? And then again, we have a problem, the problem of single stories. We take one story, we become so hardened with it. Only other thing is this is my opinion, I stand by it. Only other I will never agree with you. This security, whether in Anambra on the whole of Anambra, is multifaceted. How can many people in here? Obros also I pop. Obros also nam the can. Obros also we have criminals. I must acknowledge that we have criminals. The question now, Majobo, Abuna one give workable criminal, no my only criminal, no more like that. Will you be willing for that person to face justice? When they arrest Tata, jail as well release there. One day, the person will go and perpetrate the same crime again. Because now you have to embolden all these people. The problem is not even arrested. MSF arrest, unless more issue from no family name with issue, family name they go more than one man. Only guy, and most times those who don't even commit that kind of crime. I will come on the phone, those who phone. I'm going to have to chain assassin or not the police for many years. That the people that have the wherewithal to commit hideous crimes, kidnapping, naturally murder, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of naira. When even if you arrest them today, tomorrow they'll be released. Why are they being released? Who are the characters behind it? Why are we not asking these questions? Oh, if you Soludo Kulu, think Anambra first on post to you. Amaz more boost opposed to in a space. Maka kidnapping Anambra. I'm not saying that what Soludo said is not true. It is true. But because it's here and a public focus in a public space. Because at least as the security, whatever, we are CSU, Chief Security Officer of the state. Sometimes you have to be strategic or brief any make it. But there are no locals that are involved. What is the budget for? In the budget, Anambra State budget, last year, we're going to carry budget for security. This year, we're going to carry a budget for security. We declare go the state of emergency, declare go state of emergency in the security. Okay, if I have a problem, my can I just me address it once and for all. Or we are
Deep,
playing politics with
deep
it.
sky, deep sky, Biko. Can you
Please,
quote your
because let's, I've been here since how many 3 hours from requesting. I didn't interject anybody. Even if you want to support my opinion, please just allow me finish what I'm saying. Because so please, short, I'm going to ask now what is going to be our next plan collectively funding. We have gathered a lot of information. I remember before Christmas, some of us had meeting with Professor Chidod in Carlo. I know what he shared about the insecurity in the Southeast. Now, if I get now, watching it, what is this I've always said? I pass that now. Who do we engage? With information, somebody share go, this our brother share go lie in that space today. How do we go about it? Who do we reach out to? Who should be the short? Who should be the my Soludo? Who should be the scapegoat that this kind of somebody have committed millions of naira to find justice, but yet no, and what any form of effort, now what any sure there is no clarity that this person will get justice. Who is the police PRO in Anambra? Who is in charge of security under Soludo's government? Who is the point of contact? Because again, nobody supposed to be arrest. If people have solid information, where can we engage? Oh, we want to pursue this case. Let's find an end to it. Who do we follow? How do we track it? I think we need to discuss this thing further. At least Enugu State today will go their own command center. Probably very soon they are going to roll out phone numbers on how to call and reach out. If you have, which I think they used to do, if you have any information, who you can reach out to. Because that is how you address it. The reason people are still perpetrating crime, both in Anambra and every other part of the South, it is because there is no reaction to it. I remember when Soludo came in 2022. After the peace reconciliation process that he started, a few weeks or so, this surrender. They went out. Some of these communities. And a serious attack there, and why they are complaining? Did anybody complain? If you go to a crime scene, you don't do the bar or kidnappers, money who will come and complain? How many people complained at the time? Because he came in, he started with the process, seeing all the rules of making, because then the whole conversation was no IPOB or non-government go ESN. The question at the peace reconciliation, some of the videos are still here on Twitter. Because it was trending then. I remember it was trending for more than 3 weeks. We discussed it then on Wahala Be Like Space. But after then, even in the maybe not just with this one-off solution. Let's do other things. And then again, there was no collective effort at the time between the state governors in the Southeast. So one collaboration. Oh, yeah, Messi and you're just weak. Just like look at what happened on Saturday in Enugu. Don't you think that should have been a collaboration? You look at Peter Mbali, you see they're in government, condemn most at home, send them mad, and we say end to this. That should have been the whole thing, the whole Southeast government should have been saying together. As a people, as a nation, as a race. My colleague clear that some of the governors, I know make why I know make I on your own. In that case, how do you address the problem? It's an email, but I'm a bunde by for Kolani for the Godinia. whether right or wrong, they want to milk it. Kidnapping happened on Southeast Obido and Niger Delta. Mahane make the oil or a battle of resources there, their own agitation. They made a lot of short. Most of the big names you hear today, they made money from kidnapping Niger Delta. From there, Bataze East. And it has been metamorphosing. When you like a business, or many and now plus human part business, because that is what we're not even talking about. I remember sometime in 2020, car being a people London money, go for a wagon or boon and the big boogie will look sell your parts too. So that is why both the rich and the poor are also targeted. These things are happening in the Southeast. But like I said, we cannot dwell again on one single story. I've always maintained, even Monday IPOB, I always say this and say, see, in a agitation, email agitation, it does not give you the room to go and kill anybody. And if you're a killer, what does it mean? You're a criminal. You have committed a crime. You kidnap one man. You have done what? You have committed a crime. Eventually, you committed that kind of crime. The person must face justice. At least that is where all of us must agree together. We kidnap one man, we kidnap and pass one stupid message or the other, whatever so it is a crime. But one thing we must do as the people now is that, let me say it openly again. The reason why this thing have not gone away simply because some people in high places have their family members who are into this crime, and they are giving them a pass. They are giving them a pass. Remember sometime 2 years ago in my village, my clan, abroad in my village, in my clan, somebody in Zuri, not at a village. Zuri in Kizizi. I put you up, Mpiano Mune Hayabayo. And then I make you know the Canada team mebu hedge I do release there. They release here again where or not just about 3 months. We make a plan within doors. A ship from outside, we have solar installation, they provide the power in my clan. We see if any in it. Cage the Linda, but all the important outsiders are then make happy soon on your Amelia. Came a change then that, go out the information, cash where. What is there this time around? But she's here. Basta Holmoga never 20 years, then never 20 years. Well, many people will not agree. Some people will still go back tomorrow. One say Chinan, at the actual release there. When you release that person, tomorrow they will still go and commit that crime again. Because again, our prisoners, our prison system, they transform woman. Some of them even get there, they become hardened criminals again. But in the end, I think we need to have something that we can do, each of us, to find a lasting solution, especially in cases where people are able to share their experiences and information, how can I go, in the course of seeking justice for themselves. There needs to be follow-up. How do we reach out to the person in charge for handling this kind of situation in Anambra? Even the police is an indictment because we're actually trying to help them curb crime. At the end of the day, if that crime, for example, no one faces justice, who is going to take the credit? The police. They won't even mention the name of the individual. They won't even mention the name of Daiso. They will take credit for it. They won't even tell the world that Daiso have spent almost tens of millions of naira chasing crime. But they're also part of the people stalling it. And then 1,001 excuses. Again, these people are on the Southeast Road. They are making billions of naira. So they have no reason not to help us as well. There must be some return on investment made both police and army. We need to ring this thing. We need to make it very, very loud. In the whole of Nigeria, the amount of money they are making in the Southeast, whatever else they make here, if that is the tax or levy that we are going to pay, then there must be return on investment. Watching Melo, thank you very much for hosting this space today. Anambra Feston, thank you for bringing that young man to. He's bold enough to at least come here and tell his story. But there must be a follow-up, a serious follow-up. The police in Anambra must explain why they are not helping in addressing the situation. Those in government house too must come out openly and tell us, is it that they have not heard the information? And why is it that they are not taking any action? If you come and condemn them now, they will come after you. Is it that they have not heard this story? Or how to the academy you own and now you're high? You beg them for crumbs. Guy, go and do your job now. If they are incapacitated, they should tell us they are incapacitated. They are pretending. And then somebody will come here and be telling us, oh, did you wear the car? What do you want? What do you want us to do? Thank you very much once again, man.
All right. Deep. Thank you for that contribution. Imana, sometimes when we say this thing, our brother Mazi, he's here. Mazi, I'm a nena if I knew. Okay, he's no longer here. I can't see him anymore. My name and born on that cover up for these lapses in security and trying to overshadow with Soludo. He mark 700 roads, 700 kilometers. He has done 400 and is going to do this one, going to do that one. In Alu Road, where people don't live, in a comment section, people are complaining they can't go back to their villages, they can't go back to their town because of insecurity. But you are telling us, who's on Alo? I will always say it, no matter if they don't feel secured to go back home, how will you bring in investment? How can, in fact, if I ask you, Akulua na Maloye Malia, Akulua na where can they imagine at on Christmas in here? Abia, Buchala Fanchani, Buende, Okanyaba Akulua no. Till today, Kedonde Melefa, no arrest, no prosecution, no jail, nothing. Another set of people. Arrest one day, arrest. They demand 40 billion. They demand 2 billion. They demand 500 million. And just not for you go to Anambra State. The governor of the state took mic and said, Anambra State, kidnappers, kidnap one mad for where they go. No, but no other state, you want 50,000 in Amanieno. This is what the governor said. And we ever and they defend there. Let's move the mic. Kenike, over to you then. Grandmaster is back, I think, because on an app now. But Grandmaster, I'm on my mic again, on networking in Yakunso. But Kenike will go, then after Kenike, you go. Kenike, can you hear me?
Very much. Thank you very much,
All right,
Chief.
my brother.
Watching
Go
them.
ahead. Good morning.
Watching about Kaneke we could check. Watching about no, but I can watching about because I'm gonna get sending order mass request again. I need a copy because I want to give him a KPI. That particular guy, DK mention, no one wanna terrorize and them mad and none meeting yananga or potakwa continue. I won't go a specific name. What I wanted to ask him, but as the public secretary of APOGA, Ogaga, we want to hear his word, want to take his word. Can Kabo specific assignment I near that guy? I actually say free again, Anambra State. That specific guy is Yugu Badata. I can't remember his name again. Daisy, if you can mention his name again, because
Nenche, the Nenche
Rabio,
Nenche,
Moses.
yes. So
Rabio, mentioned.
specifically. Nyangwa public secretary Ndapuga. Nyana Soludo, don't wear direct line to Soludo. Okay, nyai his word. Kai jirin kai jidia as KPI. Because in the next few weeks or months, I know come Nenche again.
That's a trick Quello. He's
Omambia zeba
coming back.
ahead.
He's coming back as a
Okay,
trick Quello.
okay, good. Mazi Dalo, Mazi Nanu Yeneku.
I'll connect to Chabi. Give him a little time. Maybe if
Emma network,
Kenike
yeah,
can
my
go,
God.
then
So
he will
let's
just
take the mic round. When he's stabilized, then
let
we can.
Kenike go. Then maybe
Yeah, let's
Thank
by
you
take
very
then he will
much. Thank you
Okay.
Kenike,
very much,
I
Chief.
Grandmaster,
think
then
I'm,
we'll
I
come back
think
to you.
Okay,
here now. I'm here now.
I
Patrick is
think
here.
he's back. I'm
Patrick
just
is
gonna put this to him, then Kaneke, you go. Mazi Dalo, good morning, good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon.
anywhere, Keke me,
Good
I'm going to
afternoon.
Neko is the Chipelu.
Perfectly.
Okay, Mazi, so many million. I gotta go under the bridge. A lot of people will say something here, a lot of people will Google something. Mana, before we do anything, I want to specifically get your word on this. specifically, and I gauge I do over 200 people now, most of us Bundi Igbo. I gauge specifically near. I gauge Soludo through you on this. So that specific guy, Daisy Poku Makia, Nenche
Rabiu
Kogene,
and
in case
Nenchi.
you go.
Rabiu and Nenchi.
Yes,
Ejimafo.
in this you go, right? Igenya your word as Soludo's representative. Ihe abụọkwa apụta echi asị na aka ọnwa nọ n'efe anyị ga-ejide gị because onye ọbụla ọkụ nyere anyị n'aka nyanwa menyu ọkụ ịghọtago
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyị gụnye gị ọkụ a n'aka achọrọ m ka ị kwuo ya ebe a kịta ka ihe feel ga-eme that guy aka ga free ọzọ na Anambra State or na ala Igbo in entirety. Give us
Okay.
your word on
Muna,
behalf of Soludo before
in
ka anyị
fact,
na-ego
the
aga
story,
n'iru.
the story abroad the mmadụ niile nụcha wee nọ nwayọ ogu na mmadụ họd na gọọmenti ọdụ na mmadụ họd na pati ọ bụrụ ihe mmadụ ya anụcha nwee access n'ọlụ nwayọ. In fact, ebe from kịta I'm already activating things but ọ bụrụ nne ka m na-ekwuche ebe a ịghọta but after this space mụ na dey so ya akpa anyị akpa ezigbo ọfụma so nwete very good because nwete things ọma mkpụnwe na space you know, so I wanted to share those details and I'm happy not that the person no na Amobia prison. So bad that this matter, as far as no government, no do no see can never be swept under the carpet. Can never.
Daisy, Mazi, let me repeat myself again so that I'll be as clear as I can, right?
Yeah.
We are not just talking about Daisy's case. This has
Yeah.
become a recurrent issue for months, if not years. In a your word that that guy would not step foot on the soil of Anambra State again.
About this step foot, to step foot is even the least of the matter. There is also concern as at today, but the stupid person has not even talked about his local accomplices. Because if you listen to Deso's story, that was what he said. And what Deso is looking for is not even about Rabiu on his car. He believes that Rabiu has some local people. Local. That is the sensitivity of this matter. Some of them may even be on this page. That's why I brought in the Kaye. So what we are saying is very simple. Ebe want to go a lead person who is Rabiu because from Deso's story, Rabiu is Rabiori. No Rabiu Buena Kwadorifa. And no Rabiu
He's a
Buena
gang leader.
hand the motor. Deso, I don't know if I'm communicating what you
Yeah,
said.
he's a gang leader. Obia what they wanted in Anambra.
Perfect. So that is it. So to tell him not to start with Anambra is just one out of the very many things they need to achieve with him because all those persons saying that cartel, so that's exactly where we are now.
So Mazi, are you telling the Igbo at
Mazi,
this space
yes, exactly. I Kenya your word because that guy
your
seems to
word?
go
So the
in
I will
and
come
problem
back.
with
out.
Mazi is a party person, not a government person.
No. Kaineke pause, Biko. Kaineke pause. Apuga eburibu. Apuga aburo PDP, maybe in on a 5-6 other states. Apuga not only one state. Mazi but the publicity secretary. Soludo should be on Mazi's speed dial. And Mazi should be on Soludo's. In fact, Soludo should be calling Mazi more than any other person. Because Mazi is image maker. Right? So the point is, Mazi, biko enyena political answer ihe nchọ ka ikwu ebe a bụ gịnị asị ndị jide mma na Anambra steeti ka esi that na part anyị na-agwa anyị that na that boy will not
Oh, now
exist
Lija,
again.
what I'm telling you that as far as I'm concerned, today na Gwandi Igbo neba. The Marabiu manenti, mandin kosa ke wude fana Lija,
Thank you.
All right.
fana
Martin,
Lija.
over to you.
That's the word we want to hear. Fanadi.
Confirm. Answer ya Julafo.
Okay.
Onarija.
Thank you. Can I move forward? But Mazi, still stick with us. We'll still come back to you. But this word you gave us now, we'll go with it, and I will come back to haunt you with it. Kenike,
Thank you very
over
much.
to you.
Thank you very much, Chief Martin Emelu and Sir Chuks and Ezechikwelu. So anytime I talk about Anambra State, I talk about it from two different places. Is that it's my home state. I'm from Njikoka. Then secondly, how Anambra State has dwindled in my very before. But before I go on, I would like to give a big thumbs up to Daisy DK. Man, your story is something that Hollywood should take you and they should create maybe some form of James Bond investigation or Nollywood or whatever it is. No, this is just me trying to just bring humor to your story. But man, I sympathize with you. That was a pathetic story, and your struggle and the monies you spent. Your story demonstrates the failure of the Nigerian system. This is terrible. And Mazi, my advice is that Daisy should be maybe this is a great opportunity for Soludo to amend some of his terrible governance policy and security. Take this guy's case and be serious. Maybe this should be a wake-up call to all of you in the party. Though personally, I don't like the idea of a party spokesman because I'm a party man to being the spokesperson for the government of the day. But anyway, that's a different discussion. But let me move on. So when we talk of insecurity in Anambra State, and people come trying to tell me, oh, I am an I always get angry. I went to DMGS on it. I say this story every time, and I can see one of my dengramites in the audience. And I recall I came from Lagos, one of my twin brother, 1993 when I came to DMGS. Some of you were not born, and I stayed there from 93 to 1999. And I remember that I used to take a bus from DMGS Onitsha to Njikok, and I used to pass the ever busy Mpo, the industrial Sobosi, the uh, Umnachi, pass all those places, old road Kainaba, pass Abagana, pass Enugu, pass Nofia, pass Umuopu, then you enter Amobia and the big places. And I never for once thought about kidnapping. I never for once thought about, and now again, not to say that there was no insecurity at that time, don't get me wrong, but I never thought about all these things. I remember in 1996, I was in JS3. And if for those that rode junior WAEC those days, Imanane extension Kogini. So in second term of JS3, Iganoduna, you stay in the school because you're preparing for junior WAEC. We lived in the village. I used to go around my village. I wasn't afraid of anything. I mean, all these things I'm hearing right now, I wasn't thinking about it. I never for Mazi. I say bye. They even go to places they say we should not go. I enjoy going in a river. I was not thinking that one day, Indian Tolly, Abiatolum. I wasn't thinking about all those things. Life in the village was sweet. Ologe Christmas, I did team morning wuku. I bag and I Nimo from Nima, I that. I can remember those days. So the moment you come and tell me, oh, it was not happening. Don't tell. I can remember very vividly. Even till I got into university night, I can still remember. I used to go from Uniben to my village. I don't fear anybody. In fact, I used to go to my village twice. In those days, my uncle was buried. I went to my village, came back to Uniben. I wasn't afraid. How far was it from Benin to Onitsha? By Onitsha, I go Northian. How many minutes? 30 minutes. Sometimes I stay in Onitsha, go around and go to where I'm from. But now, I see this total I mean, it's so. Sometimes, like I told Ezechukoli one day, sometimes I am apathetic to Anambra issues. I don't care. As in, I'm not. I'm not ashamed. 'Cause I just lose interest. I become extraordinary violent towards certain people because of what has happened in the southeast. You're talking of Fufuma. My grandmother is from Fufuma. Those days we drive. Now you see people carrying convoy with policemen. It saddens me. Convoy that time was 505. I went 505 when Mercedes 230E. Automatic. My cousin Abia. I see by Jebe Ufuma in 3-car convoy. Nobody used to disturb us. We from there. Another day we go to Yala. That's a far journey. I never liked going there because that was too far. But I remember those days. Now you can't do those things now without security. Something has happened. Something has gone wrong in the place. Am I expected to feel proud that people are not carrying policemen and army and I just got back? I know Juno. Why should you feel proud about that? Things we should do for free. Why would you even need a policeman those days? Why? How big is Anambra State? Anambra State has a unique feature that is the only state with 21 local governments that is equally shared 7-7 among the 3 senatorial districts, whether it's Anambra North, Anambra South, Anambra Central. So collectively, something has gone wrong. But the question is, where did these things start going wrong? Those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. And of course, I must come to the recency. So before I go on, I posted the links for people that asked about the Anambra State Commissioner of Police. I think it was you, Chief Wachinemele. I like to read up these things. He's posted, his name is one Obono Itam. Then I posted the DSS, his name is something Ojela Stephen. NSDC commandant is Marco Latunde. Then lastly, somebody spoke about the security advisor to Soludo. And this where Ma's issue. Why should Soludo appoint Ken Emekai as a special advisor on security? Is Ken Emekai, former PDP chairman, that lunatic that his son is running riot on Twitter, is who you're appointing? What pedigree? What education? What experience does Ken Emekai have, apart from being a lawyer, have that is going to be special? Soludo Afro, former retired generals, Soludo Afro, former retired Air Force personnel, Soludo Afro, former retired DSS official. There's a popular DSS official that comes on TV, Mike Ejiofor. Even my mother's first cousin retired as DSS director of director. He didn't see all those people to appoint as security. The only credential that Ken Emekai has that Soludo appointed him was because he's from Iyala. What does Ken Emekai know about security? What does he know? And he appointed him recently. Soludo came on the space and was boasting, before I appoint you, I must know your pedigree. I must know your. Yet you left the issue of security till it became very bad. You also came on that space, Chief, you were there, and said that before you were sworn in as governor, you couldn't go to Aguata where you're from. And you didn't find it shameful. But I like how Soludo also tries to deviate the failures of that guy they call Willie Obiano. He tries to, he deviates from it. He doesn't want to blame Willie. You didn't find it as a solution to say, oh boy, what is the biggest issue facing the state right now? Recently, we are supposed to go to a medical mission. Now, Umunze is Rumba. The people, watching Chief, these people were telling people to bring 3 layers of security. Army, civil defense, and police. Ego only can man na to an AGM medical mission or $500 with ebe 10,000. Go to million. We start paying security people 10 million naira. So 10 million naira we are supposed to spend in the community is what you're going to spend on security. That doesn't make any sense. 10 million for what? For what? 10 million naira for what? Watch, Chief, you're in the medical. You know what I'm talking about now. I don't need a medical mission at this period in America. Chief, you know what I'm talking. 10 million naira on security. For what? Yes, you should clap for Soludo. So when it comes to
My brother, we'll come to maybe towards the end next month. We'll talk about the medical issue and the Southeast. In fact, there was one we actually planned in Nobunak, pitch it to some friends of mine, no Boda. So one of us, now joined the Igbo space is also a top, surgeon. The guy is very skilled, and we're talking about doing medical mission in the hospital. But with this insecurity, everybody's pulling out. It was supposed to happen this year because also because if I am in a summer, mana onye na wagon na they are not ready to risk it because logistics alone. Kedebe ya lodge everybody that is coming. Ndocha Bundi Chalibia Nigeria for the first time just to join. Kamaluke made some free surgeries in the year and all of that. We don't mind contributing, but then security. So you just reminded me. I don't want us to really go into that, but we'll talk about
Because Wachi, let me dispel something fast before you say
Maz, hold on,
please,
Maz. We'll come back to you. Let Kenike finish.
okay, so
Yeah.
Master, let me finish.
Okay, let me just throw in before Kene continues. Let me just throw in something very quickly, Kene. Kene, please, very, very sorry. Kene Makaye is the special advisor to the governor on community security. The special advisor to the governor on security is retired AVM Chiobi Onyabagana. He's an air vice marshal.
Okay,
TOB,
Vice Marshal.
Onya
Okay,
Bagana.
okay, fair
Then
enough.
we also have a commissioner for Homeland Affairs. Now, let me allow you to continue.
Okay,
I'll
I
give you
mean,
a bit of rationale
okay.
why Ken Emeka is on board.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you for the correction. But Ken Emekai, as far as I'm concerned, should not hold a political post in Anambra State. That man cause chaos. But this is my own view. Other people that know who he is can speak about it. So AVM, beautiful AVM Chiabi, I know him. I know him, but I'm
TOB,
surprised.
TOB.
TOB, I know him. I know him very well. You know, my father-in-law is an AVM, but apart from that, through my father. Again, we should be coming out to speak. A lot of people don't know who the special advisor security is. Now, if you Google it, you'll not see AVM Chiobi's name. Whose name you will see is Ken Emeka, maybe because Ken Emeka used to be the PDP chairman in the state. So these are the things that we are talking about. When was the last time AVM Chiobi, who I know is a decent guy, came out to speak to the people? People are worried about the security issues in the state. And without security issues, without these security problems being solved, I'm sorry, your state is not going to get investments. People are not going to come to invest in a state. It's just what it is. Now, let it not be that I am too harsh on Soludo, but let me give you a background of my history. I'm a PDP member. The first time I got in contact with Soludo was in 2010 when he ran under PDP, for those that remember. And I used to be enamored with Soludo. I give it to him. He's an intelligent chap, very intelligent. And then in PDP, he was, Dubai thing. But there are certain things he said that I disagree with. But I don't want to bring up here. This is not the topic for the room. In 2021, we ran a room for those that were supporting Soludo. But I have to admit that Soludo exhibits some form of narcissism that I personally don't understand. Because he behaves like the typical parlance we say in Igbo land. Ezonyangwanam. He thinks he knows everything. How can Soludo go to Iyala and be talking about kidnapping value? Why should the governor make comments about those kind of comments that in the Anambra were kidnapping value? You might be kidnapping the Anambra. So are you trying to invite kidnappers to the state? Or are you I don't know what point. I mean, and some of the petty thing he does. Soludo went to somewhere, I don't know if it's Onitsha, but somewhere under that Anambra, Onitsha, Nnewi, and said because the road he didn't want to build because either a local government chairman, I'll get that video, or a House of Assembly member insulted him. And the reason why people like Machinemelu is talking about Onitsha, which I know very well because I schooled there, is because of they feel that some of the things he's doing is just out of pettiness. So look, a governor should not be seen to be making petty comments, should be making petty things about, how you feel. People will generally criticize you. Lastly, before let me even go, this is a very small point I just want to make. Please, Mazi, you're a government person, you're a party person, I'm a party person. I always go to the conduct of public officials. I always say it, your job as a public officer. I mean, to be fair, you've conducted yourself in a very respectable way, no matter some of the, adversarial attacks and everything. But what I disagree with is the conduct of the guy managing the Anambra State Media Office. And I think his name is Ozod Dinobi. Now, I don't know Sabu, but I work with Good Luck. And I remember I used to complain about people like Reno. The person being paid by taxpayers' money should not be going to fight everybody that insults Soludo. The person being paid by taxpayers' money should not be fighting or making stupid comments like Isi Igbo and all those kind of things. And Jacqueline. The person being paid by taxpayers' money should not go and be creating enemies for the governor. So you're in a position to call that boy, whoever is managing that account, to order. The person being paid, again, let me repeat it again. Your job as a public officer is not to create more enemies for your principal. Soludo has there are too many things you can criticize Soludo for. But you don't want to add the behavior of a Onyana Akugwo. He can just do propaganda for Soludo, post whatever. If Soludo goes, yeah, we can post it, but don't be insulting people, insult Peter, insult Anambra people that don't agree with him. Fight everybody, go on fighting spree for days, being paid by taxpayers' money. Is that what a media person should be doing? So, I mean, if you can call him to order, it is unbecoming. He cannot continue to be fighting everybody. If Soludo wants to employ a fight dog, let him appoint a senior special assistant on public affairs. Let that person be fighting everybody. a politician, not somebody running the media office. Let me continue what I'm saying. So there are other issues when we can talk about Soludo. I like as how, I don't know, the guy has gone down. Is it Papando? When he spoke about education. We all know that education is a collaborative effort. I went to GMJS, that's a missionary school, then it was under the state. Of course, if you're on each other, you know the history of what Chinwoke and Banjo did, and how he failed the system. Now, Chiwoke Mbadijo is someone that also amazes me. A man who had a PhD from Cornell University, a lawyer, but became governor and wasted his time. Soludo is following in his suit if he doesn't change his ways to feel that when all your first class PhD, CBN governor, African Central Bank governor, visiting professor, you say that intelligence doesn't necessarily mean good governance. Being educationally smart doesn't necessarily mean good governance. I mean, P2B doesn't have all the degrees Soludo have, but people still remember his governance. And this idea of comparing, I don't think you should dabble into that because I don't think it's a winning battle for Soludo. But let's go to education. So why doesn't Soludo apply the same methods that Peter used? Combine the structure of the missionary schools and the private sector. I mean, you have the intervention agency. I was a TA in education. You have SUBEB. So what does the state university basic educational board do? What does the primary school, primary state, what's the primary school educational, what's it called again? I've forgotten the name. What do they really do? So these are the things that you should look at. Now, we all know, not going to blame that on Soludo totally. We all know that education is basically a private sector driven effect. Yes, why the governors can lay credit, it is usually private sector driven because most of these schools are run by churches, run by private individuals. So these are things that you should look at. The guy spoke about the children that have been abandoned in those places in Anambra South that people cannot go to. These are things that the governor should look at. I mean, and the Soludo should drop all this brigandy, I'm a proud man. No, he should be humble. I mean, these people are not happy in the state. There should be some form of humility. All this bragado talking down, oh, but you are man, but no, you should calm the hell down. People are disappointed. People are not happy. I don't want to talk about other things like investment, what has happened to Bank of Industry. This is something I very well do. This maize fund to help revitalize the industries in Anambra State, something I understand, no very, because that's what my party used to do. Because of insecurity. I mean, you're not telling government, you're not telling Bank of Industry to come and bring money in states and put in companies when people can't work, when people are doing sit at home, when there's a lot of insecurity. I think the basic focus for everybody here is the insecurity in the states. People just want to walk around and be free. People don't want to be, I don't want to be walking and be thinking about kidnapping. Or, like the lady that spoke that is in university that spoke earlier. I want to be walking and be thinking about, oh, they're going to kidnap me and may get into criminals reaping. People just don't want to be thinking about it. I don't want to be thinking about it. Like I said, when I used to go to the Southeast, I never thought of insecurity. Thank you very much, Sir Chooks. I'm going to wrap now. I never thought of insecurity. Never. It never bothered me. I wasn't thinking about, I wasn't driving. Those days we went to, when I was at my one in BC, this is in 2014. We drove to BC. Is it in Ihite? We came back by 12 midnight. Imagine following that Ihala road. There was hold up. We drove from there to my place. We were not even thinking of insecurity. This is 2014 here. Okay, 10 years ago. So please, this insecurity thing, it disturbs my brain. It worries me. I don't want to bring him on the agenda of the IPOB nonsense, but let's just stick to having a good, cordial discussion on how you should lay these complaints of Anambra people to Soludo. I mean, I know him very well, but lay this complaint. Thank you very much, man.
All right, Kanika, thank you so much. Imanam, they can see where Mazi. Mazi is doing his job as a National Publicity Secretary. Mazi is likened to Felix Morka, sorry, that went to Arise TV and went berserk on P2B. So, but on his own side, he is more, he's tilting towards just kind of highlighting if a P2B, if a Soludo name. So, but he's doing the same. They are doing the same work. So, I can't just say I'm surprised that he's really out the numbers and trying to win people over to Soludo. But some of us are not really being perturbed by those, emotional numbers, and those things don't count when I can't come back home freely. Otu Akenike now, he cannot even travel from his village to my village 20 minutes drive.
I'll keep all 15 minutes, which on
I,
20.
I'm,
A
I'm
good
just saying, no, I'm trying to be generous. Right? I'm just trying to be generous. You know, you cannot. The last time on Nata, Njelo, Kalifana, we Obodi Fanifa, okay, Titi. I had to take my dad's old car because I dare not drive my own car to go to OK Titi from Ogidi, and I'm Apwala. You know, Obuko, my friend, was saying now your kidnap value. Now your kidnap value is going up every day. If you dare change your car, if you dare put AC in your car. In fact, or if they see you driving, they wind up and the AC in a motor, your kidnap value abagogo. So you have to take a rickety, almost falling apart vehicle, and then you dress like onyagu nebu for you to drive so that onwe ko maka se forget they won't know ni ni reju afase mba na onye ka na nwere fa na na onyago na ago. That is the situation I know ya. Or maybe in just say pata say buy keke. Some of my friends to was aga na but they nke bata na lo no na Christmas ya keke. Ichata keke e bulugi na keke from your village to Onitsha or to Mpo to anywhere in aga. You know na keke na azo because you can't drive. And if about reality, we're not saying it is so like oh we're and make it and solution. This is a reality of an average Anambra person. And then the comparison I put na otu aketa no na ilu Enugu na you can actually drive your car. Motor na you can actually drive around in Enugu. You can drive around, but you cannot do that in Anambra State. But the same south is from Onitsha to Enugu is less than an hour to 30 minutes drive. So what it means is that you can actually live in Onitsha and work in Enugu because someone on Obodo, but you live. The job is like an hour drive, you know. But when we say this thing, so no, it's different about what we need. So Mazi, I hope you are hearing people's submission. No, bro, no, anything specifically against Soludo. Okay,
No. I'm taking my notes. I'm taking copious notes. Watching,
okay.
and also let me before Pom note, let me respond to Kenike Yoku Maka Ihiala and kidnap value and all that. Let me
Before
respond
I
to
got,
that, please,
I
quickly.
believe that by the time Grandmaster will speak, you have something else to respond to, so that Kinwe can check on
No,
your.
no. Can just back and can just clear nya before Pom reaching Abia for Pom Nisi. I won't take time.
Go ahead.
Okay, can please? So, oftentimes social media has a way of reporting something out of context, and I wouldn't like us to take the governor out of context. Now, part of the reasons why the governor is making the kind of forceful arguments he's making with regards to the causes of insecurity in Anambra State is for us to understand if you listen carefully to him in that same clip, except maybe you didn't bother to watch from the beginning, he's trying to establish the fact that in tackling insecurity, we have made certain arrests. And he even reeled out numbers. Okona, 70% of the arrests done so far. Nandine made different forms of kidnapping, armed robbery, the 70% of them are Burundi Anambra. That was the basis of Owese. Then why are all of them struggling to Anambra? And we are all struggling not to mention a certain state that is part of the southeast, who to them Onitsha is more or less their biggest township, and Anambra is their biggest Ebanabia hustle. But for the purpose of this space, I could mention name Ebonyi State, for instance. Majority of the crime that take place in Onitsha, that take place around Anambra State, are from Ebonyi State people. People from Ebonyi State, Abakaliki, Ezza, and the rest of them. It is
Mazi,
there.
Okay,
Mazi,
okay.
Mazi,
I will have to mute you here,
Mazi,
Mazi.
watching a minute. Thank you for meeting him, Mazi. This is a pure display of incompetence and lack of
No.
capacity.
You are trying to be.
You
My brother,
understand?
you are trying to be civil. This is bullshit. Okay, this is bullshit. Space in on there, especially hosting Igbo space. I don't support this kind of thing. Soludo no Onwe should be shameless. I mean, should be actually. In fact, that answer because he's a shameless man in the sense that you are openly accepting that you are fully incapacitated to handle security challenges in your state. If it turns able to point hands, na ndị unu na-ejide na ndị na-abịa ebe a unu na-ejide bụ ndị si ebe a ndị si ebe a ndị si ebe a. You just said now, Mazi, and also the same thing Soludo. Anambra State na fa na-abịazi na Anambra State abịa kidnap ndị mmadụ maka na fa mana faji obodo ndị ọzọ fa kidnap mmadụ akwa 50,000 mana fa bịa ebe a fa ebute nnukwu ego, meaning you have failed to secure that state. You're just telling everybody that you have failed though. So now all the people ji ego obu na iji ego na ị na-eme ọfụma na ibi na Anambra State, your life is at stake maka ndị a jide gị. So ọ bụ na mbụ a kidnapper. Now, if you mean na Anambra State should be where I will head to. I'll be heading to Anambra State because I'm going to know Angela. The person up in 100 million bupungisi. You can't tell me Nijirego because if a governor Nukubuna, ne back a go there. That's what he said, and that's what you are trying to defend here. Instead of you to really dissociate yourself and feel ashamed na point man unu onyunu juwe bulu onyunu juwe di ebube. But the only governor from your party, not a state. Even if we how to really rally around go change the tone of voice in public. That didn't this kind of thing is for you to reiterate what he said. Mazi, I don't like working for Madonna out of regard and for the fact that we've been having a very respectful conversation. Please, that kind of statement line he make I brought something that is accepted now, Igbo space. Maybe this is the first day you are joining us, you will know that I don't condone it. And what am anything personal against you? It's nothing personal. But one thing I will not condone is for someone to come here, a same na then I cause insecurity, then I cause kidnapping, Anambra State, Bunde State. When I get a problem. Because now my friend, I think I've said it in a space before. My friend they kidnap Bupu, they dismembered his body, Abrondi Ebony State. Ndị na-ekidnap ndị mmadụ na Anambra State na-analụfe ego na-akpọ millions. Nwanne anyị nwoke nata anụ onye ide mmiri ya bata anụ ka ọkwa amamiya eji eketa ife a na-akpọ bụ 500 million. Voice ndị na-ekwu okwu abụrọ ndị Abakaliki, abụrọ ndị Ebonyi State, abụrọ ndị Enugu State, abụrọ Enugu State, abụrọ Imo State on the buy. So there are things that Imagunu wanna support non-government. When you people say it this way, I'm not to cause divide and rule because that's the only way you can actually, make this things to work for you is to divide Ndibo. You see, oh no, man, on there, but state no na. Where is the data? This is what the data you just go and manufacture something. Where is it? Meanwhile, Ndi vigilante ne all these AVGs, the videos soon circulate everywhere on WhatsApp. On what on the cable Ebony State, Mwafugo. No, if you are not phobo, you're not going on your bono. No nya abonye ebe di otu a no nya abonye ebe di otu a mana ibezia government chose ikwu okwu asigi no onye Ebonyi State. I take a personal offense. I'm not supporting anybody, I'm not defending anybody. Mana in terms of insecurity Anambra State onworo mgbe ihe eji wee bia ebe a pitch enya no Ebonyi State na the ndiri nunu na ejide na greater number fa bụ ndị Ebonyi State. Oh asika why because no oke no no gwa nke na outside na enwere nwanne fa nwoke na tanu na enwere nwanne fa nwoke ọ dị n'aka. Onye Ebonyi State amara na your village onye ọ dị n'aka ka m gwa gị ke eziokwu. Onye Ebonyi State ọfata onye na-abụrụ onye ụmụnna gị amara na ọ dị gị n'aka. Mmadụ ya amalụlụ gị very well to bring their clique wee bịazie ịbịa mega arrest ma ịbịa kidnap gị ma anything. So biko maazị ụdị okwu a kama bulie n'obi gị. You are a public figure for the Apga, so that because if somebody is binding, actually people will take it and run with it, and don't be surprised if we didn't finish this space with us now. Somebody there pieces post where there tag a national publicity secretary in the Apga. So whatever you say here, people will run with it. So please.
I'm holding this. Mazi, real quickly, because as Nikwa Moro Ibezia, Organihu Anambra State, Nani Igbo, they are Onya Kaiji with this conversation. I had them a politics eba. I had eba no nyame, because ndo they involved, and ndo they involved bundu ndi Igbo. Ndo they involved when you call bulu nwanne gị bulu nwanne m bulu nwanne onye a bulu nwanne onye ọzọ. Onye nwa ka iji ekwu okwu a na-asụ ya n'asụsụ baị ka ọ ma rapụ ede ka ihe a na-akọ na politics. Mazi, from a few things you could go, right? We can easily conclude when I get the benefit of that. Yes, Soludo benefit of that for now. But we can easily conclude no the incompetent. Mazi, oge na ayo loa. ACIA, give me the job. Look at my resume. I have the ability to do the job. And when extra capacity to do this job, give me the job. Mazi, don't ever biko advice nwanne ka a na-enye gị ha. Unu apụtakwana na public again or even within you people. Say, none that na-eme, it is none of our business. Ma oke na-eme ya, ma ọchịcha na-eme ya, ma ngwele na-eme ya. It's inconsequential. Just stop insecurity. Ọsọkwa ya bụ na ndị Moses si n'elu gbatute ọ na-ekwensu si n'ọkụ mmụọ bịa. Whatever it is inconsequential. Is none of our business. Oge anyị na gị kwuo okwu the social contract bụ gịnị na ị ga-protect life and property ọkwanyenwa bụ primary duty government. So ịbịa ebe abịa na-akọrọ anyị nọ ndị agboro na-eme ya nọ ndị baro na-eme ya nọ ndị is none of our business. It reeks incompetence like unu amara ihe unu na-eme. And when you now come with that divisive tactics, he deflate here, he bounce on the Anambra against the Enugu or bounce on against in the Ebonyi on the Imo State. He also reeks incompetence and he reeks insincerity. Ago wa Patagonia, anunu na ago na obo hari wako na ago. How can you wake up now try to deflect? Yeah, your job will protect people. Stop insecurity. Any other thing is inconsequential. Also, we are mpagi bomazi na eme ya. Stop insecurity. It doesn't concern us. In Bogini, free, secured city and state. So, biko maybe na sin on that is the what. In fact, ogosinu na amari unu na eme. But let's not drag the mic. Grandmaster, sorry, over to you.
Okay, darling, and the watching everyone, happy new year. As a chief, well, so true, second a kwam on your bona. Anambra for son, and my foggy, Udo. Chinek yellow maka bigo kamra pi kujo. When bata space aqua in on to cambia league. Bakwara m ikwu okwu asị ka m bịa nụchọta
Watching the
n'ọnụ ndị
I want a
Anambra
grandmaster not available. I know of when you could be.
Grandmaster is speaking now.
okay
I can't even
We
hear
can hear
him.
you,
Grandmaster is
Grandmaster.
speaking.
What am I hearing?
Chief, I can't hear Grandmaster. Mahom.
No,
Network.
Grandmaster is speaking. All of you know that I know Grandmaster.
Grandmaster is
Grandmaster is
speaking. You guys
speaking.
can go down and come up.
Yeah, I can drop and come back. Grandmaster is speaking. Just drop and come back. He's speaking. Thank you. Grandmaster, go ahead. Yeah, that one Chinemelo. So, mgbe m bịalụ, ọ asị m ka m bịa nụchọta n'ọnụ ndị Anambra maka na ọ ha nwa ma ebe ya bụ ihe na-afụ ụfụ ọ ha nwa ga-eji ọnụ ha wee kọwara anyị ọfụma. Most especially, ihe nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Daiso Dike akụkọ ọ kọrọ. Akụkọ ahụ afụna m ya before, and I followed that story. Daiso biko Chukwu gbaa gị ume. Enwere ihe m chọrọ ikwu. Just a moment. Enwere ihe m chọrọ ikwu. Ọ na-adịkwanụ mma n'ụwa onye nọdụ ya nwere ihele. Ihe mere m ji wee sị na m ya request nata Mike bịa kwuo okwu wuo nwoke bụ maazị Ejimọfọ kwuru ọnya ka nje si na mba na mụ ama anọghị ya. You understand? Ihe nwanne m nwoke eme ihe ọ na-eme ya maka na ya bụ okwu ahụ o kwuru gosi m that na ọmụ ihe ọ bịara ebe a ime. You understand? Ọma ihe ọ bịara ebe a ime. Ihe nji sị ọ na-adị mma mmadụ nọkwanụ ya nwee ihele bụ na ihe niile na-ebe na Anambra na-ebe ịgbagote ka ị bịa kọọla anyị topic space a dị very very precise. Ọ sịrị gị insecurity na Anambra is Soludo weak, scared or clueless. Ịgbagote wee deviate be distract be anyị mebe unfair comparison between Enugu, Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, things that have nothing na-enwere anything n'ime with ihe a na-akọ maka ya to a point ịpụtara si anyị ebe dị otu a obodo one ka ọ nwee. Ọ bụrụ taa ka anyị ma na Anambra nwere a lot of well-developed towns, Nnewi, Ọnịcha, Ekwulọbịa, mana ọ bụrụ na Soludo lụrụ ya bụ ihe na amara m ka ihe ejipụta here were ya na-eme comparison. Ọ bụrụ today ka those cities bido mebe exist. Ọ bụrụ Soludo lụrụ ya. So how from the deceptive game you play here, and I see no, I'm to here, Kiliegi, Ijilinda Anambra na egwu dị egwu a. Ọ dịrọ mma. Unu nwetukwe n'ihe le. You understand? Unu nwetukwe n'ihe le. Enwere ihe ọ na-abụ, ome isi onwe gị nna ihe abụrụ ihe mma ya pụta na ọgbọ bịa defend ba. Ka ntukwula ana, ka just ka nke a ganarị m. Maka na ya bụ okwu Soludo kwulu ebe ọ nọ na-asị na Anambra ndị kidnapper bịa na Anambra kidnappers bịa na ebe ha na-aka enweta ego. Egechere m ya bụ okwu ntị si arụ adịkwa nwoke a, isi ọ dịkwa ya mma, isi o mebiri emebi. Maka na chief security officer of a steeti imepe ọnụ ya wee sị na steeti ya bụ ebe ọ na-abụ mmadụ bata o make the most money is one of the weirdest things I've ever heard in my life. Ịsala ọnụ gị jiri aka gị na-eme ndị ori na ndị ama invite to your own state, telling them that if they come to your state, they are more likely to recoup the money. And you people do not see anything wrong with this. If you're here now be defending her, on a demo mother not to bikonu ihele. And you know, at the end of the day, Okwu Ikpeazụ Ekulu has actually told me that, show me that you have, come full circle. You were a very sincere person, Mazi Jimofo. Makani Bianeba actually apportion the blame. And this is one of the things you will know. You see, I've been able, somebody not into projects. I've worked on projects extensively. Or you have led projects. I got working at one thing you don't do in a project is when things are going wrong, you start finger pointing. That is how you end up destroying that project. If the governor of a state, Nandi Nekuturi Oku, potato baka, no insecurity, and cause insecurity. My brother, what is any solution to that problem? What is the solution to that problem? What you are doing is what they call deflections. You are trying to deflect the people from the real issue on ground. If Soludo pụtasịa na 70% of ndị na-eme ihe na Anambra State other people. Mana it does not mirror the akụkọ akọna na space so far. First of all, anọ m na space mgbe Maazị Ezeoke na-ekwu okwu. He was talking about ndị abịa na be ha kụọ aka bulu na ndị mere ha bụ ndị be ha ọ bụrụ ndị ọzọ. The same story all over the place. Chief Nwachinelo, ọ bụrụ ihe anya fụrụ ka ọnụ na-ekwu. Ọ bụrụkwa ihe niile m nwetara ka m suppose na-etinye na timeline. Mana m nwere ike forward like some videos after I finish my submission of ihe na-eme na Ihiala. Ozu tọgbọ na main road. Ozu ndị mmadụ tọgbọ na main road. Onye melu vidio ahụ ji ọnụ ya na-ekwu na ndị mere ha bụ ụmụnne ha nọ na certain group mere ha. Ndị a na-egbu ma ndị na-egbu ha. So I find it extremely weird that when you people come, you start finger pointing. This is always the first thing that points towards a person that has no solution. Then onye dunye luko si Anambra bịa meetie Tinubu. Bịaba yili solution, okpu solution. Ị na-eyi okpu solution abịa Enugu, ndị Enugu asị gị na ha vote solution. Why can't you, transform that into tangible benefit from them on the ground? In a solution, solution. You are supposed to be doing this to the benefit of your own people, but you refuse and you use this propaganda, these deflections, these lies, all manners of talk. And you see, when a governor talks too much, you can. It's not even just a governor. Anybody when a serious issue is brought forth has no solution to that problem. Insecurity is the problem. Anambra na-enwe ọkụ. Ihe o ji ewute mbụ na enwekwa anụmụ agbụrụ na Anambra. Anambra bụ part of me. Nne m si Anambra osi Ọka. Nwanne m nwaanyị ụmụnne m nke nwaanyị na-abụ nụrụ di n'Ọka, nụrụ di na Oko na Ogidi. So ihe metụrụ Anambra taa emetụtago m in one way or the other. Mana besides that, ọ dị mma na ndị mmadụ gbakọtara ọnụ welu mandate ha nye Soludo jili mandate ndị mmadụ nyere na-play politics getting close to 4 years of his governance. I cannot point out one tangible thing Soludo megolo ndị Anambra. Ịbịa na here pointchala anyị out mana ndị kwuru okwu si na governance is best observed from the perspective of those who are governed. Maazị Ejimofu ka m jụọ gị ezigbo ajụjụ nwanne m.
mgbada Anambra tas ndị Anambra ha tụkosike na anyị ha ahụ Soludo mere ha dị okay with ọchịchị Soludo up to this point in time. Maazị Ejimofo ị ga-eti aka n'obi sị m na ndị Anambra ya asị iyo na ha dị okay with ọchịchị Soludo ịma nke wee eziokwu. Anambra is swimming in insecurity. And otu o si emetụta ọnụ ka o yesi metụta anya maka na Anambra once o metara o ya emeta all parts of Southeast, and that is why many of us are worried. There is so long Enugu can protect itself from insecurity. There is so long Ebonyi, Anambra, Abia State and Imo can protect themselves from insecurity. As we are speaking now, a whole local government in Anambra State is under siege. Soludo does not speak about it. As we are speaking now, a House of Representative member, Anambra State House of Representative, I think his name is Azoka, Honorable Azoka. Akajiyeji. You know how they cook that man. As we are speaking now, in a series of high-profile killings that occurred in Ihiala this December, including Obubuebulu, Onye Fada, Ihiala, and Ndabobugasi Ebemelo Beria. Till today, a governor of a state acknowledge to Kona no kwandom mwade biana ni hiya. Ihe obula me na Anambra, Governor Soludo will not say a single word. Or what is mwade? Is this what somebody who is serious about security? Is this how the person behaves? The other time, Abia and Oka were the pieces. 13 of them, all we high Gotalo, close to the government house of Anambra State, in the capital of a state. Till today, Governor Soludo, Emepebelonu Jiri Kutu Okumakanyabo Buahibu Noka. The same thing continues going on. For how long will people continue? Man, every time Obunebu Kenya Boku, una apụta na social media, una na-atụ asị, una na-atụ aka, una na-akọlụgbada, ọ bụrụkwa n'ihe aka ndị mmadụ votu unu. Ọ bụrụkwa n'ihe aka ndị mmadụ ji maka weta olu votu. Melụnụ ndị Anambra ebele. Ọnwụ, ogbugbu, ozu a na-ebupụta ọ dịgokwanụ too much. Ọ dịgokwanụ too much, ihe na-emezikwa n'anyị. How can a person be a governor living in a state in already your state is completely taken over by non-state actors? The other time Obia na space bịa kwuo okwu ọ sịla anyị na ya ma ndị na-eme ihe ndị na-eme ndị omekome na-eme ihe na Anambra State. So ịma ndị na-eme ihe a Soludo ka ihe kwụsịrị gị ịga after those people. Ibele ebe a said that in the next coming weeks that na ya afọ an onslaught mmadụ abịakwana na social media bịa akwa ọga m kedu ihe ji go all these years kedu ihe ji unu all these years from actually going on this onslaught in Adakora. You keep talking about things in future tense. In truth and in sincerity, in the situation Anambra n'ime atata, or we demand the future tenses. Anambra is boiling. Oderoma. Kidnapping left, right, and center. Onemetutukunu nobi. You know what the politics. And he said, Chief Melo, this is why I hate partisan politics. And this is why I believe that I will never be a politician in Nigeria. Omeme. Because partisan politics, it is soulless. You would defend anything and everything simply because not your party is involved in it. It is so less. You don't play politics with the lives of a people. We are talking about insecurity. And I say I Soludo to laws on Kidi Otalo, and I like him Chief Nachin Melojolo. Or one Tanya Wuzo Yegi use here. In on a space and the money now wagi that no Habataba Anambra, they have to disguise themselves. Muto Hebulia Dobe Bozo. Can you the value of Oza horror if me as a bona fide, indigenous of Anambra cannot, benefit from Oza's narrow? What is the benefit? But even within all these things, I say you know that it is not the truth. If you have the ear of Soludo, Gwa Soludo, niwe when the money. People are angry. Ndi Igbo na-ewe, not just Anambra people. Igbos are angry. That is our gateway state for the Southeasterners. That is our gateway state. Only Igbo na bata Southeast will have to pass through that state. And the situation of that state will always reflect on how and the way we actually picture Alibo. Southeast going further. Pikone Jim Chineka, Hapunu ni ha na DM apụta na space a na-atụgharị aka. Apụta na-ekwu ka nwatakịrị. state you would the place where you have been with 1 point something million, a other state with 50,000. Negodi a governor of a state in a sound no money could you don't see the anything wrong in such utterances. You don't see the shamelessness in such utterances. A CSO of a state, Bepelon, na sege, maybe na state, and with the 1 point. Then Kidia Yemendi, no me come and do rin and yama. I'm a Jipurong about the Anambra state. I think it is high time that toughness that you people, if you people see na Soludo Adro weak, na Soludo Adro, scared, na Soludo Adro clueless, and na Soludo Adro coward. I think it is time that toughness you have actually posited on this space. You people show it. We want those criminals fished out. Anambra is boiling. Ihiala is boiling. Gradually, want to spill into other places. Nnewi today, as it is today, is boiling. People will easily enter, Nnewi, more security officers, more vigilante members, still live in Nnewi untouched. Una ada afwe ha o na-emetụta unu n'obi ọ na-emetụta unu n'obi ọkwanụ mmadụ ka a na-egbu ọkwanụ mmadụ ka a na-egbu ọkwanụ mmadụ nwe ozu a melụ ndị Anambra ebele biko chief nwa chinemelu ọra ka ọgwụ m nọ na chọrọ mbịa table on ya because the thing is just it pisses me off that in the midst of everything naga on na Anambra people can come up in this space and still find a way to defend this madness while trying to denigrate the rest of other Igbos. This is not the way forward. And I feel like going forward, Anambra people should no longer be quiet on these issues. Because, now for instance, now Allen Onyema, I got to realize that Allen Onyema is from Ihiala. But somebody see Ihiala the other day in Agua and I said that now this man does not come back to Anambra again. Or Anambra. Kedika, one of the richest sons of Ihiala, MSW Batamu Benya. The other guy, one other guy, Boni no ne bakwa, Osna Mia Wololo. It on send Jelly Hosen de Lem, Mia Wololo in one of the communities Nihiala. Mia Wulu since sometimes middle of this year. He kolona ye ni mia. E kolona ye ni mia. Boni no best space on ebe. Kedi hamelo. You understand? Is this how a state is supposed to be governed? And when we bring up these things, unfair and unnecessary and silly comparisons. It is silly. All the very silly. And please, my brother, as a media person is in for APGA, I think it's high time you guys actually call Soludo to order. Otherwise, I don't think he's going to survive it. And I think that Anambra people should actually start rising up and end this madness. People should start speaking up. It is disgusting. I yield. Thank you.
All right, Grandmaster, thank you so much for that submission. Mazamanena Nifenina Neku, Amanaman, one of your concerns, a voice you go out here, but you don't want, people to lose confidence about government, as well as Soludo, and of which, and I may propagate, a couple of times here, that we have already lost that confidence. Now, stage I now, of which I believe it is necessary for us to activate it. Never open for Soludo, so to be a pure water, same be a bottled water. That is actually the stage we need to get to now. Of which now, if I believe we garner that momentum, that will be the next line. Open up Soludo put now to talk in our where nobody comes to. Ndi ozundi mmadụ na mortuary na-achọ ka anyị esi wee ni a na-enizi nwoke mutigoro mic gị nwanna biko mutigoro mic gị. How difficult ọ dị na bụ na papa mmadụ ga-anwụ mama mmadụ ga-anwụ adobe ozu na mortuary a na-agbazi kpurukpuru mmadụ ka anyị esi wee mee ka anyị esi wee jee nie dimkpa maọbụ nne nwaanyị bisigolo ndụ ya kwesịrị na eselebreti ya nyakwa anya ka esi akwa nwaada ma ka esi akwa oke nwoke nwụ n'ala Igbo a na-agbaghalịzi na-achọ ka anyị esi wee just jee tupu inye na gbapụtazi ya the funeral na city so that it can because na ndị mmadụ friends cannot travel. This is the reality. If I abroad now, I'm not saying something the rare because the new is na bias. Man, abroad na bias. If I have reality on ground, at least I'm 2 people now. Also, their parents can na mortuary. Also, one go almost 4 months plus now. The other one but 3 months plus. The other one go 4 months plus. If I na how can people come? Kedika friends esi wee bia. So because you see that need kwa blue military, water police, water DSS, I mean the NSC this gara important there nine Can we cheer for the couple of days when you are because na fire no before I was during burial and after. If I need no #1, ordinary if
10 million minimum is what you're going to spend.
exactly.
10 million.
Exactly.
That's the cost.
Imagine.
You are saying 1 million. Which 1
Also,
million?
10 million, you
Which
I
name
said
1
1
10
million?
million.
million.
10 million, you name 1
Which
million.
1 million? We want give 1 million.
Exactly. This is hard funny because Oburani Maria in our land, maybe I can get blue. I've said it somewhere. You need $1 million. Akaji the guy na 500 million. Ebeka is what here. So Arab goes why I wasn't a Chabazi ego. This is our reality. Not because they hate Soludo or anything. But let's move the mic. Our brother,
There's something I want to say.
Watching before you go forward, right? Mazi, because I don't sure na expect Kiza Okweba. I expect you to be noting, in fact, record those spaces at the play area your man Soludo. But one thing now go ayike ainine babona enwe templates that have worked in the past na Anambra State. It have a template work on Enugu or Imo State or na Ebonyi or na Abia. Template a work go na Anambra State. Peter Obi deliver ya. You na stop Soludo from just implementing it. Plug and play, copy
What
and
is that?
paste.
What is that? What is that template?
Uche,
Can I come in here because
Uche, because Uche, over to you. Oh, Emeka Chikwoku, Uche, over to you because then they will hand to Emeka
Okay,
Obereri.
there's something I actually want to say very fundamental. Because what Mazi said is a very disappointing and very damaging statement. I have been hearing these things, this type of statements from people within the state around Anambra State government, but I never knew that it's somehow a notion that is quite popular like this, to the extent of coming publicly to say it. We have a very clear situation at hand. If you go to Asaba, for example, you will see people from Ebonyi, you see people from different places. But why is it that what is happening in Anambra State is not happening in Ebonyi, in Delta State, that is in Asaba? Why is it that the same thing is not being reported in Port Harcourt? Are these not same people? If you go to Port Harcourt, you even see more of people from Ebonyi in Port Harcourt. The difference is that in Asaba, why people go to Asaba and feel safer there is that there seems to be an order. Because when people come in an environment where there seems to be a lawlessness, then they become lawless. For example, if you are driving and you come to Anambra State, nothing will compel you to obey traffic lights, for example. But once you step into Enugu State, you are going to be compelled to obey traffic light because there seems to be traffic lights available, which will compel you to be in order. So lack of order breeds disorderliness. So each time I hear people in government or close to government use this statement or try to blame people who are quote unquote who are not from Anambra as being responsible for the insecurity, it pains me so much.
Uche, we are
Anambra, your mic is bad.
Uche, we are losing you.
Are you sure Soludo has not sent his people to?
Okay, I think he's getting a call.
Watching them, man, allow me or
Big Ben, Chalo. Uche, you're having a call.
Are you going to go to these states to pitch for them to vote in APGA? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, Uche, I think we're having issues hearing you. Amaram, in order to come or maybe you are getting a call. Uche, mami ya drop ke bagotekwa. Uche. Okay. Let's allow Dr. Abeneri to go. Then we can go to.
thank you, my brother.
All right. Doc, thank you, man. Happy New Year.
All the mark, Happy New Year, my brother. Happy New Year. You know, I don't like people in our boku buruburu. And somebody raised a very important issue, and let us address it. One of the problems we have in this side, anyway, the five governors in the south, I'm sorry to on our political, I'm sorry to you, they are cowards. Not only are they cowards, they are so weak in terms of enforcing their authorities within their states. They are busy playing politics rather than protecting their people. Somebody raised a very important issue here. P2P had a template that worked, but even that P2P template is even 50%. What did Peter do? 2006. For those of us who are averse to history, I'm from Imo State. I'm from Okigwe local government area to be very precise. After 2006, my sub have taken over Okigwe zone. Even my late father was flogged by one of those ruffians. What did Peter do? Because there was so much insecurity in Anambra State, both external induced and internal induced. Peter knew that security is indigenous. Let me tell you, one of the ways you can destroy unlawful terror is to employ lawful terror. Terrorists are bullies. Kidnappers are cowards. These people you see, because they have AK-47. What did Peter do? Peter went to the communities, 177 town union leaders. Every community knows the good, the bad, and the ugly. He told them, select for me 50 of your sons that you trust most. They did it. Peter went to Innocent. Give me truck for every autonomous community. Innocent built that truck. Peter got Yahadua. Send army to go and clear the evil forest where kidnappers were holding armed people, victims. Yahadua acceded to it. Peter was in opposition. He was able to convince the PDP House of Assembly members to pass a law in Anambra State. If your house is used to hold a kidnapped victim, you will lose it, so that you cannot become complicit and still escape the wrath of the state. They were trained, the 50 boys. They were given communication equipment, community to community. They linked themselves. Some of them even did gates. If you go to Anambra, you will see gates on each community pathways. They had motorcycles. And in 6 months, all the criminals, including the popular kidnapper, Evans, ran away from Anambra and went to First Park. For 5 years under P2P, Anambra was voted the safest state in Nigeria. It's on record. What do? We can even modify on what Peter did. Anambra has the wherewithal to destroy these criminals in less than 3 months. And how do we do it? We go back to the same template and improve on it. In the north, most of the civilian JTF you have are vigilante with AK-47. What do we do to protect Anambra? We have done the numbers. The budget to secure every state in the south is about 32 billion naira. And that 32 billion is very simple to do. Get Innocent. In every, we will secure with the approval. See, let me tell you, by the reason of the Firearm Act, the National Security Advisor can give waiver under a special arrangement for states to have a vigilante or a entire security that can wield AK-47 under the supervision of the governor and National Security Advisor and the state commandant that are going to appoint. If we talk to Innocent, if we have in every local government area of Anambra State, Innocent produce armored personnel carriers, 2 in every local government area. And we have 50 to 100 youths in every of the communities wielding AK-47 with drones and Kenkoso dogs. We can even hide under this security arrangement to set up agro clusters in every community in Anambra State, 200 to 300 to 500 hectares that can give us almost about 5 billion naira every year as revenue from every electoral ward. And we pay these guys well, 120,000 minimum salary every month. We've run the numbers, 32 billion. If we decide today that we want to collect 100,000 naira annually from every Anambra eligible indigent, 300,000 people alone will do it. And I know Anambra State, if we put a transparent structure in place, 1 or 2 persons can fund this under a security trust fund. We are not asking the governors to bring their FAC or their JAC or their IGR. When you do this, let me tell you, if you have in every town union 500 hectares industrial agro parks, you have 100 fully empowered and trained youths. Each of them wielding the right weaponry with drones and Kenkoso dogs and telecommunication gadgets to keep all the communities well communicated. Tell me where the criminals will come from. Tell me where they will come from. What basically we are seeing just about 100 to 300 to 1,000 criminals because they have AK-47. You cannot pursue somebody with AK-47 with pump action rifle. When you do this, you create wealth zones in Anambra State. You empower the people to take care of the animals destroying the whole state. We have advocated these things. The governors, the only problem we have is that we have weaklings. We have those who do not care for the welfare of. You saw Zulu the other day. Zulu went on national TV to take on the president for even doing what is right, bringing a tax reform bill. That is right. Yes, we have governors who are busy speaking grammar, who are busy doing 419 and propaganda, who are busy leaking the asses of people in Abuja without doing the job for which they were employed. The first job of a governor is protection of life and properties. And these governors have failed. Let me tell you, when I hear people say unknown government, let us stop listening. We know these guys. We know where they live. We know their fathers. We know even the bushes where they camp. It is off record that the current security architect of Nigeria, the police and the army, are even scared to confront them. But when you empower the people, they will destroy these guys in 6 months. Peter did it, and we can build on what Peter have done. 35 billion can easily be raised in 3 weeks if we decide to do the right things. But these governors are cowards, and let us call them for what they are. Thank you. I hear the mic.
All right, Doc. I think we need to engage you more on this because we need to tap something on where people, about the clusters. Maz, because you to go for now. Maz, I think at this point, we'll come back to you, but just be writing down, so that you can relay all these things we are talking about to the governor of your party, Soludo, because you can.
I think Enugu has a security trust fund. I saw them tweeting about
Oh
it.
yeah,
Hold on, let me
they,
pin
they,
up
I
the.
think they launched that last week.
Anambra has two.
Okay,
Anambra has.
we'll come to you,
See,
Mazi.
see, for Mazi to not know that Peter Obi actually had a template that brought security home to everybody. Security became the responsibility of everybody in Anambra State. And like
Mhm.
Oberedi said, na onye ọbụla ma ndị na-eme ihe a, onye ọbụla ma nwanne ya ma cousin ya na-eme these things ndị mmadụ ma ndị esiro n'enu da ndị epuro ndị a bụrụ ome ha epuro ome from
But
somewhere.
that has been the
You
campaign so far.
understand?
Is
No,
that
no, no,
has
no.
been the
That
campaign
has
so
not
far.
been the. That
So
has not been the
no. I have
campaign.
just told you.
That has
I
not been
said
the
it,
campaign.
and you jumped in. Oberedi came in. Dr. Berry came in and expanded it. Because I was going to do that, but I said, "Mbaka I'm a dog. I'm not, but I'm get expand there." So the game is simple. People being with this template or implement it. Yeah. Mazi amaro mamugi yesterday. I'm sorry to say it, man. I'm namugi yesterday. Man, maybe no na Anambra State, no na Igbo in 2001 through 2007. Peter Obi whenever. Biko Peter Obi did it and it worked. It
Um,
100% worked. Just on the template ya implement ya. In fact,
uh,
improving the rap good improvement. Just implement ya the autos implement ya the archaic, anachronistic, backwarded one. Oh man. Ndị mmadụ ga-ekutegodu ume first of all n'obodo. Biko, you people are looking for FDI, federal foreign direct investment. I don't know, be billionaire in dollars. I don't know, anytime one another Ihiala is losing FDI. Things have changed. In case of one tomorrow, because coalition na government, you need the road one mother outside. I know about FDI. I know your indibunu FDI. I the resource enough. I the liquid enough. Iweta ihe that foreign entities ga-eweta mana ihe anyị chọọ bụ udo so that we can come home. It is that very simple. What's them over to you?
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mazi. Because you get mute. You go to mic. Okay? Just mute. You go. Like I said, mute. I think it will be nice for you to mute. I will call you. Skinwake. Contribute to it again. But I would like to recognize Adowere. It's in our midst. Betty Anyanwu Akerdolu. She's in our midst. If you want to contribute to what we are discussing, you can request for Mike.
Nukwada, sorry, that they break the protocol. Nukwada, welcome.
Nukwada, we see you. Thank you so much. If more feel, and it's the same thing with what Dr. Berry said here, is the political will, and that is what is lacking. Because Oboro, like I think God is finding that Soludo is not weak, is not scared, is not clueless. He just doesn't care, or just that he doesn't have the political will to do it because he will step on either some toes or he wants to use, this insecurity now for the next election cycle, right? If there's something very peculiar with our political terrain, people will be requesting for something, it will not be done. Ulubezier time for the next election cycle, you will see them, they will rush and start doing something, telling you that once you vote us in, you see this thing that we want to start here now, we'll start it, and once we come in, with full force, we'll implement it and finish it under 6 months. But why should the governor be joking and playing with people's lives? Imozunde mmadụ na-atọgbọ n'ihe ala local government on a weekly basis. We've actually lost count because I can't be posting such macabre pictures and videos on my timeline. Or maybe Weibo space now. We start posting, plastering the whole thing on a timeline. It doesn't look good. And then I send them to come back home. Akuluono. Kedeba akuga, kedebi ya bedobanya buako. Ebo bunotu ino keta. Emanotu ino na. Niwe RS 350. Inwe RS 350. Your kidnap value is about 20 million. RS 350 2010. Your kidnap value is at or less than 10 million naira. I am telling you. So if you put a park na Saba, a cross a bridge by a keke. Ebaye keke mo ebaye moto na aga ọka bag na ugidi afi igwe ebaye na elute na post stop buni lutu ebaye ọkada we na bebe nage. That is the only way you can actually disguise yourself. And the same no na alo 700 kilometers of road. Onye na agba na that road. Onye na agba there. If the only way I can go to that road on alo is to only go 400 kilometers of road before na land Luton na branch na army barracks there. Follow 2 trucks of the army. Bada ọka chelu ndị police in the match. We're now in a village can we join or 2 weeks. I spend them 5 to 10 million naira only on my security details. Ego ne kam meji we mezelon de buy we balon de buy Christmas. Monday malamal. These are issues. But let's move the mic. Big Ben, I'm on man mic ga digo man now. Your mic in obona me kwarapu.
And I knew
Yes, I can hear you.
good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm watching the Grandmaster and Co. God will continue blessing all of you for what you do. You see, I need to here, and for me here, local government. To be precise. Eba last week, yeah, be put name the far help them. It is so that I ask myself why Ihiala? Why that particular local government? Out of the 21 local governments in Anambra State, why Ihiala? Since 2021 till date, non-state actors we're talking about when we see 1 million naira to get army and police for escort. Who will take 1 million naira from you? And sometimes now, Juku, does it mean that on to akayesi we never see na aga? Just go as na ndeba yikroko as na arọgba afa ọhụụ omenala. So ọhụụ omenala. Ndị Igbo, we are not known for this. Ana m Ọka, based in Ọka. I can't even travel. I mean, here na-ekwu na eruo over 10 kilometers ruo. But I can't travel. I can't. Sometimes it's not even the money they collect from me. The torture, the trauma you go through in these boys, their hand is not something to write home about. But the question now, Joe, all the wealthy men on here, because if we at this level, we are doing this on this level, on space, talking about these issues day in, day out. The wealthy man, somebody made mention of Allen Onyema. Oh, Nyazia Kobu. Ihiala has wealthy men. Are they asking questions or that they are just scared running away? What are they doing? since 2021, somebody cannot go back to his father's house. Ihala has wealthy men. As for Mazini Kweba says, nobody hates Soludo. Nobody. As a matter of fact, if I should give my Facebook ID, you will see the way I was carrying this governor on the head without being paid a damn. I don't even collect money. But everybody will ask the question after building all the infrastructures. Akwamadu Gagania, when all of us are gone, is that when the whole thing will stop? That's the question I'm throwing to him. And it pains that when they go on social media to criticize Peter for everything he has done, I ask myself, Maka politics, to what end politics will lack the political will in this side of the country? In fact, in Nigeria as a whole, Ayana Agwonwa Yoku in this country. That is why things like this will keep on happening. And somebody made a statement where say that if insecurity continues after 24 hours, Aka government then here, somebody said that made a statement. I don't know about made a statement some years back. Non-state actors, a brewer will take over a full local government, short wire down. It was me if you go and settle them. It was actually anything or there for Hanya. Like you instead of you to use that money and do what you're supposed to do. You were there because the government have failed. Okay, we can now rules on our own everything now reform now. But the question still remains: can they go Maruchaya? Can they go Banimi? Sometimes when I talk about him on places before I stop talking about him, I do most especially on the platforms is, can I come back home? Sometimes they block me in almost all the platforms in the platform just because I was defending Soludo without not being paid though. I don't collect shish. But in keep as well from Nanya, in fact I checked yes. Because a boy from my village, from Mona, was in that corpse lying down there. Ejima. Somebody from my Ekunne, always be renters. Don't get that video. Always be renters was lying down there. How many people will go before the government will wake up and do what they are supposed to do? I made a comment on this space here when Mazi was speaking. I asked what that day that Soludo was taking his oath of office, what did he swear to? I swear to protect life and property. That is his major assignment. Any other thing is extra. But his major duty is life and property. Can I go one year's yoku? Understand then do to our broom. Because that's what you could do. Once they criticize government, the next thing is DSS come and knock on your door and carry you. How long will this kind of art continue? How long? Only other here and I cannot travel home. If you travel home, you keep money for kidnappers. You keep their money for them first. That's not be carrying. You keep the money for them. All because government failed to do what they're supposed to do. I was in Lagos when Peter was the governor of this state. In as far as I didn't experience it, I heard the story. I read it. I'm referring to Peter. Peter handled insecurity like it's a no man's business. O take your personal. The government should sit up and wake up. You're talking about foreign direct investment. Watching the you have said it. If the diaspora members decide to come back with the money they have in other countries, what's IGR in these states? It will triple. But who will bring his money back home here to come and invest? Who will do that? If I'm in that place, I will take my money to Ghana instead and go and invest. That will bring it down here in Anambra State. Because as you're keeping it for them, in fact, here they will not be able to themselves now. They will not even call for the ransom. They will not the 2 months, 3 months, nobody will even hear anything from them. Or say goodbye. Ndepogroni Adamaro. Mazi, please speak to your principal. You push to call this man to order. Opposite politics fine and good. You push to continue. but there is no peace for the wicked. Unu buria no be. Your own local government, every Anambra state is peaceful. But remember that no one there also, I don't sleep. My poor father and my mom is in that village. Each day I think about them. What about Mbosaya Agafia, Mbatuafa? Because from that place, if I want to my own village, it's not even up to 10 minutes. What if one day Hagar and Kwobe here, Mbatuafa, but they voted for this man? I voted for him. I campaigned for him free of charge. Free. Are you the mic?
Thank
All
you.
right, one now. Thank you so much. Sorry, Kenny. Funding Amaron, Onwelo, one night working on here. On your here, the government called Doggy. You might not like him. In fact, we don't even agree on a lot of things. But one thing, once I see the truth, I say it. A place a bounty on Doggy's head. Oto a Doggy or not, Doggy cannot go to his village. Makano Mwoma, that will Mwoma. Anambra State. Ndị agbakọ ndị Ebonyi maazị gị na ndị fa na-agwago. These are not ndị Ebonyi. Ndị a bụ ndị si from ihe ala local government. Na afụ Doggy na aga egbu ya. What is his offense? Onye Igbo, onye ihe ala local government. When we say distance, obro no because we just want to talk. If I have reality, one night work just kupu okwu na bonye ihe ala. Onye obuna maali ihe ala man ihe ala starts from Okija. Ihe ala local government I say from Okija. We get the straight. Well, webe ihe ala a boundary with Mbidi, right? It goes down there. Then it turn off from total ni ihe ala we bada nawa ma ililu, you know, or sumo ime ba ni na ada aga. Soludo well idea. Oje idea senior they place 10 million naira bounty. How unserious can you be as a governor? You know where they are. You know the forest is not forest. Where any kind of technology you cannot deploy or you cannot purchase using the security vote in another to actually fish out Ebendiano. No, imam, you know, whitewash at the whole thing. On your bonafia, you know, Kamalakwan in a something. Oh, kunyala question, that's why I'm placing bounty of 10 million on your bona. That's nonsense. Are you not the governor? You're the governor now. No, the villagers now working the Ebendiano, the farm which I camp. In fact, some of their camp they are less than 1 kilometer away from Ebendi police or checkpoints. The videos are there. And also local government guy working most of the places and they taking them mad. Now it's just few poles away from Eben where police checkpoints. So it's not something we will just say because now I like Ropito Soludo, or that's why we are always criticizing him. No, nobody's saying that. We are really more concerned the fact that the Anambra cannot go home. Some part of Ndimo state cannot go home. And these things are real. How many people now Bundolo can go home now? Ibian no now not freely without a chikolo, ibulundami now blue trucks. If I have a reality, but I can move forward. If I am one may not back it up because I can get the name.
Yes, yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but if I actually go, can you on a feature you could before?
No. I wanted to, I'm not seeing some of the speakers.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to know who spoke, so I didn't.
Hello.
Okay. All right. This 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Dalunu, I have to come back because of Ihe Mazikulu, and I want to ask some questions. Obuna Mazine Dena Oko Nyade Boji Nweziefe Nyaza. And I'm saying it because I am on ground. Ndi Madamoro Nambo a registered card carrying member of APGAO. People don't know that. So when I discuss Soludo on the timeline, people find it very difficult. And a new position. But for me, governance is all about the people and not party. Because party are why we as individuals and humans remain. Where I picked interest in Ihema Azikulu is where he said that only high government. If you see something, say something so that government can work on it. And I'm here to tell Mazi, I'm going to point out at least 10 different scenarios that has happened in Anambra to show you that Soludo is not honest. I will say it again. Soludo had the raw week. Soludo is is one of the most fearless man Mfunugo that has ever come out from Anambra, because Soludo will tell you to your face. Obuni chetalozo gidigban Austin ndi Igwe. Soludo JB and Oka Wesia, you are not the Igwe of Oka. Onye bi Igwe Oka bu Gilbert Nwosu. Nya wolu of no office of staff, no fake Igwe Kobu. If he can, and Obia at the capacity as a friend, not as governor attendee, Ihena Igwe. And Soludo has in many occasions demonstrated his fearlessness. Or they're clueless, or my name, his intention and name. Just that Soludo is not honest. Go to me anyway. He's not honest in his drive on security. And I will give you my reasons. Mazejo for without pen. Pillars oil and gas, pillars. Lulu filling station na GRE. And Alu filling station na GRE. I will tell you why. So, all which that filling station, I started talking about it. Few days, Jeba, sell what the filling station. After few days, the filling station is up and running. Na ime GRE on it, approved by government of Professor Chukwu Charles Soludo. The filling station nearly fuel. Even by 5 and with that filling station nearly fuel. What if there is a fire outbreak? Remember, security of lives and properties at the bidokose ni igbo, or prevent some situations that will involve the loss of lives and properties. Then that same person, pillars, a filling station, then aside the Hebrew fish, sometime last year, that filling station, Lunye gas plant. Gas plant then at that filling station explode. Madu 5. What did Soludo do after? As I'm talking to you, the filling station has been reopened. Not even a single thing happened. Pillars, nobody was arrested. Nobody was held accountable. Nobody was held responsible. The filling station has been reopened. Kedihe ndi Anambra State government need when this is in a public place. Nke ahụ ebere ebe ahụ Oluchukwu unu ka ndị Catholic Church owned by the Catholic Church nwe filling station ha na-alụ na GRA mgbe Willie na-achị Willie kwụsị ha ịlụ that filling station. As I'm talking to you kịta n'iru magazine onye ọbụla bịa Ọnịcha mala ebe magazine nọ Oluchukwu, that filling station has been approved by government of Chukwuma Soludo a complete go the filling station n'ime GRA. And Alu filling station na GRA. Mazi Ejimofono here is one of the persons that interviewed Pillars Oil and Gas. I have the video. Ebeha Jamie interview. They interviewed Pillars. Pillars was saying na Soludo was one of the best thing that happens in Anambra. Why not Gabu one of the best? When Soludo gave him approval, Alu filling station nime na GRA. Mazi onemaro Pillars. Emaro no Alu filling station na GRA. Why would filling station be approved? Kalu ya nime GRA. It doesn't end there. Mazi again. Ochanja building collapse. What has come out of that investigation for over 1 year? And why the plaza, when plaza killed more than 7 to 10 persons? Anambra State government BHG the contract. Kedafa the contractor. It was awarded by Anambra State government. Kedafa the contractor. Prof came there and said, Kekedonye in charge, for 1 year. Nothing has happened. DMGS, it was after DMGS that Prof constituted a committee building collapse in Anambra State for more than 7 months. We have not seen the report. We have not heard from governor. Isn't it all the dishonest? Nothing happened. Nobody was held responsible for the loss of lives in those 3 situations. And I was the governor on a phone where you will take action. Did it end there? No. Chairman about local government. How can you pick somebody, mayor, chairman, local government, without doing due diligence? Or more get review. Malona chairman, local government in Yahoo. The government of Soludo appointed him. Well, no. The government of Soludo has not said anything about that incident. How can a local government chairman appointed by the governor name Yahoo Ejidie? Till today, what governor did was to appoint an acting.
acting person be here neighbor, that man and why not tell the Anambra Anyamaro kwa but all man Anyamaro who then approved him even in Bino school. May election, SUG elections, I gave will have information with this security and anti-cult, in with the security clearance. Kedonye clear that man of Obaru local government. And let me tell you guys today, unu na-ekwu okwu ihe ala na aṅụ ebe Obaru no. Quote me anywhere. Soludo has never visited Obaru local government outside Okpoko. Since 3 years Ojibolo governor, he has never stepped foot on any other community in Obaru local government aside Okpo. Kedu ihe na-achị ya na Obaru? Obaru local government munye biheje last year kwụsị na Odekpe. Munye je na November last year in the flooding kwụsị na Odekpe. Odekpe decide on it. Why has they not crossed Atani? Emubolo na Obaru local government Atani Oku. Soludo never said anything. He never visited that place. Actually Ozuzo Umonanko because that Obaru is an oil producing area. Ebahoka but the headquarter of insecurity na Anambra State. Nwuruzie na aga Obaru. So na-ekwu okwu ihe ala bụ na mmadụ nọ ya, jụọ Obaru gwa m ebe mmadụ nọ n'Obaru. Soludo has not visited there. He has not said anything about it. Now, Omuwa ya gwa Soludo nya jụọ Obaru local government. If Mazi is telling us to help government, how do we help government? When with all these things in Kawapita, kedu effort? Kedu governor? That's why I'm saying it anywhere. Soludo Adiro honest. He knows what he is doing about insecurity in Anambra State. I will tell you another one. Let's just assume na Mwa Bifan Chuku ne host on a business hangout. That very day on a business hangout in West Stampede. Madunwo. I will be arrested. What happened in Okija? How did it go? I'm not trying to blame anybody, but we are talking about security. Lives were lost, properties were lost. What did Anambra State government do? Not even sorry, Makihe Melunu, we are going to look into it. Came out from the Anambra State government. Nobody said anything. All of us has moved on. We are waiting for the next victim. Ndị mmadụ nwụrụ na Igbo Soludo ebe a jego mai na ama njakịrị. Ebe a na-ere mai kpọrọ nwaanyị mai nya bịa go mai. When obodo lose up to 12 sons and daughters, ujegoro mai goro mai man njakịrị. Now, what came out from there? Did he place a ransom? Nothing. Ndị Igbo has moved on. Few weeks later, it happened in Ukpo, it happened in Nkwele, it happened in Mpo Junction. It also happened in Abatete. Did the state government say anything about it? No. Everybody has moved on. Then marketing, when somebody knew Kumaka market, all the marketing on Anambra, their leaders were appointed by Governor of Anambra State. A maybe market election. Then Soludo Rapo, main road in CCTV. Jenima here, Ajukwama Ajuju Ozo. Kedu the need for CCTV Nimem market? Onwe nima here, eto a Lagos line on a betiri ha CCTV. CCTV eje megini. Eto a Johnson no, itinye Siena. Eto a Obo Yoruba, Obo provision. Afiampo itinye CCTV. Manabani ada aga new pass aga. Ebi etinye CCTV. You left it. Bani mafia na etinye CCTV. Billboard do CCTV in Anambra State to 10. The biggest size of billboard. Ofu in a new pass, ofu in a 6 roundabout. Na nekene Soludo no tinye CCTV ni mahia. Who does that nonsense? You like wapuga we say we go sign it in CCTV ni mahia. So how do we move from here? Keduka igesi we move. I keep saying it. His dreams might be lofty. Even when you keep amakacha, but what is the role of SID? SID is Solution Innovation District, which is a tech hub. Then in the tech persons in Ocheba, Keduka ndi tech anine si bekonatonu we toalu kage sukusi insecurity kobo insecurity na Anambra State. There is none. Manane invest ego. For agent budget, I have the budget of this year. Ega budget SID Rika. It's a huge amount. Only need the budget of Anambra State. They break it down. All the 174, 178 pages. I have it. I can share to anybody. Go through the budget and see what is going on there. How much was budgeted to security? Fine. But how are they going to implement it? When Soludo is serious and is ready to fight insecurity, in the Anambra Gama, for now, that November, Elelu Pit, elelupit revenue generation. Mbano na 300 million. Mazi opune no. Quote me, sim na na se. Mbano, if you have started working for Soludo there, Mbano na 300 million. If you can remember, one guy raised up his hand. Mbano 300, Mbaba 330. The guy wunia ken we see his excellency, sir. Nyabiko nega agafe 300 million. No ga fiaro. Niye menu bu na company we introduce tech in revenue generation and collection in Anambra State. Na enwere onye ga-akwụ na main road na ego. Na any physical human being will not be there. But there will be law, there will be orderliness, and they will collect the revenue for Anambra State government without causing any problem. Mazi, Idebone the honest, Gwani Soludo sa demand. If you are truly honest, and then on email hall that day, you don't give one madu what Soludo said afterwards. Since I had you peak in the revenue, how many persons have died? Une chetankeme na oba. Hana chonye keke, konye trailer, ufelu break, crush li keke from oba old road, and there and see the river. Une chetankeme na agurun kebu cement. Na chum madu, churu madu ne kebu. How many lives has been lost? Eba na choke enwete revenue Anambra. Kedu onye nye revenue generation haulage Anambra is a big nwankwo. Ego ne ko na Anambra State every month 490 million. That is what he pays to Anambra State government on the 1st of every month. So he can be able to go to the roads and collect. When you collect such amount of money, kedu ihe me no nya ha ye red we na achu ego na main road, even when it means killing somebody. Una me 490 million every 30 days. Has in a hard on Sunday, but I dare on Sunday, bomb na phone, Kaparian Anambra State, Jide camera again. If you don't see the revenue haulage, kahana nego. This is a recorded space. If you don't see them, kahakuchana bido bridgehead, ubosi, you hear like kahana nego, tuamunga, record it and bring it out. That very day, so what I'm trying to say in summary is that and you make the space up the next morning. One thing still remains. Soludo is not honest in his strive to solve security issues in Anambra State. Any day Soludo will say it is over. And everything will end. So Bikonu, I will say again, the buck lies on the table of Mr. Governor. And until he decides to put an end to it, we cannot do anything. If government is honest, this thing should have stopped a long time ago. I brought 3 years here. Soludo is 3 years in office. March to January to March is less than 1 month. It's 3 years. And he cannot solve the simplest of everything, which is security of lives and properties in Anambra State. Oku kanji agan me uziopu, enwero kidnapping value. Obasara kudum, ebobunu ncho kaije anmeje, enwero kidnap value. Governor sino wendi wen Anambra, mwe soro nandi wen. Unu kidnap am just man nu nye mu nye gide mu no lesma onwe kidney mu nka anwuru fo bu na esegide go ma anwuru unu nekwo kidney mo diza alu oru no just mbembe ndu kaide unu lebuo mu kidney mu is not oya balu unu ejirigo mu the nines ndi tiger foods nwuri onwe m so onwe di gbasara mu na unu abdo na akpuzi ma akpu ni simpuru okpu just na agara ụwa m na Ọnịcha na mgbeda m meje ọka ite ọkụ 6-7 nje ba moto na-aga ihe na-echu na abụrụ ihe na-eche m I go to ọka ite and come back. I was in Orifte the other day, I was in Ozobili yesterday. But our government is not honest in their drive towards insecurity, and because of that, I'm a host on a business hangout. I know how difficult. I'm a Gomundindelu letter last year. Can you come to Anambra? They were honest to tell me that Nahagabia, these are resource persons that should have been able. One was telling me Nange make arrangement for Ndami. Maniaga Lord Dina Asaba. Olo Jana Asaba Toto and you see Onitsha with truck Ndami we put in Onitsha before 5 an hour go. How am I going to be able to afford that? Even na Yopiko. Space can know where you take on your egum jakugo hall, you take Ndami, so that people can come and teach our people what it takes to be successful in business. On the Chinese, make the kidnapping na GRA gates. Every evening, I kidnap Madu, Nekwa local government, Nekwa headquarter, Nekwa governor's lodge. So it's something that is something new with them, and it's something I cannot even put together. In the army, they stationed in some places, but they are not working. ndị Navy nọchia na along the road a na-eme mana every mgbede ọbụla gafee Owerri road maazị mgbede pụta na Owerri road si Ọka pụta leave Ọka akpịarịzi na akụ gọvanọ come out and since you are publicity secretary come out kpagharịa na public and go home with a report kpagharịa na Owerri road na mgbede see what people are doing jefu ihe a na-eme ndị mmadụ na Owerri road see how pitch dark Owerri road dị why na-ama na-ezu ndị mmadụ ori kpagharịa na Mkpọ Junction iji kwa fonu gị n'aka mmalụ si site were gbago ugwu Nwasị Ike kọtụ ya pụta afọ Mkpọ pụta Mkpọ Junction gbado ụmụ Ojiru Eke Mkpọ then gbado ide mmiri kọtụ pụta ọgbọ okporoko and tell us what you see. It's not about being in Ọka na-agwa anyị that Ọka everywhere is fine. Everywhere is not fine. Things are going up. And I will say, let me say it again. Until he can be able to fix up Opiweka, insecurity is not ending anytime soon within the Onitsha region. Because every insecurity name in Onitsha stems out from Opiweka. But na biko onye ọbụla lu onye azọba onwe agwago m unu njide obere ego kịta nje gwa ọrụ ụwa m ngwa ọdịshi na-akpagharịzi ha esi gbawaba aba na mgbọrọ ụkwụ na-ebere onwe m onye ọbụla ji ego iji ego ndị bakasị na ego ndị polisi ji egwu ọdịshi kama igwọ nke a na-agụ ọnụ nwere ike gwọ 30 by the time anyị eji gba gị 15 ịlachapụ gị ọsọ ilu bidokwa n'isi kaụntụ ba so that's just what I would suggest to people or ịmalị ka ihe esi na-azụ onwe gị daalụ thank you very much.
Ifeanyi dibia ga-agwọ gị ama ekwashọn ọ dị registered o regista gụkwa nwee NAFDAC nọmba ka a na-enyezi nwa Chinemelu. Okay, maybe nwaazị ga-akọwara anyị.
Onye nwere NAFDAC nọmba enyezie stika eme ka eshọn onwe stika.
Hey, Ifeanyi ka anyị nụ ihe ikwu nke bụ eziokwu bụ ihe yi n'aka ada agbụ ya ọkụ ada enyo ya enyo ihe niile anyị na-ekwu ebe a maazị gụnwa bụ the public secretary of Apụga ka esi ekwu ya onye ọkụ nyụnarị n'aka nwanne onye nwa menyụọ ọkụ ewu ọbụla taa igu dekwa ya ekwele onye enu ama mpụtakwuo onye anyị ama mpụtakwuo amaghị m the last time nwa Chinemelu for Ifeanyi amaghị m the last time afụbem Dr. Emeka Obereri before most of us nọ here emitibe onwe anyị before mana onye ọbụla na-enye similar account na-grade Soludo when it comes to security on the same pedestal it is almost -0 so onwere ọnụ ka onye ọbụla n'ebe a ga-esi wee gaa nge up against Soludo onwekwana ihe anyị ji Soludo eme ọ bụ na most nke bụ eziokwu bụ gịnị afọ ime ịma mkpudo onwe ya aka ọ mmadụ on ndị be anyị na-azacha oku na-azacha afa si na afa mmadụ bụ aka ekpuchi ọnwa the point a na-eme ike ihe ya bụ gịnị Ifeanyi ihe abụghị politiks ka a na-ekwu ihe abụghị egwuregwu ka a na-ekwu ihe abụghị game ka a na-apị people's lives are at stake and a na-ekwu people's life ịma ebulu ozu onye ọzọ n'isi ọ dịka ebu ụkwụ nkụ ma mgbe ji bụrụ nke ịma anọ mmadụ ka ebu ozu ndị mmadụ ụmụ nwanne mmadụ mpa mmadụ mma mmadụ bụ ihe a na-ekwu na-aga ihe a untimely it causes like inexplicable pains na people's hearts. Let us not even look at the economic angle. Ani Igbo may lose a whole lot of resources because people are manatazi. Onye no mmadụ nso na anụ isisi ọnụ ya. So onye na-anọ nso ị na-akpọgodo onye ahụ na phone na-asị enyi dịkwa ya for development enyi dịkwa ya for development onye ahụ ama mfeel chi ya mana ndị mmadụ nọrọzi ya away from home ka obodo ga-esi wee mepe so resources ndị be anyị na-agada by our own temerity ewelezi ya eje na-enye ndị ọzọ biko manụ gị mee nwa ya wedding welu wedding onwe ya jebe Abuja aghọtabeghị m the explanation nka na-eche ka mmadụ kọwalụ m and people like me ihe maazị I would not onye atụlụ ilu kọwara ya ịmụ ihe omimi so the point is there's so much insecurity everybody now confess it to the same thing But it seems not going to go otherwise a few times you could go. And we have suggested Biko Noloba Nolo, date way, right? There is literally, I don't think there is literally any explanation for this. Because the thing declare onye ọbụla na-afịa even onye isi bụ na Anambra State adịrọ safe. So when you turn around and you want to spin it, oman walk. Biko unu naluo, inaluo with your guy. Soludo kwesịrị nọ on Soludo speed dial because Ogwa bụ his image maker. Na platform party gị ka ọ na-arụ ọrụ. So you will be the one almost to determine ma ọ ga-ejeje ma na ana. Ọ bụrụ unu believe nọ ndị mmadụ na-ekwu ihe unu na-eme, nọ ndị mmadụ ka unu na-alụrụ ọrụ in the concept of in the context of social contract. So ọkwa ife ihe niile anyị na-ekwu ebe a, if I were you, akwụkwọ m ga-ejugo. Ma ị ga-edeli ya n'email o, ma ị ga-rekọdụ space a je gosi ya o, ma ị ga unu mee ihe mmadụ na-afụ anya, ndị mmadụ ama nsị asị. Ọkwa ifu one thing ị ga-ama about Twitter space bụ na o nwere onye ọbụla na-enye ibi anya n'iru because ebe a nụnwe nwede onye ọbụla na-afụ ibi ya. Ọ bụrụ na asị ka ndị mmadụ na-asị ofu onye ga-agbagote ebe a nụnwa sị gịnị nna nwanne na ihe unu na-asị bụ asị na ihe a bụrụ eziokwu na Anambra steeti dị otu ojikwa wee dị otu oji wee dị otu a no maybe no pockets of issues ka enwe na assault gị ya inidi ọ dị ịbịakwu ya somebody ga-agbagote ebe a kwuo ya. That is one good thing about Twitter space. Twitter space abụọ community gathering ebe ị ga na-eze ndụ na-asị o iwenye aka ka ikwuo okwu na ị mara ma ọnwe ihe ga-eme gị. Ebe a nụnwe ị ga-akpọnwu mmadụ iyi kwuo ihe sọ gị so ọ bụ na asị ka onye ọbụla bịa ebe a si go ị ga-afụka one person ga-apụta ebe a nụnwa. There is no way, it is almost impossible that na everybody na ebe a nụnwa ga-asị kporo Soludo asị gọọmenti Soludo asị. It is almost impossible. So ọ bụ na asị ka anyị na-asị na ihe niile anyị na-ekwu ebe a abụrụ eziokwu, one or two, three people ga-apụta gị ebe a na-asị na ihe unu na-ekwu abụrụ eziokwu. Ọ bụ na ama m na ịma Twitter space and ịma na ọnya nwa bụ the modus operandi na Twitter space. So n'ụlụba anụlụ, let there be an effective feedback to your point man. Anya biko nya mee n'ihe ka nwoke ka ndị mmadụ fụ. Ka onye ga-aga na-esi nwa Chinemelu eze obi ka Igbo perspective.
Eze Chikwelu,
Oh,
o
be here
nweburu
to
ihe
add, Ogale.
o
Okay,
nweburu Eze Chikwelu.
Ezobi, biko, one just 2 minutes. Daisy, it's equal. Could just say
Yeah,
drop or then Ezobi
yeah.
ga equal hit you Ezobi
Okay,
ga.
just she add no belly fetch watching the medical because more I feel now. Ọbụla na so do the week. But I'm government me ihe kwesịrị ime. No na all them can take security serious because through the course of my investigation, if na even almost track a policeman be you see that you can track these people. You can get them catching what they have because in this sense them their conversation safe. If not, they even have access to it, but na actually me. How was the access to these materials? So them get what they course so days. I know what they're doing at prison. May go this crime that if una government are the best serious in fighting crime in Anambra State. Or we go seek a guitar if you for somebody na mal onye will go to kidnapping experience or onye ana kidnap or any nobody issue. Few days ago, one of my friend, I kidnap about October, I kidnap the guy. Buonya. Oh, that should be on Wednesday. Can't get the guy. Me and one out of heart attack. And you come me and you come me. So okay, see Konisu, almost all Anambra states. The insecurity the all round. The bully here the tezo kule. Obulo ihe no abia na affect on abuna. Anyị na-ekwu otu a na abụrụ na anyị na-enjoy ya. Ọ na-achọ obodo dị mma. Only enjoy insecurity and even more self another Anambra self. More with one leg. Only no na state and one no with my friends can bata. So more feel that the government are the best serious they fight this thing because actually fight how what it takes to fight it. Because more say more than most things they possible until if I know man I can even listen to calls. You can even track numbers. You can even get information. Only lezo. No na more feel na how the best serious hello the other. Because how the serious role each the thing they need very simple. More into the field. But I'm going the little effort I put, the little result of work the government put us out fully for these people. Age this everybody, my phone calls, my everything, and most of these kidnappers be illiterates. How much was I hide most of these details? Because man boy kidnap Simba during my own one boy and analyze his car. they did transactions. Oh, this man, the account number you acquire so my everything. Yes, the policeman could not do anything. Upon no kuchaku got track and everything. I felt what the guy said, educated the guy side the Imokano. Because through the soft target, I was the one boy. I thought the guy catch the boy I was even Tina won't be about it. Even all the information all release. So more I feel the government is not yet serious about to fight insecurity in Anambra State. Obulu okwe na-etule. Anyị ncha na-ekwu otu a na ọbụla nọ na time talk anyị na-ekwu na Anambra State the insecure. Only the happy n'ihe a na-eme. So I wish that the government will take things seriously because are they out for it? All these things na-eme n'ọka ga-akwụsị. What is also ọka? In fact, the whole Anambra State. So only ebe dị at peace. So all about Soludo take it serious. More I feel for me, or they be serious to fight insecurity in Anambra. Because all these serious fish everybody out. Man indigenous, so man de belabia. Man de baloso. With phone calls, their numbers. Track all the numbers posted on the phone. I want tech guys now. He ain't not draw too much. It's not a big deal. No, na heke ti line and there. I'm not saying that they don't fund security. You know, no go na na for the budget. Yet nothing. Kebe hanchanaga. Okay, Ejukwa had their own investigation. They just play with the role. Nobody is serious. Not just busy in extorting and collecting from everybody. Even the ones they could they Aquagon has spent gold personally. Even no they in charge of the case. No they serious with the investigation. Because I was last crime man will move on. That's what the next person organ mekwa. The other Abdul uncle has paid go 2.something million. Bribe anakonazo. So you see that Anambra state government that draws serious with security. That is the most important thing. Yeah, but because all these serious haga fight and all that cause. Haka if you now. All these guys. If
Dike kusigo nda no ife na-ekwu. Hello Dike.
Ọdụ
Ngwa ezo bi odika
ọdụ
odika na
ọdụ ka
ezo
netwọk ọdụ ka netwọk
ezo bi
esepụ n'aka n'ọkụ. O nweburu
ngwa ga ezo bi ngwa ga.
nna ekene m onye ọbụla biko. O nweburu okwu ntụgharị maazị bifo. Maazị jụọ m ka ebe dị data si. Nsị a na data si from Anambra State website. Ọ sịghị m na ọ dịghị updated. Ejekwa m na that Anambra State website nke ọzọ. The same website o. Ka m gwa ụnụ na ka ụnụ na-aghọta ihe efe anyị na-ekwu na prof adịghị ready for security. Amaghị m ma o nwere ihe na security a na-ewute ya ọ na ọ chọghị. 2022 budget mgbe prof bata. Security vote and services, security and logistics or whatever they put English ọ bụ na akpọ ya ka anyị wee nọ security vote. Na 2022 ihe ọbụbụ 9 billion. Na that Anambra State website, ihe spending na that 9 billion to provide security. Ha na-break ihe niile down. 14% of 9 billion ka spending. 2023 Anambra State budget, security vote, ihe ọpụta bụ 13 billion. Ihe spending bụ 0%. 0% according to their own data. 2024 security vote, 17 billion. Ihe spending n'ime 0%. Ihe mere nji ne this thing anya last year n'ime September, October, November e kidnap 3 of my friends n'Ọka na Abakaliki Street. N'oge mgbede ọ bụkwa n'ime abalị just ka nwoke pụta je negharị anya na nke nwoke ụdị atụsa agaghị egbe n'ukwu si abaa na moto ozugbo. 3 of them. So ihe mere eji nweta moto ha 3 of them bụ na tracker dị na moto ha and ha wetere ihe akịta ada isi gabigara ewetere ego ozugbo. Police eje ofu ka ewetere moto ya na Obosi, ofu ka ewetere moto ya na ka side ebe a esi eje Ụmụnze agafechi Ụmụnze ebe a this man rụrụ n'ọgwụ ọrụrụ. Then nke ịtọ enwetere ya n'ụzọ Ọka. These 3 incidents wiye n'Ọka ha na-atọ bicha na ha na-atọ bi n'Ọka na-eme business. A na-ekwu na insecurity Mbwana meche no onwe ihe ọzọ dị so special. The data na-egosi ọkwa na-asị data don't lie. The data from Anambra State website on budget and spending and expenditure and everything na-egosi team ndị amị na ndị navy na ndị NSCDC ma kpụrụ police ole ha na patrol dị obodo. Ekiti State, old Nigeria plate number nke ochie ahụ Ekiti State. Because Anna updated the website every quarter. Breakdown of every spending tonight. A budget is 17 billion 2024. First quarter, year spending Nime about 3 million or 5 million. Nime 17 billion. Onye had those serious. Pico. Obo no ko ye se pota uru nante. Ya make a security priority. Can you say Igbo object of mediocrity in Anambra State because here Alinga go for far too long. Biko kunwa kachifu si ekwia National Publicity Secretary APGA anyị ma na ọgụnwa bụ onye ga-agwa m onye eziokwu nwa tempe bụ izu bụ asino special advisor on media and gịnị so si ọ na-abịa na Twitter abịa ebe a wee bịa n'ọgụ ịbịa kọnkọ SSA to gọvanọ bụ ịkọ nkọ bụ ihe ọma onwe ihe ọzọ ọ bụrụ nọ nke ị na-ekwu ka ọ na-anụ biko gwara anyị prof primary objective ya this year ya na ọgụdụ na security ahụ anyị ya etoghị ka anyị si etoghị na ọ na-arụ ụzọ ọ gwụcha ka ọ ha m n'ọnụ ekene m onye ọbụla
I want to give people Mazi Igbo perspective ga-aga Igbo perspective gacha Mazi ka anyị hipụ
Mazi Bona
because
Gazia, okay.
Sorry, can I say again? Ask
No,
me
I'm
Igbo
saying
perspective.
Igbo perspective God, then let him go because so he can, speak very well. Yeah.
So Mazi because fair hearing even Chineke according to Bible God nye Adam fair hearing. Oh God, say Adam, where are you? Adam kwuo. So we'll give you fair hearing because of the Nigerian Constitution. Igbo perspective, biko enwe Mike ịgacha kamazi ejimofoga.
N'ebe anyị ekenekwa m unu. Standing on all the existing protocols, Maazị, abụrụ m onye ga-abịa tụwa aka, bebe akwa, sibe mkpu na ihe na-emebi without giving you uh, practical solutions to it. Ntị gị ejugo, ama m na akwụkwọ gị ejukwugo, so ihe m ga-enye gị na practical solutions to it. Because ka ya lesi na ịmarọ, a sị na anụrụ anụ melụ ntị ekwuru ekwu melụ ọnụ. So can you give practical solutions to how to solve this problem? First of all, in go maka template P2B, you can implement template P2B. But let me even go a little bit further. On here, let us look at one of the most secured countries in the world, Israel. Israel is what they call a kibbutz system of security, whereby in every farming settlement, Adi Mado 50, Mado 11 bụ here out of farmers not there, non security. So you can look at it, which basically dovetails into in P2B star one. Two, the second option I'll give you is secondly, you can say the biggest problem I have realized now insecurity in Anambra State, Bona, the regular places and attack. Yes. I've sat down and I looked at the data. Regular places and attack. Regular places regular places has you could set up long range. I'm sure. Let me say what is basically speak to the Nigerian army. Any long range shooters. Never Hanabia. Ever Hanabia regularly attack. Set up ambush for them there. Set up long range shooters na those places. By the time you buy her once, a man never just safe Hana. Now, ebe go ebe camp had. We do not. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. I'll give you instances of the Battle of Fallujah. How did America win the Battle of Fallujah? They first of all sent in long range shooters. If you go to take you out the people block by block. You can do exactly that same thing na in here. Street block by block, every 800 yards. Every 800 yards, you clear 800 yards. A move forward. You can kill. See, listen, as we stand right now, nobody cares maybe Marenta nona nimi ofia here. He made that bush ever hand on. One of care maybe Hantanini. Because as a matter of fact, when they didn't do that dead kidnap victim, they have Aquatago Hanando as it stands right now. And the truth about it is the insecurity in Anambra State is spilling over to every other part of Alibo. And I'm going to say that I'm going to say it easy peasy. Insecurity na Anambra is spilling over into every other part of Alibo. And it is time we stem this tide. I am an mehe. I'm a and the only way to well, I'm doing a master's degree in intelligence and security. And we have an zonal security. Create a zone.
point to point, town to town. And when walkie talkie from point A to point B, okay, and how they go here, now go here, no problem. Now, na Susanna, I don't you know, a meteor zone car. The truth about insecurity, let me tell you all this one secret. Onye ji egbe na-aga n'ụzọ ịgaga gbagbu mmadụ nọ in a state of murder, like agba knockout n'akụkụ ya onwe ike nwe heart attack. But ọ na-akwanye onwe ya na obudo egbe, so na ọ ga-survive onwe ya. So all you need to do is disruption. The secret of security is disruption. Disrupt their movement. Ha na-aga otu anụ a eme in such a way that okay, ha na-aga ụzọ anụ a akwụchigo ha ụzọ tinye ha ame mbupụ ha atụgharịa. All you need to do, okay, radio, they are coming down this way. You have 3 minutes to block that road. I block all the road. Ha onwe couple ya moto. Ha nsuwu the moto. Ha atụgharịa. Onye ọbụla gbafuo. Okay, the net is closing in. And nothing makes a criminal do more mistakes than the net is closing in. Now, let me show you data. 80% of ndị niile na-adị eme kidnapping na-eji phone aga because of phone ka ha ji akpọ for ransom. If you sit down with MTN, Airtel, Globalcom, and 9mobile, you can sit down and say, look, I want this data real time where the cell towers are. Real time, or you now triangulate that data. Let's set up cordons around there. And you see, the truth about it is these guys are not that intelligent. They make a lot of mistakes. There's what they teach you in criminal psychology. They commit one crime, you make 16 mistakes. If you can take care of 8, you're a genius. So it is not rocket science that they are making a lot of mistakes. All I need to do is mind the data. Which number came in here as at just before this thing have started? What are all the numbers not here? What are the numbers that came in here before this thing? What are the numbers that left here? Immediately, maybe why the X, who we are looking at. These numbers, these numbers can account all the link to. Ndị anụ ha na-akpọ ka account ha the link to. If you don't see the easiest, how was Osama bin Laden caught? They followed the money trail. Equity account in the mother. When the mother arrest, the net starts falling in. And the truth about it is that people will always gas. People will always grass. When the heat is on, people will always grass. So you utilize their grassing. As from how in 2024 we'll be talking about insecurity as if it's something that cannot be solved. You don't even need the high-tech facial recognition Peter Mbamel invests in. Yeah? You don't need it. You don't need it. Out of only the in charge of the hand, okay, you got bully or you got police, I got quack there. You need to go anything. Just Nana showing your on a guy in Galo. If people have no problem. Among them, they themselves, they do what we have. Security is 80% mental, 20% legwork. As little as no another ransom another go an account here. I try to get the money. Okay, this money but an account. Now it tell you email transfer. I see go the bank. If your bank, I say oh I need email validation. There's a photo. Now look your BV, now look your fingerprint. Draw your BB. See what the house address. Give what NEPA bill or water bill, BB. Or give a yaga nata head of vigilante nobody letter. And by the time Haji Naro have going in because something is happening.
It's not by will. You see, the insecurity, they will tell you that the kinetic part of security is the least part. Kinetics are the least part. What goes on beyond kinetics is what is the most important thing. And it's not like Anambra State is poor. That is what is paining me. Oh. It's not like Anambra State is poor. Anambra be them bonu kulumpo. So Anambra State is the poor. We can fix this. And we can apply the same technique in every ka m na-agwa Anambra, ka m na-agwa Enugu, ka m na-agwa Ebonyi, ka m na-agwa Imo, ka m na-agwa Abia. A sị a na-ada onye nwere nne ọdụ onye na-enwero nne a na-anụ. I say it and I say it with full chest. Ọ bụ na Nigerian government chọrọ ikwentị insecurity na Nigeria, a ga-ekwentị ya. A ga-ekwentị ya. Because afụrọ m ihe oli isolve problem a. Afụrọ m ihe oli isolve problem a. It's just that we are not yet ready. So I use the mic. Maazị, gwa anyị that secret unu ji abịa, and the assurance that we can, okay, Christmas, I was going to Christmas last year. Na ị ga-anata nwa Easter. Kwegodo anyị nkwa na ị ga-anata nwa Easter. That's the first part. Then I ekwu eziokwu August meeting and Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igbo perspective.
Uh,
Mazi.
uh, Bigo Kaneke. Sorry, Bigo, and just give me 1 minute to debunk something. Just
Michael,
1 minute.
Michael,
1 minute.
we just told Mazi that he was going to speak. I mean,
I know before you
Okay, I'll allow him
okay,
to. I'll
Mazi,
allow
you're
him.
lying
Let
for
him
1 minute.
debunk.
Okay, Michael, 1
For
minute.
1 minute.
1
Yes,
minute, Biko.
Okay, previous speaker, I just want to say a fact about Obaro. I'm from Obaro. This December, after like about 5-6 months now, Obaro has been relatively peaceful. When I say peaceful, I mean peaceful. I'm from Obaro, it's my town. The Speaker of the House of Anambra State is from Obaro. Throughout this December, he is in the village. So many events, no single incident. No single incident in Obaro. After the killing of the main person that was behind, a village person that was behind all the atrocities, that was the gang leader. After the killing of Faisal, Obaro has been relatively peaceful. Community vigilante with the Navy people and the military, they have been doing great. Relatively peaceful. When you're saying Obaro, anything there is a lie. Or you just talk and where.
Okay, no, fair enough. Mazi.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
Dalo.
So,
Thank God.
so Mazi,
In
before you
fact,
go, just 10 seconds. You heard everything people said, and they're complete.
yeah,
So, I
perfectly.
believe you can
I heard.
speak to some of the issues. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard. First of all, before I proceed, I want to, in all fairness, retract my, because I'm not statist. I tell people Abram is statist person because, like I mentioned earlier when I was talking, Ngobala is nowhere zone in Imo State, right? And the last 17 years of my life, I've been in Anambra. I was born and bred in Lagos. So if there's anybody who has that kind of pan-Nigerian outlook to things, I think I'm one of them. And there's anybody who is, very broad-minded with regards to the Igbo, the Igbo race and everything. I think I'm also one of them. So, but I had to make that point, and against every other one, because I struggled to even mention it, just like every other person struggles to say it in public. So this is not to spite anybody from Ebonyi State or any other state. I'm deeply sorry. I regret that mention, but I just had to push it. So going forward, I've listened very carefully to everybody, and like I said, everything about Nekweba, they valid. It is born out of passion. And watching a mellow, my Ezechiel, my Kenike, and all others. And when enemy here to, in quote, pull Soludo down, everybody is saying this because they are involved. And I listened very carefully to, my brother, Dr. Obiareri. Fortunately, he's also from Imo State like me. I would like to deepen, more conversation with him, because if there's anything I like in a government, all the numbers. Because we always, Soludo has this popular quote that if you cannot measure it, then you cannot fix it. So if I like the way he spoke to the numbers with regards to, Hello, I was
That must have
muted.
been a mistake. No, no, Elon Musk. Nobody muted. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I like the way he gave her. He's so certain about the numbers he has. I would go to his inbox and we'll see how we continue the conversation with regards to the strategic thrust of how to take over, to implement the template he has in mind and connect him to those who are involved, because I'm not involved in the security team. The much I can do is that I have access. I could drop off and cascade whatever information I want to those who are concerned, and particularly to Mr. Governor, who himself is not oblivious of Ian. Fundamentally at the heart of security is trust. And that is why even Anna Basa security, it is almost near impossible for somebody. Kene was saying, I don't know who said that, if it was Kene or some other person who said, there's no way I can come and go give hi on an open Twitter space, because so you know your own intention, you don't know the intention of the other person who is also listening. So, but what I can guarantee you is that Soludo is fearless. Soludo is not clueless. And Soludo is not uninterested about security. He is very much interested about security. Probably for the last 2 years, and the focus has been on the data-driven request of Anambra. And this has made it look like he's not paying attention to security and all that. But let me also remind us that when we came here earlier, 8 local governments were under siege, including this Obaro and Eko now. But today, the confirmation has come. I don't even know who the person is, but he said Obaro is peaceful. And I know that I particularly drove myself to Obaro for the speaker's Thanksgiving that happened sometime last December. I drove myself to Obaro. And I know what is happening in Obaro. It's beyond just insecurity. There's a whole lot of other undertones, and which, of course, the stakeholders have come together to decide to tackle. And this is exactly what can play out in Ihiala. I've been muted again.
It's
Who
not
is
me.
muting me?
I'm doing my exercise, so it can't be me. I mean, like, what's going on?
I don't know who is muting me. Is one of the hosts actually having malfunction with the phone? Because so, like I said, there's nothing you can do. Around September, October, there was a major stakeholder meeting in Obaru. I'm aware of that. As a matter of fact, in order to allow people, they somehow, what word should I use now? And that's not too certain about the security in Obaru. I think they brought that security summit to Oka. Both the speaker, major political players across all divides. They came and they dropped the cards on the table. And when they identified the major cause, the local support system of that insecurity, I'm happy the testimony is there that since after that person was unalived, that things have come back, Obado has come back to normal. And this is the same thing that's expected of various other communities that are experiencing this very, very heinous, insecurity and crime in their area, particularly Ihiala. I'm not talking about Ihiala as a local government, I'm talking about Ihiala as a town. Ihiala as a town needs to really, their stakeholders, they are more or less in piecemeal. It's one town that is very rich, very, very, with human and other resources, but they are more or less in piecemeal. The Okija example, like I mentioned earlier, came. And in Okija today, in the last 1 year, there's been no record of any form of either kidnapping or any criminality in Okija. The only bad news that came out of Okija this season was the stampede. And let me clear the air with what Ifeanyi Chukwu said. Ifeanyi Chukwu, please endeavor to also follow the press secretary to the governor, Mr. Christian Aburime. Endeavor to follow his page. There was an immediate press release from the press secretary, condoling with the victims and also proposing strategies on how these kinds of things can be averted. So you don't come up here to say that the governor or the government said nothing after people died in Okija. No. That is non-factual. So I had to correct that. Even the governor himself went to Ihiala to condole with the families and people where people were killed. Aburuzie, Okija. We are not, at least the government is not that irresponsive. So that statement you made is not factual. And you can also, if you want to be truthful, to this space, you would also realize, you should also tell this space that OP has not been what it used to be. I don't care how you want to actually paint these words, but I can tell you for free that if you say here that OP is the same way it used to be before somebody came on board and he brought Yoku, that is not true. because there is this very popular security outfit and Bosasa and Abovanda Kodo, and they're on their Kodo Soludo. They have made that particular OP worker very unbearable, very unlivable for criminals. So anybody saying OP worker can name a man on your way, maybe on vested interest in OP worker. So please, the OP worker is somewhere that where the government has invested a lot in trying to make it, appear make it a pride of place from the Anambra. That's the gateway, part. I took your recommendation on the pitch darkness on around the Owerri Road. I've taken that. Of course, I'll cascade this to the Commissioner for Power. At least, these are with Anambra State government has been able to convert over 200,000 diesel powered streetlights to solar. And those who move around Oka and other adjoining places will also testify that areas in the entire if it is stretch, it has been street lighted. And the base for other parts of Oka, the Estobiako Road, the recently dualized Unizictem site road to Isu, the base now to install the street lights there. The totality of Olechowore Express Road from the Amobia down to the Amansi axis is street lighted. You go to the old road, you see the same thing. So anybody who is telling you that these things are the government is just folding its arms, I'm a labor in a Peri, and of course we have taken that. I've taken copious notes, and we're going to treat that. With regards to Pillars filling station, this thing you said is very very important to me, and I'm going to take it up very seriously. I am one of those who also believe that over the years, successive governments have allowed Onitsha, particularly Fegi, to degenerate from the original master plan, HUMA Fegi. So if you're trying to drop the ball at the doorstep of Soludo, yes, he won't give any excuse, but I can tell you for free that if we are to go back to the original master plan of Fege and Onitsha, I get away a lot of collateral damages because here there are places that have been built up. As of today, we are not given any approvals for any other building in the main market. We are not. I know certainly that the governor has made that as an order that nobody should give any other permit for anybody to erect one more structure in main market. And there's a larger picture, a larger plan for main market to be restructured and made a market that people can comfortably come and shop and peacefully and go peacefully. That plan is in motion because if you look at the Soludo agenda, we have what we call the Onitsha 2.0 and the Oka 2.0. These things are all in the pipeline. And we cannot just come up and say, okay, now Onitsha, the lead to Lime people are not there. I can tell you for free that when we started Niger Street, from the River Niger base to Weburia, the kind of fierce opposition that came before that thing was done, you can't imagine it. But today people are enjoying it. And part of even the things they made there, some people are already trying to destroy it because India Nebuaja Jana River Niger, they are being Ulajana at on that road and the road and Anyamachukwanka. But Amachikwa one, a lot of opposition Apataba no ya can demand jailin link one Amachi, So for every problem you solve, you create room for another. But we're not complaining, neither are we saying that it will not be done. It will be done. But I can tell you for free that Onitsha isn't as it used to be before we came. A lot of changes has happened. It's not the same way as it used to be. A lot has changed before we came, as in things have changed very drastically, in all these areas. So talking about pillars, filling station, it is not just pillars. But if you continue to insist on pillars, or they came with the personal vendetta, because I know people who have actually come to me, people who have various clandestine interests, business, honestly, business environment. I be a call go for call and can and wajime in these are just competitors of a particular business person who wants to use the hospitality of government to come at that person. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm going to really pass this on to the Anambra State Fiscal Planning Board and other persons to also investigate to know why the approval was given to Pillars to build in in a Kukuya. If the place is against the master plan of the GRA, and if it is, trust me, this filling station, if it is discovered that Pillars has built wrongly, or that ever all filling station filling station, Soludo will bring it down the following day. You can take me on that. You can just record me on this. If I take up this now, I talk about the Pillars or Luchuku filling station that you've mentioned, these two you've mentioned, that they are not properly situated in the GRA, they will be taken down immediately. You can take me on this. So, but beyond this, I don't think there is any talk about Ochanja building collapse. Ochanja building collapse is immediate. I can tell you for free that there's this panel of
la 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 la